Hey guys, it's Stephen O'Prey here from Dynamx. If you're watching this, you're not here for surface level Klaviyo tips. This is the full Dynamx system built from real accounts, real revenue, and real mistakes that we have already made so you don't have to. Over the next few hours, I'm going to walk you through exactly how we build, scale, and protect Klaviyo accounts that drive anywhere from 40% all the way up to 70% of the ecom brand's total store revenue. This is not theory, not templates for beginners. This is the actual systems that we are deploying for 7 and 8 figure e-commerce brands consistently, from account setup and structure, segmentation and deliverability, list growth and first purchase conversions, revenue recovery, and maximum lifetime value from all of the customers. You're also gonna see how we deploy Winback's sunset and automatic suppression. And then finally, we're gonna cap it all off on how we deploy campaigns and content colors that actually scale profit without ever burning up the list. This is not a watch once and forget course. This is a reference system so you can come back to every time you rebuild, audit, or scale an account. Watch it in the order that it's outlaid. Don't skip ahead. Each module is going to build upon the last. So let's get right into it. This is going to be a full step-by-step Klaviyo setup tutorial. This Gamma doc is going to be linked down in the description. It's yours, totally free. It's going to cover things in much more detail. If I spent the time to go through each and every section, the video would be 90 minutes long. So I'm going to power my way through this. You're going to see how you can set this up really, really easy and get deliverability right from day one, week one. Guys, when I audit Klaviyo accounts, the biggest mistake I always see is a lack of proper domain warming. Domain warming is the most critical step in this entire process, as without high inbox placement, your emails honestly are just going into the trash. We want to avoid that at all costs, and I'm going to show you how in this step-by-step tutorial. You're going to get some ninja level hacks on how you can warm this domain up quickly and effectively and get that primary inbox placement or the promo placement right from the get-go. So let's hop into it, guys. So getting started with Klaviyo. First, go to klaviyo.com. sign up for their free account. Once you do, you're going to be met with a dashboard that looks something like this. So okay guys, we are now inside your Klaviyo account. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to scroll down to the integrations tab that you can see right here. You're going to click it and you're going to be prompted and into this page. You're going to then copy and paste in here your store URL. For the purpose of this video, we're going to be using Shopify. Now, if you guys are using WooCommerce, BigCommerce, Magento, it's going to be relatively the same in terms of the integration connection. So we're going to go ahead now and connect to Shopify by selecting the black call to action down here. It's now prompting us to integrate it. We're going to go ahead and do that. So you can see now that it's working. It takes maybe 10-15 seconds to fully integrate. It's lightning fast. It's awesome how good Klaviyo is at connecting with pretty much anything. While we're in here, guys, you now have to go in to the Shopify store via this blue hyperlink. The reason why is we're going to enable the JavaScript app embed. What this does is it allows the browse abandonment flow in Klaviyo to have the viewed product data injected into it in real time. So for example, if your customer is browsing products and they abandon the site, that flow will fire and it will show them exactly the product they were looking at. It should be the 3rd or the 4th most high converting flow in your guys' Klaviyo account. So this is a good time to go ahead and do it. We'll do it together. Let's see. So you can see it's looping me into my test store. This is the toggle. When you guys first loop in here, it's going to be off. All you got to do is select it on, and then very importantly, make sure you click the black call to action that says save. If you don't, it will not auto save. So again, just toggle it on like so and click save right up here and you're good to go. Let's jump back in Klaviyo and we're going to update the settings. Let's refresh basically, and you can see now, guys, that we are green and we are good to go. The Klaviyo app embed is enabled on your Shopify store. Just noteworthy, guys, if you're coming from maybe say MailChimp or wherever the case may be, even ActiveCampaign, you can re-import the historical data from your storefront, which is very, very important if you want to get into the likes of segmentation and things like that. So you simply just select re-import. It will do it. It depends on how much data there is, anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes. I want to show you something here before we jump back into the doc. You guys want to make sure that you're sending and pushing over data into your newsletter list. This is going to be the list that also is integrated inside the sign-up form. That sign-up form, we will have a metric named newsletter, for example, that will trigger the welcome series. So you're going to see me talk a little bit more about this in a second. We're pretty much good to go now, guys. So we're now going to go ahead and hook up our branded sending domain. So select settings, scroll down until you see domains, click it. Now you have a couple of choices here, guys. You can either do this the easy way, which is automatic via entry, or you can manually copy and paste the DNS record. So you'll have a variety of different records to paste in. It's very easy. I'm going to show you how to do it. So notice Klaviyo automatically recognized my root domain as dynamx.max. By the way, go there right now. If you guys want any assistance in setting this up, you can book, no strings attached, free account audit or a strategy call with myself or my wife Jacqueline. So let's continue on. Here as a default, guys, I just like to use send. So you can even use email. So it's kind of giving you the option, example, send or email. I prefer send. Now we can connect this with entry, or we can set it up manually. I'm going to set it up manually in case you guys don't have the option to automatically hook it up. I'll show you how to do it manually. Now, if your domain is hosted on GoDaddy, Cloudflare, Shopify, Ionis, you're good to go here. Mine's is Squarespace. So I'm going to select other, select next, and this is a static connection, guys. So a static connection is 3 CNAMEs, 1 text record. You'll also need to add another record, which will be your DMARC policy. If you want to do this the dynamic way, it'll be 4 NS records, 1 text record, and 1 final DMARC record. So you can simply grab these, you just copy them, and you paste them in to, for example, GoDaddy or Squarespace in your custom record section. Once you've done with that, you're going to click verify. You'll see this, that our records are being verified. We can view them. Now, normally it takes anywhere from 30 to 60 seconds to do this. Once it's completed, you're going to see this be color blue. You'll then be prompted to activate it by typing in I understand. Then you're going to be fully good to go, guys. So again, I'm going to have inside this Gamma doc a DMARC policy for you. When you set this up, guys, in the very beginning, make sure your DMARC policy is relaxed. So do not have a quarantine or a reject policy enabled. You're going to do that later, maybe 9 to 12 months into the life cycle of your brand. If you do it in the beginning, it can overtly affect deliverability, as it is a slightly stricter form. When you put a RUA tag in there and you have, for example, the email address set to reject, it's quite a strict policy. It's for extremely established brands. Basically don't want anyone to mimic their sending domain. You guys do not need to do that in the beginning. The standard policy will be enough for you. So okay, guys, we've gone ahead now and done a platform integration. We use Shopify again. WooCom, Magento, BigCommerce, it's all relatively the same. So we've already done the historical re-import, so we're syncing customer data. We enabled our on-site tracking, JavaScript. We're going to talk about consent collection. So we're going to do that. We're going to circle back into lists and segments. We're going to also start to build out some sign-up forms. We'll be using Popups. We'll do a mobile and a desktop version. We're then going to hop into the all-important automated flows. I'll show you a welcome series. I'll show you a quick abandoned cart flow. Then we're going to chat a little bit more about campaigns. You're going to use the campaigns and the welcome series in tandem. Why? Because we're going to use that mechanism to actually warm up the branded sending domain. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. We're going to also cover basic analytics, so metrics that you guys would like to see while you're in the domain and warming phase. I'll talk a little bit about what it should look like post-warming, and we'll finally finish everything off. We'll cap it all together with some best practices and tips. So again, getting your emails delivered here, guys, is absolutely crucial. Consent is everything. I'm going to show you how to add a basic disclaimer inside your sign-up form so you're protected. You're protected and you're automatically acquiring the consent and the right to send out marketing campaigns. Okay, guys, so the marketing aspect of this is different from transactional. For example, if someone signs up or checks out, you do have the right to send them transactional based emails, order updates, potentially any issues with the shipment, maybe an issue with the payment information, you have the legal right to go ahead and do that. However, for sending them and entering them inside the welcome series, a post-purchase sequence, a VIP flow, hitting them with your weekly campaigns, newsletters, things of that nature, during sign up, they must explicitly consent to receive marketing communications from you guys. This is very different than transactional. I'm going to show you how you can keep yourselves covered and avoid any legal ramifications or anything like that. And then we'll just finish it off with some conclusions and next steps. Okay guys, now let's hop into it. We're going to go ahead and build out our very first lists and segments. And then we're going to quickly segue into the sign up forms followed by the automated flows. Again guys, this is linked down below. So go ahead, if you want to spend more time looking through it, go ahead and download this free doc. So okay guys, we're now back inside Klaviyo. So you're going to scroll over to lists and segments. We're going to select create new. I'm going to give you the most basic but also highly effective engaged based segments, and we're going to make a couple of them. So we're going to call this one 30-day engaged, for example. This is super basic guys, but we do use these in house. They're highly effective. So we're going to start by asking a question, what someone has or has not done before. We're going to search for opened email at least once in the last 30. We're going to add a condition and we're going to do or. So again, not and, but or. And we're going to do clicked email. Okay, so you can just select that drop down. You can scroll down here, you can see the entire list. Or if you want to quickly filter them, you can just start typing in and you can see we've got our clicked email. Lastly, and very importantly guys, we're going to do an and statement. So and this time. And we're going to ask if someone can or cannot receive email marketing. And we're also going to add an additional filter because person subscribed. We're going to simply select create segment, and that's going to go ahead and start building this. But while that's happening guys, here's a ninja hack for you. You can quickly clone this segment. We're going to change it to 60, for example. We'll delete the clone and we will fix my typo of engaged. And we're just going to make some soft edits to the time, and this is going to be our engaged 60-day segment. You can see how easy that is guys. Clone it and we'll reclone, and this time we're going to do a 90-day segment, and you can continue this right up to day 120, day 180. You can also, once you're a little bit more established, you can even add in more different cohorts, let's say. So for example, we could also do an or. Let's do placed order, and what this is going to do guys, it's going to bring in more people into the segment, into the engaged based segment. So you could do that, we could do 90, we could do another here, let's say maybe start a checkout, for example. Again, you can scroll down and you can find that in the Shopify metrics, checkout started, and this would effectively be widened this. So we could kind of change the name slightly, 90-day engaged plus placed order or started checkout, for example. So this is a little bit of a wider segment. Now if we hop back in here, while we've been cloning them, the other ones have also been building them. So you can see these are the ones that we just made. You can also have a variety of different types of segments. We have a lot here: VIP, unengaged, SMS, newsletter lists, so on and so forth. So now guys, let's jump into our sign up forms. So we're going to start by selecting create form. Notice now Klaviyo also has these spinning wheel pop-ups. Now we're just going to make a super basic one for the purposes of this. But remember, when we were hooking up our Shopify integration, I mentioned the newsletter list. So we're also going to push anyone that signs up via the sign up form into that newsletter list. So let's go ahead and create form. You have a couple of options. You can add a teaser. A teaser is going to be super sticky, and this is going to be on your website. So you can change the shape. You can have a circle, a corner, or the standard rectangle. Now for the purposes of this, I'm going to delete this. Now you guys might want to consider keeping this, as it does add approximately 1 to 3% of a better conversion rate. So we do recommend our Dynamx clients that they have this. It's all personal preference. Some people prefer the standard sign up form with the email opt-in. So again guys, I want you to pay attention to this very important step. If I select continue, notice that the list to submit when this call to action is clicked is also our newsletter list. So super important, guys. So this is a standard Klaviyo generated form. You can come over here, you can replace the image, you can totally change around all of this text, you can even add more form fields. So a good example of an additional form field here would be first name, so that you can also personalize, for example, the welcome series to them. So you can go ahead and add that here by adding some blocks. You've got a variety. You can even add dynamic coupons, guys, as well. There's all kinds of things that you can do. You can have an SMS opt-in step. If you're just starting out, maybe you don't want to do it, you can just delete that step. Now you have your success step. So very important, guys, while you're in domain warming, you want them to go back into their inbox to go ahead and take that discount code if you're going to offer it. Once your domain warming phase is finished, I would highly recommend that you give the coupon code away immediately at the success step, because this is more conducive to a natural customer journey, which is actually has a higher degree of likelihood of increasing conversions versus forcing them to come back into their inbox, as they could become distracted. They might not even come back to the website, guys. But I do encourage you to make them do it in the very beginning, as it's going to add the open rate, the click rate, and hopefully even the placed order rate, which is really good for inbox placement. So again, guys, after the domain warming, come in here, grab a block. You could go ahead, basically throw that down there. We could then delete the go to inbox step, and we can actually configure unique, static, or even dynamic coupons all via Shopify. Klaviyo is very powerful and it integrates sublimely well with Shopify. There's an abundance of different things you can do here, guys. So I encourage you to play around with this a little bit, and I encourage you to make two variants of the sign up form. One that's heavily optimized for a mobile device. Why? Because approximately 75 to 80% of all signups are done via a mobile device. You do want to have another version that is heavily optimized for desktop. As a rule of thumb, guys, just minimize the scroll, make those captures and form fields all as soon as that displays on the device. You don't want them to scroll down to their first name or their email or select, say, submit form. You want it all to happen just right where it naturally sits. They convert way better when we optimize them like that via A/B testing, guys. It's crazy the difference when you have a double variant of this sign up form. Guys, we've connected Shopify to Klaviyo, hooked up our branded sending domain. We've just created our first sign up form. Now we're going to power in to the automated flows area. So again, we're now in flows. Let's create one from scratch so you can see how it looks. We'll do a welcome series. So guys, notice now we're inside the welcome series flow builder. So here the trigger is also the newsletter list. This is the same list that Shopify is integrated to and pushing profiles. It's also the same list that our sign up form, when it's capturing submissions, is sending them to this list inside Klaviyo. This list will also power the welcome series. So let's go ahead and use this template. I'm going to show you guys how you can delete some of the conditional splits and how you should build this out. First and foremost, let's take a look at the trigger. So again, this is added to list newsletter. So we can take a look at that metric real quick so you can see where it is. So you can see here that this is also linked to our sign up forms. Now, if we just pop back in here real quick, we're going to start, guys, by deleting this conditional split fully. We'll do both paths, and I'm going to build this out with you from scratch immediately. So let's delete this time delay, and we're going to rename this welcome series email 1. Okay, and we're going to save it. When someone signs up, you want the first email to go out immediately. No time delay, no lag. As soon as they press submit, you want that email to hit their inbox so they can go ahead and grab that discount code. Next up, we're going to grab this time delay, drag it over and drop it. We're going to grab an email, do the same again. We're also going to add a second time delay, and we're going to add in a third email here, guys. We're going to just simply drag and drop. When we're building these at Dynamx, we do like to have email 1, email 2A, 2B, email 3A, email 3B. Why? Because if someone goes ahead and transacts and uses the discount code that we're going to be serving them throughout emails 1 to 3, we want to have an alternate version of that email minus the discount code. We can simply do it by adding some logic. So let's add a conditional split. We will add this below the first time delay here. Notice now it's going ahead and give us this little branch. So we're going to do a little bit of a repeat job here by grabbing another email, popping it below, We're going to grab another time delay here. We're going to add in another conditional split right here with a third and final email below the yes path. So let's start building this out together. Good rule of thumb, guys, send them email 1, send them email 2 around 2 days later. Let's do a vanilla 6:30 p.m. recipient's local time as our time delay. Conditional split, we can go ahead and put in some logic here. So again, we're going to ask a question here. What has someone done or not done before? So this time we're going to use placed order. Now you can go a little bit more granular and you can specify the exact discount code that you've given away with another filter here. So we're going to do 0 times and we're going to select since starting this flow. We'll save it. The question is, okay, since receiving email 1, has the customer placed order 0 times since starting this flow? If the answer is yes, then they will get email 2A. So email 2A will still contain that discount code. Okay, guys, we're going to also put in a time delay. Let's do 2 days. Again, we'll do 6:30 p.m. recipient's local time. This is not the absolute best time to send this email, but it's a pretty good all-rounder. It's niche dependent and brand specific. We have found some brands where 11 p.m. recipient's local time outperforms 9 a.m. recipient's local time. Why? Because sometimes people like to doom scroll and they'll impulse purchase low ticket items later at night. Once you guys reach 12,000 active profiles, you unlock a native Klaviyo feature. It's called Smart Send Time Test. Once you've hit that, you can actually A/B test the literal exact best time to send. Obviously, I'm going to assume you're not there yet if you're just building this from scratch. So we can do 6:30 p.m., 7:30 p.m. recipient's local time, and generally that's going to perform very, very well. But do also test out an earlier time during the day, maybe try out 9 a.m., midday, 2 p.m., and generally see how the open rates are. So again, guys, same sort of logic with this conditional split here. We're going to ask a question. What have they done or not done before? We're going to do placed order again since starting this flow. So 0 times since starting this flow. Save it. Again, guys, let's name this one. We will name this 3A, for example. We'll save it. This is 2, this is 3. So let's name these our B variants here. So save that. Okay, cool. 2B or not to be. All right. So basically, guys, this is going to be a pretty banging welcome series right off of the rip. Again, just do the same sort of logic. Always match you want, even when you're doing your campaign sending, guys. Try and always do it at the same time across the board. So whatever time your automated flows are going to be going out, try and send your campaigns at the exact same time. You want to keep your brand top of mind and start to condition your customers to become used to receiving communications from you throughout different times of the day. You've gone ahead and built out the architecture for the welcome series. Now let's talk templates. If you guys want a high ticket service like mine, we can build you out drop dead gorgeous full Figma designs and export them over into Klaviyo, so you're going to get really juicy high converting emails. If you're just starting out, however, you can come in here and use the Klaviyo template builder. I'm going to give you a quick peek at it. This is all Klaviyo AI generated content. If you guys take the time when you're setting up your account, you add your logo, add your typography, add in your brand colors, it will propagate and populate this a little bit better. But this is the template builder, guys, and you can come in here and again, you can edit pretty much anything. You can select your fonts. You can add in all kinds of different images. Similar to the sign up form, you can also do a drag and drop. For example, we can drag over, we can add a new image, we could select the image, we could add, let's just do this for example, and you can see that you've got one here. Generally speaking, guys, you want to have your welcome series really super on brand, and you want to be giving away that code inside that hero image. We have found via A/B testing, using the subject line and the preview text that follows a strong hero image with a really nice header, subheader, and a solid call to action will generally convert way better than something that's gonna give out that code too far down the fold, guys. Remember, the goal here is to welcome them into the brand, share a little bit about your story, thank them, and give them the code and go ahead and enable that conversion. Maybe when you're out of the domain warming phase, you might want to circle in, add some more sections. We can talk a little bit more about that in a different video. I'm going to have some videos that are exclusively just showing how we design welcome series, what is going to be the emails inside email 1, 2, 3, 4, and even 5 in some cases, guys. There's a battle tested process that is set to really not only convert, but what we want to do, guys, as well, is we want to get ahead of things and start to already remove some of the potential buyer's remorse so that you guys aren't going to be getting returned or cancelled orders. It's super important. No one ever talks about that on YouTube, guys. Why? Because it's just not sexy. But we're going to show you how we actually have battle tested strategies that do this in the welcome flow and the all important post-purchase flow. And of course, last but certainly not least, our first touch point after the placed order will always be the customer thank you flow. And it's a great time to remove all of that there buyer's remorse, guys. We've gone ahead and set up our first flow, the welcome series. We're going to build another real quick now, and we're going to do the prevent lost sales tab. Of course, we're going to do our abandoned cart reminder. So this is going to be triggered off of the checkout started event. There is a secondary event in Shopify. It's called added to cart, which is a little bit different. I'll have a YouTube video that explains that versus this. Again, I want to have something that's dedicated just for that. This is the architecture that's going to come with the flow. So let's go ahead and get rid of this conditional split. We'll build it from scratch. I'll be super fast and we'll go through it together. Let's drag an email in here. We're going to go ahead and add another. Below that, we'll add in another time delay. So abandoned cart flows, guys, we want a minimum of 3 emails, an absolute minimum here, guys. Okay, very important. At Dynamx, after a while, we do like to add a 4th, and if metrics dictate, we will even add a 5th when it merits such a flow. We're going to keep our name and logic, and I'm going to show you also some different filters here, guys. I like to personally fire this after 2 hours. 4 hours is a little bit too long. We have found via A/B testing that the conversion is much higher when you wait 2 hours. Then you're going to wait 24 hours for the next one, and the third and final email you will wait 1 day. So that's pretty solid logic right off the rip. So guys, I want to show you, you need to be super careful that you're not skipping recently emailed profiles, guys. Inside of all of your automated flows, trust me, I want you to turn this off. Disable this checkbox. You can also enable UTM tracking. You can even add custom UTM tracking parameters in here. We're going to save that, and you're going to do that inside every email individually. You're going to turn the skip recently emailed profiles off, and you're going to enable your UTM tracking here. So again, guys, we don't want the automated flows to skip anybody for any reason. These are all designed very purposefully, have a really smooth customer journey and hit them at the exact right time. So if we're interfering with that by skipping recently emailed profiles, you're going to hamper conversions. The right time to enable this is when you're sending campaigns. I'm going to show you how to do it in just a second. So what we've done now, guys, is we've built 2 flows like really quick. So let's take a quick peek together at how these templates actually look. So Klaviyo again is going to default with some dynamic content here with a lot of variables. So I'm going to preview this now, and you would see what this would look like. So in your guys' account, it's going to look a little bit different, as my Shopify store is just primarily for testing. We don't actually have any viewed product data for customers because we don't have any. It's just merely an experimentational store. But here it would bring in the dynamic image, the exact image that your customer added into their cart. It'll bring in the quantity and also the total amount. So you can come in here and customize this, but what I need you to pay attention to, guys, is this link address. So if you're going to be adding in any further call to actions and pretty much any images or anything like this, what we like to do, guys, is make sure that every clickable element in the abandoned cart, the added to cart, the browse abandonment emails all have these dynamic variables in them. So no matter where they click, they immediately go back to their cart or back to the product that they viewed. It converts like crazy, guys. Trust me, your emails are going to be banging. If you just remember this, you can simply literally just copy and paste this. Notice I can go ahead and put it in there. Always put in your alt text, guys. So we can do, say, even van logo, or we could do free shipping logo. For example, we'll go back, that automatically saves it. Notice now we've got our free shipping logo with our link address being the dynamic event. Very important, guys. Okay, guys, look what we've done so far. We've built some segments. We've also done our sign up forms. We have built the welcome series, the abandoned cart flow. Now let's hop quickly into the campaigns. So okay, guys, we're back inside Klaviyo. Now we're going to build our first campaign by selecting create campaign. Let's name it domain warming, and we can call it email 1, so we all have a reference. We're going to go ahead and select continue. Now remember, I said don't use smart sending inside the flows, but do use it inside the campaigns. So as a default, what Klaviyo is saying, if we have this toggled on, anyone that's received an email from us within the last 16 hours, as a default, they will not receive this campaign email. You can go into the account settings and you can go ahead and say 24 hours, 48 hours, whatever you like. Now, I would recommend you just leave it to the 16 hours as a default, as it converts way better. You could select one of your engage-based segments that I've gone ahead and made with you. You can also here, guys, include tracking parameters, custom tracking parameters for all of your ads. You can add UTM parameters, maybe if your guys are running some meta, whatever the case may be. Then we're going to select next. We're inside the templates area. If you guys have made a couple of Klaviyo templates, you're going to have the library options here. You could go in, say, and select this one, use template. Let's see, it's going to loop you back into the builder where you can go in here and we can do all of our edits and everything else. Let's just assume that we're happy with this email. We're going to select next. Now, guys, you're going to add in a subject line in here, some placeholders, for example, so we can proceed. Notice Klaviyo has the sender name, Dynamx in this case, and the default sender email. So this is all going to be hooked up when you're doing your organization settings in the very beginning. So, okay, guys, we're getting closer now to scheduling out the campaign. We do have a newer feature where we can boost engagement by actually adding a follow-up email here. When you're in the beginning, in the middle of the domain warming phase, do not use this feature. This is after you've already established high inbox placement. You can go ahead and squeeze more juice out of the lime by enabling this from time to time. What it's going to do, for example, you can see how awesome Klaviyo is. It's already auto-generated a new subject line, so it will send this email again. It will send the exact same email to people, say, in the engaged 30-day segment that just so happened to not open the first one. It'll go ahead and resend it, and we have found that this is adding literal tens of thousands of dollars per month onto our client accounts. It's very powerful. Use it seldomly. Don't be too greedy with it, as naturally you would expect that if people didn't open the email the first time around, they're not really likely to do it the second time around. However, expect 25 to 35% open rates with this feature. Slightly lower click rates, obviously slightly lower placed orders, but if you're sending emails and you're making an extra, say, 1 to 5 grand with just this follow-up, if you're doing that 4 to 8 times per month, guys, this can stack. It can be literally 6 figures over the course of a year extra in revenue. It's crazy. So go ahead and do that after you've done your domain warming. So we're going to leave that turned off and we're going to select schedule or send. Now you can go ahead here, do the type of send. It'll be fixed time. You can send it right now. Once you unlock the smart send time feature, that will also be in this drop down, guys. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a different YouTube video where I can show it and demo it in real time and give you guys some insights into how to digest the data that gets propagated when you're actually in the first sort of testing phase. You'll then go into a focused phase and then you'll go into an optimal phase. We'll talk more about that in a follow-up. So just again, guys, all self-explanatory: date, time zone, schedule campaign, and you're good to go. So for example, let's do tomorrow. Let's do, again, remember we always want to match our automated flow time, so we're going to do 6:30. We would schedule this campaign. I'm doing this just to show you guys what it actually looks like. That's gone ahead and scheduled that. Let's return, and you can see now that we have our domain warming email one scheduled to go out tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. You could also put in recipient's local time in here. I'm going to go ahead and delete that by canceling, so we're not actually going to do that. Now let's hop back into our Gamma doc and see where we are. So let's have a recap. We have set up the Klaviyo account, integrated Shopify, built our segments, built our first sign-up forms, hooked up our sending domain, made a couple of flows. We've now done our first domain warming email. So next up, guys, is the basic analytics. So I'm going to leave this on the screen here for you. Just try and keep your open rates above 50%, your click-through rates around 1.5 to 2% ideally, unsubscribe rate always less than 1%. You want like 0.0 something here, guys. Conversion rate 5% or better. This is aligned with best practices. When you're in a push season such as Black Friday, Cyber Monday, you might be ramming the emails out there. It's okay for the open rates to dip down to 35 to 45% temporarily. We have some clients on our roster that are seeing constantly 50 to 75% open rates. We've got one that's actually 80% plus. The audience is crazy engaged. So these are just your standard best practice benchmarks, guys. They are variable, niche to niche, brand to brand, to be super honest with you. Last but certainly not least, key best practices and tips, guys. Please trust me, getting your emails delivered is absolutely crucial. When I audit accounts, often see this as a big misstep, that it just simply wasn't done right in the beginning. And what starts to happen is slowly over time, the deliverability gets eroded and you start to drift into the dreaded spam and junk box. Avoid it like a plague by just following along my strategy here, getting all of your NS records and your DMARC policy hooked up in the beginning, doing a nice, thorough, long drawn out domain warming process. So you want to be only sending these campaigns, guys, to the most recent signups, the most engaged members of your audience. Why? Because we know that they're highly likely to open, click, and ideally transact, which is really critical in the domain warming phase. Consent is everything, guys. In your sign up form, you need to add in a disclaimer that goes something along these lines. By signing up, you agree to receive marketing communications from us. It can be that simple. That's you covered consensually, and you can go ahead and send them anytime marketing communications until they ultimately unsubscribe, or the email maybe bounces, or you manually suppress them. But you need that consent. You need to have that clear when they're opting in, guys. Very, very important. So you're GDPR compliant, can't spam, and all of that good stuff as well, guys. Do not open yourselves up for a frivolous lawsuit here. There is nefarious and eagle-eyed consumers that literally take advantage of brands that overlook this simple disclaimer step, and they will sue your asses, excuse my French. So don't give them any means or mechanism to do that. Add in that little bit of text below the sign up form. Think mobile first. Minimal scroll, guys. Remember, 75 to 80% all form captures are done via a mobile device. Your emails are also primarily opened on there, around 70%. So do design your emails and do design your sign up forms with this in mind. No scroll. Have really clear form fields, input fields, your emails, your marketing angles, strong header, subheader, solid call to action inside that hero image. They'll convert way better, trust me. Right now, more than ever, people have the attention span of a goldfish. You've got about 2 to 3 seconds once that email is open to get that click. I'm telling you, trust me, only your most loyal brand enthusiasts will bother to read the emails. Most people will not. So don't have a scroll fest inside there. Just get to the meat on the bone super quick. For people that maybe like to read and enjoy that, which unfortunately are the minority, then have a variety of different sections and all of that good stuff. Trust me, you'll make more money just simply by doing that. Go beyond just using their name. So what I mean, guys, think zero party data. We don't want to be like, hey, Stephen, blah, 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 blah. We want to be personalize these emails a little bit more. So if you guys say are in, let's for example say supplements, during the sign up form, you could also have more form fields and an extra step that maybe are asking them some questions about their interests. So some people may be interested in anti-aging, wellness, protein, whatever the case may be. You can actually ask for that data there, and you can also have quizzes, all kinds of different things there, so that you can hyper personalize these emails to exactly what products, exactly what interests they are. So go beyond the standard first name and the happy birthday, and you're going to build a really tight-knit community of loyal brand enthusiasts if you go ahead and do that. So be consistent. So again, timings, guys, send at the same time every week. Get used to that. Have consistency. That's the key. Don't forget Klaviyo's own resources. They have the Klaviyo Academy. Me and my team, we also use it. We have a more advanced version of it because we're Klaviyo partners. We get a bit of a heads up and we get extra early insights into new feature sets that are rolling out. However, the Klaviyo Academy is free. It's an absolute goldmine. It's literally the email marketing university for the entire world, guys. Go there and make good use of it. If you guys have internal team members, I highly encourage you to also send in there at least once a month. Send them there for 2 to 3 hours. See what's new, what's hot. Learn more about advanced segmentation, predictive analytics, all of the more granular feature sets once you are a little bit more established, guys. It's an endless gold mine of resource. Honestly, I cannot recommend this enough. Klaviyo should be charging for this, quite frankly. It's like one of the best sources of email marketing information I've ever seen, and I do not get paid to say that, guys, but trust me, it's really, really, really good. So yeah, guys, I think that kind of wraps everything up. So conclusions and next steps. You guys, after watching this, are going to be Klaviyo ninjas. Just go through this, take your time, set up a content calendar. When you're in the domain warming phase, you're going to want to send at least 10 emails, guys. So send 10 over the course of a 6 to 7 week period, and don't go off enabling all of your automated flows all at once. Set the welcome series live, plan your first campaign send 3 to 5 days later, and then you want to start expanding. So welcome series email 2 will go online around day 10, email 3 maybe day 15, the post purchase email 1, abandoned cart email 1, browse abandonment email 1. So slowly turn all of these live while you're starting to see those metrics that I showed you. So let metrics dictate what you're going to do next. Open rates 50+%, add another flow, add some more emails, yada yada yada. You get the point, right? So just go slowly through that phase and try and make sure that you're always above 50%, guys. If you do it, trust me, your emails are going to hit the promo and the primary tabs. You're going to make a boatload of money, and when you're ready for the bigger service, for an agency like mine, when we come in there, we'll be able to hit the ground running and not have to do any domain repairs or hook up new branded sending domains and all of that stuff, guys. Avoid that like a plague by just following the stock. So that's going to wrap everything up. Again, this Gamma doc is linked down in the description. It's yours to keep. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. If you guys like this, please subscribe to the channel, give me a like. It really helps while the channel is growing. And even if you guys want me to go a little bit deeper, go ahead and add a comment on what you guys would like to see next. I do read them and I do reply to each and every single one of them. So if you guys want to see something, if you want to see me build an entire Figma welcome series from scratch, you want to see some of our juicy post-purchase sequences, things of that nature, go ahead and let me know, guys. Alright guys, foundations are done. Now we segment, because sending the same message to everyone is how brands kill revenue and they torch deliverability. So next up, I will show you the exact segmentation logic that we're using over here at Dynamx that drives real performance. Let's go. Email segmentation that actually grows revenue. Let's hop right into it. Now guys, segmentation isn't optional. It's Klaviyo's most powerful feature set, and it's the secret sauce to building a super strong revenue infrastructure. Most of you guys are kind of playing checkers when the top 1%, they're actually playing strategic chess. You're basically just kind of blasting the 30 to 60 and the 90-day segments. You're sending it to each and every single person that's maybe opened an email, say once in the last 90 days, but that's not really the way to do it that's conducive to actually driving real revenue. So let's go ahead guys and jump into it. This isn't fairy, it's not copy and paste fluff. This is the real deal that 6, 7, and 8-figure brands are doing. Generate serious revenue, guys. What you're going to learn inside this doc is very simple. You're going to learn how to build advanced behavior-driven segments that update in real time, turn flows and campaigns into data-led money printers. You're going to use it to drive better results all the way across the board. Email, SMS, your forms, your paid ads, and analytics. You're going to identify and suppress dead leads before they hurt your deliverability. And not only that, guys, right now, as you all know, you're currently paying for active profiles. Some of your billing is super bloated. Why? Because there's just way too many people that are dead weight, churned out, and extremely unengaged that should be run through a sunset flow and suppressed, so you guys actually cut down a little bit on your Klaviyo billing. I'm going to give you a ninja level hack. I'm going to give you a secret flow as well that we actually use to do this on autopilot. So stay tuned to the end and I'll tell you guys how you can get that. You're also going to learn different customer personas and how to create tiers. Klaviyo is super powerful and it has a lot of predictive analytics features that let you truly map these out. Go into this, we're going to build out our engage segments first, and then it's going to become a little bit more advanced as we move through the Gamma doc. So let's go ahead and unlock predictable compounding revenue together, guys. So before we dive in, sign up forms, are they enabled? Number 1, core events tracked. So this is viewed product, added to cart, checkout started, placed order. At least ideally 180 days of order history, a minimum of 500 total purchasers, and ideally some recent purchase activity. Optionally, you can also integrate your meta suite such as Facebook and Instagram accounts, even your Google Ads account, if you want to do more custom high-level audience syncs. If you're not quite there yet, you can go ahead, bookmark this guide, just circle back to it when the time's right. You can at least follow along and start to build out all of these segments so it's there ready to rock and roll the moment your business is. So again, guys, this is our typical engage-based segment. Typically we'd use these for sending campaigns. They maintain your inbox placement and usually lead to high click-through rates. So these are for people that are subscribed and consented to receive email marketing from you, have opened or clicked in the past 30, 60, 90, and even 120 days. Ideally no bounce or spam complaints. And you can also add some predictive filters for total lifetime value, for average order value, things of that nature. So let's go ahead and start with a 30-day engaged, and we will expand to 60 and 90 once the performance at the 30 level has held true. So again, guys, what we're basically asking in a segment, And remember, these update in real time. They're dynamic, right? Your list will only be updated if you add more people to it. A list is static. Don't use them. Use segments. Only use them for exports and imports. That's the list, okay? Trust me on this, guys. Don't ever make the mistake doing email marketing to a list. There is no dynamic real-time data, and people do not move in and out of it. And it's one surefire way that I've seen to the end of time of brands wrecking their deliverability, and it's almost always by using lists and blasting. Don't do it, trust me. Again, what we're asking here is a question: has someone been active on site at least once in the last 30 days, or have they opened an email at least once in the last 30 days? Or have they clicked email at least once in the last 30 days? Now guys, this is a statement, but you have the power to select an and. So for example, notice at the bottom, we do have the and tab selected. Why? Because we're saying, hey, has anyone been active on site? Have they opened an email, or have they clicked an email? And can they receive email marketing? Very, very, very important that you're asking that question at the end, because it totally changes who actually gets propagated inside of the segment. I always encourage you to ask this question at the end, because you know legally you can go ahead and send that email. You can add them in that flow without risking any frivolous lawsuits, because you know you can say with absolute certainty that you're sending a message to someone that has consented to receiving marketing communications for you via a sign-up form or by whatever means you acquired that consent. Very important, guys. So again, if you want to build a 60, a 90, you just simply change the days. So this would no longer be has someone been active on site at least once in the last 30. It would be has someone been active on site at least once in the last 60, in the last 90, in the last 120. And you would do it for every single cohort, and that's going to go ahead and widen this. So this is a 30-day segment. For example, if we changed all of these to 90, there would probably be 35,000 plus people in here. For example, another one, high intent shoppers. So what is this? This is for warm traffic, right? This is for you to push them over the line. They need a nudge, need a little bit of a nudge. A few similar cohorts. Now we're saying viewed product at least once in the last 30, or have they added to cart at least once in the last 30, or checkout started at least once in the last 30, and placed order 0 times in the last 30 days. So there's the first and statement. Here's the second one. And can person receive email marketing? Filter. Why? Because person is subscribed. There is also other layers you can put in, and you can say here, for example, and accepts marketing equals true. So that's another way to go ahead and do that. So again, you can go ahead and use those for even your browse abandonment, cart recoveries, need help campaigns, and things of that nature. Very powerful stuff. VIP buyers. So this time we're going to define this here differently. Now we're asking about purchases. We're also going to go ahead and ask about lifetime value. Okay, opened their click recently. Are they eligible for email marketing? Remember, guys, that's our and statement. It's very, very important. So this could be used to trigger a VIP flow. It could also be used to give maybe a slightly different marketing message with a different angle, with even a different discount amount to your VIP customers. Treat your VIP customers like they should be treated. These are your bread and butter. They're going to be your diehard fans. They're going to buy from you guys time and time again. So treat them that little bit extra special, and you will be the one that reaps the rewards long term. These guys, and this is ninja level hack, if you guys want to do affiliate marketing rewards programs, these are the perfect candidates. These are going to essentially become brand ambassadors, guys, if you play your cards right. And if you do that right, it's crazy, guys. You can make so much money. We're asking questions. Hey, has someone placed order? Have they done it at least 5 times over all time? Or this is predictive analytics. Remember, I talked about that a little bit at the start. We're now asking Klaviyo to predict the customer's total lifetime value. So we're saying, is that at least $500? And have they opened an email at least once in the last 30? Or have they clicked the email at least once in the last 30? And can they receive email marketing? So again, guys, this is very lucrative stuff. Make sure you build this one. I highly encourage you to build this one. And hey, look, if you're just kind of newer and starting out, maybe you might not have so many profiles that come in here, but over time, as your business grows, they most certainly will. If you're selling a low ticket product, then obviously lower this amount from 500 to maybe 250, maybe even 150. A VIP for X brand might be totally different for Y brand and Z brand. It is variable, so do experiment a little bit with this based on how it's going to fit in the way that has the least amount of friction for your e-com store. So now, churned or win-back profiles, guys. These are more for reactivation sequences, so they're kind of warmish, maybe becoming a little bit cold, but we gotta pay them attention, guys, because they're on the slippery slope to suppression city, right? We don't really want people to go there. There's only 3 things in life that are undefeated: death, taxes, and churn profiles. So you gotta have a mechanism that's preventative. What is it? A win-back flow. What is it? A more high intent campaign that's sent to that specific group of people. So again, guys, I encourage you to pause your screen, go ahead and build this out. You can create a flow at least 3 emails long. Again, this is going to be between the 90 to day 180 mark. After this, if all else fails, you will be suppressing them, guys, if they pass through a win-back flow that's configured correctly and they still don't transact, or let's say at least re-engage in terms of opening and clicking and the like, then it's time to really think through suppressing them. So that's a nice segue into step 5, which is suppression and dead wait lists. So this is for cleaning, guys. You guys know you're paying through the wazoo at the moment for your Klaviyo bills. You do need a mechanism here to go ahead and reduce that bloat and cut the fat outside of your active profile count. So again, guys, highly encourage you to pause, copy me, copy the cohort, deploy a dedicated sunset flow, at least 3 emails long. You can also add a custom profile property step at the end of the flow that if anyone makes it down without placing an order, opening or clicking, that they will be updated. Their custom profile property will be updated as churned equals true. The churned equals true segment can then be used to go ahead and deploy an automatic suppression flow. So it removes that manual step, guys. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that flow in just a second here. Here are some advanced segments I'm not going to spend too long on here, but these are for category interests, for things like viewed, added to cart, purchased from X collection. So these are useful for targeted drops, bundles, restocks, things of that nature. You can also add custom dynamic blocks by category product interest for your campaigns. You can build out some high average order value and predictive buyers. So you can also use predictive analytics to try to target the high intent spenders, create flows for bundles, upsells, early access, drops, things like that. You can also map out tiered offer ladders. You can have location based logic in there for by country, region, time zone. You can also use it for legal compliance, holiday promos, local delivery, etc., free shipping, things like that. You can also have even continent, global, like US versus UK, promotional logic, and even inside of a single campaign. Cross-sell segments, engage-based tiers, churn risk segments, holiday shoppers. You can also actually deploy persona-based segmentation. So this is Klaviyo's tiering framework. These are very advanced for high rollers, loyalists, newbies, at-risks, dormants. You can map them out on recency, last purchase or engagement, for example, frequency, how often they're banned, engaging, value, total spend, CLTV, LTV, AOV. So you can use these kind of segments to power VIP flows, anti-churn prevention, product bundles, smart reactivation campaigns. Here for you as well, guys, this is a little cadence cheat sheet that I made for you. The segment name, how often you should use it, and a little bit of a note. Let's do the cookie cutter, engage 30 to 60 day, 2 to 3 campaigns per week. This is going to be your primary campaign list. Now, high intent shoppers, this is different. Hit them once, twice per month with timely nudges, guys. VIP buyers, once a month, guys, max. Bundles, exclusives, early access, VIP, rewards, things of that nature. Win back potentials. Again, guys, we want to be having a nice layer of anti-churn prevention. So do this at least once, ideally twice per month with reactivation sequences, well-timed campaigns. Category based. So product drops, new arrivals, things like that. Suppression segments, do not send those anyone in a suppression segment. Don't ever hit them with a campaign. You just have these reviewed and you suppress them monthly. They've already made their way through the sunset flow. Persona tiers can be a little bit variable, depends on what the goal is, what the lifetime value is, what the churn rate is, what the nature is in terms of what is the marketing message, how relevant is it. So do this sparingly and do it very deliberately. Churn risks at least once a month, guys. Re-engagement, or even try and hit them again with some Facebook targeting. Go a little bit omni-channel with it. Go broad spectrum, guys. Don't just rely solely on email. You could even hit them with an SMS if you so desire. Holiday shoppers, obviously seasonal, but you gotta warm them up, guys, right? The holiday shoppers, people that are coming once every 6 months, once every year, the annual shoppers, offers, buying gifts, warm them up a little bit ahead of BFCM, tease them, do an early bird countdown, exclusive access, all of that good stuff, guys. Get them primed and ready to transact. Let them know something extra special is coming and they're going to receive it first. So guys, we're kind of wrapping it up. So the final take, segmentation, guys, you can see it's not that complicated. It's not just for nerds. It's not just for data heads. It's how you build a Klaviyo account that actually makes money. Now, you start, keep it simple. Start with the engaged versus unengaged segments first. Then eventually layer in a little bit of timing, layer a little bit of purchase intent, also layer in product geography, behavior-based segments, predictive analytics. But once the original batch is actually singing and dancing and humming, then you go a little bit wider, a little bit more advanced. So guys, what does smart segmentation equal? Fewer emails that need to be sent and even more clicks and more revenue, guys. So now you've got targeting. Next is deliverability, because none of this matters if your emails are landing in the spam box, right, guys? So this is how we protect inbox placement while scaling up the volume. So let's get right into it. Okay guys, Klaviyo Deliverability Mastery. So this is the system behind a 99.8% year-round delivery rate. It's a Dynamx playbook that we use for bootstrap startups, 5, 6, 7, 8, and even 9-figure brands. So we can deploy this in the beginning, right, and get your inbox infrastructure fully laid out, all correctly configured, and more importantly, warmed up for high inbox placement. If you already have an established brand and you've noticed that your engagement and your metrics are dipping and you suspect, or you already know that you're in the dreaded junk and spam box, this document and this video is going to get you out of there. Not only that, I'm going to teach you how to get out and stay out, so you're going to maintain it. Okay, so you just got to trust me. It's going to be a bit of a long video, guys. There's a lot to unpack here, but I'm going to do it in the most simplistic form that I possibly can. I'm also going to jump into Klaviyo. We're going to build out the 2 ways that you can do this. You can warm it up or rewarm it based on a segmented sending cadence, or if you're in your brand's infancy and you only have a static list, right, so there is no way to actually create a dynamic segment because there simply is not the data yet. We can also do it effectively via a list, but you have to be very careful with it. More often than not, when I audit accounts who are really struggling, they've just kind of set up some flows, have sent a couple of campaigns, the metrics are really bad, like sub 10%. It's usually because they blasted it out to the whole list, or they sent too much too fast and didn't wait until the metrics were stable before taking the next best decision. We're going to learn together how you can skip all of that, skip the overwhelm. This is going to be no jargon, no recycled tips, no bro science. This is literally just the easiest way we have found to do this, and trust me, just walk with me, you're going to love it. So the hidden killer of email revenue, the truth is here, if your open rates are below 40%, you've kind of got a bit of a deliverability problem. Every unseen email is money lost, and most brands, you guys don't even know that it's actually happening, that it's been happening. Now at Dynamx, so far at the time of recording, which is the 6th of October, we've generated north of $40 million for all of our e-commerce clients. That revenue figure is quickly going to be above 50, and then I'm quite certain north of 60, potentially 70 by the time November this year has been and gone. Okay, so what's the big difference with people struggling around the 35% mark and some brands getting 75% and above? Well, I'm here to tell you it is literally always one thing. Now, how you get this one thing, there's a whole plethora of different sub factors we need to get in place and get secure, but it's always a singular element, which is trust. So it's inbox trust specifically. The core issue here is, again, lower than 40% is indicative that you're in trouble. Every unseen email is literally you're bleeding, you're hemorrhaging money here. A key driver is the inbox trust. Now, some of our results. Here's a recent 90-day snapshot of a brand that did almost 1.1 million, where you can see that almost 570,000 came from our email marketing efforts for them, 188,000 from automated flows, and 380k plus from the campaigns. Another one from the UK, almost hitting 40% attribution, a beautiful 45,000 British pounds coming from flows, and around 21k coming from campaigns. Now, what is important here, if you notice the open rates, the click rates, the placed order rates, and then the revenue figures. So you can see from the 30th of September, if we go all the way down to the 4th of September, we have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 sends over a 26-day period, guys. That's a high sending cadence. Look at the metrics. and you can see that we're not fluffing this. This is a relatively big audience size, right? We are even increasing it. So you can see that we're almost hitting a 90% open rate here, guys, right? Like, no BS. This is like legit stuff here. Almost 90%. You can see that when we go a little bit wider and eventually start to touch our engaged 60 list, it dips to a whopping 75% still. Most e-com founders would cut their right arm off to get these kind of metrics. They're insanely high, guys. They're extremely high. Don't take my word for it. Simply Google it. Ask ChatGPT, what is the average open rate? It's around 45%, spoiler alert. So I'm going to teach you how you can get here. Literally, I'm going to give you the fundamentals and a roadmap so you can eventually build this out and get those inbox trust signals going. This all isn't done in a day. It can take upwards of a year to get this kind of ascending cadence, guys, okay, in terms of these sheer metrics. This is the delivery rate. Here you can see we're sending a campaign to almost 76,000 people while maintaining a 99.8% delivery rate. If we hit a bounce rate, even like this is 0.2, that 183 immediately suppressed out of there so that they do not affect adversely the next campaign, right? So it's very important. We're going to touch on that later. Here is a healthy deliverability score in one of our Klaviyo accounts. You can see that it's trending around 92 at the moment when I took it. Now I will go to the expanded view. So this is a historical over a 365 snapshot, just so you see that this isn't a flash in the pan. This is sticky most of the year, except for around Black Friday, Cyber Monday, when it's normal to dip a little bit. Dip to a fair point here, which is still really high at around 75, considering we sent over 24 emails that month. These are very enviable metrics, and you can see that throughout the year we're consistently north of 80 and more often than not into the 90s. Again, guys, extremely high stuff here. So how did we do it? Well, we avoided the silent killer that's undermining your paid ad spend. So let's cut through some noise and handle some common misconceptions around deliverability. It is not a nice to have. Can you imagine paying a premium to acquire a customer only for 30% of them never even to see your first email? Can you imagine that, right? Your paid traffic ROI isn't just dipping, it's hemorrhaging cash into a bottomless black hole. Deliverability is not all about vanity metrics. It's the invisible foundation. It's the bedrock of your revenue stream. It's about visibility, or unfortunately a lack thereof. You cannot sell to customers who don't know you exist. So you need to stop guessing, and we're going to do that together by exposing the data and the brutal cost of neglect and exponential reward of simply mastering the fundamentals, guys, the basics, the day one, week ones. We're going to do it. Stick with me. I promise you, you're going to be like a deliverability ninja by the end of this talk. I promise you will be. I'm going to do a lot of myth busting. I'm going to simplify it. It's going to be jargon free. We're going to be doing demos as well. Again, if you're just starting up, we're going to warm your inbox up and get it serving you high inbox placement. If you're in a bit of trouble, you can also reuse this methodology to re-authenticate, re-warm up your domain so you go out of the junk box and back into the primary and promotional tabs. So the multiplier effect. Now, walk with me here, guys. If I come into your account right now and I do a measly 10% deliverability boost, that translates into an average of 25% in attributed revenue. That's your lift from just a 10% boost. It's crazy, right? There's so much of an exponential curve in terms of financial reward from simply having really high deliverability. It's really important. Now, the automation crisis, 43% of all email sales are generated typically by automated flows. If your flows aren't delivering, you're losing morning, noon and night, 247, 365 predictable passive income, guys. It's big revenue here. The invisible tax, which is shocking. 1 in 5 e-commerce emails across the board. This is my standard. This is just simply a wide known industry benchmark that you can Google or ChatGPT. 1 in 5 e-commerce emails never even reach the inbox. This is revenue you earned, but you lost it silently to the dreaded spam folder without you even realizing it's actually happening. This is not marketing friction. That is silent, catastrophic revenue loss for yourselves and your businesses. Big freaking money that's just literally hitting that spam folder, but it won't know more by the end of this video. So let's get right into it. Now, the unseen gatekeeper of your revenue. Deliverability is not just a metric. It's your domain's invisible credit score, and it's audited daily by relentless inbox providers. Every message you send is a critical test. The result determines your financial fate. Now, a perfect score, direct entry into the primary inbox or the promotional tab. This leads to predictable recurring revenue. A failed audit into the dreaded, buried inside that bloody spam folder. We don't want to be there because that equals total financial blackout. It's catastrophic loss of revenue for the business. This fate is decided by a ruthless algorithm analyzing thousands of hidden trust signals. Some we don't even publicly fully understand. They do not share with us the true relentless intent behind all of these trust signals that they keep internally, guys, locked inside their algorithms. But your entire email economy rests upon 3 non-negotiable pillars of inbox authority, and the first and the most important of all is your reputation. This is your brand's digital passport. It's the foundation of trust, governed by authentication, domain health, and sending volume history. It all stacks. Then there's number 2, engagement, which is the attention economy. These are your clicks, your replies, your open rates, the critical proof that recipients actually value and respect your presence inside of their inbox. Of course, third but not final, consistency, cadence and quality control, reliable sending patterns and compelling content. This is going to keep that trust intact. So you need all 3 of these pillars. These are your bedrock, right? You really need them, and I'm going to show you how you can secure them and lock them up. If you neglect this score and your revenue stream doesn't just slow, it collapses into total invisibility. If you master this score, you're going to unlock printable, reliable, repeatable, predictable money directly from these inboxes for life, guys. Okay, so signal versus system. There are 2 forces that are shaping your brand's destiny as far as the email inbox is concerned. Your ability to reach this inbox is governed by ruthless duality. Both must and need to be mastered, or your emails and your revenue will simply vanish. The signal, engagement, is your lifeline. This is the immediate real-time proof that your brand matters. It is the audience's applause or their immediate and deafening silence. Every open, click, scroll and reply is a vote of confidence. It tells Gmail, Outlook, Apple, Yahoo and the like that this is valuable content that's worth showing. But the consequence of a weak signal, if the audience stops responding, the algorithms assume you've become noise. Your message doesn't just get ignored, it actually gets instantly downgraded, guys, and you're on the slippery slope to the spam folder. Now, the system reputation is your foundation. System is the structural integrity of your sending operation. It is your digital passport. It has like walls of fortress all around it, and you gotta reinforce them and protect them to stop them getting knocked down, or everything else is going to crumble around it, even right down to the 3 pillars. Okay, this relies on perfect, flawless branded domain setup, day 1, week 1, ironclad DNS health, DMARC policies, SPF, DKIM, that kind of a thing. You're going to then be seen as a responsible sender, and you're going to also learn from me how to send with consistent, best-in-class behavior. It tells inbox providers, hey, this sender, this domain is authenticated, legitimate, and very importantly, trustworthy. The consequences of not having this, you're going to acquire a flawed system. Within that, the foundation is going to crumble if you're missing all of these key DNS configuration settings, guys. Really important to lock them up in the very beginning. Why most brands get this wrong? They panic a little bit more often than not, right? They really in a rush to get things going. They're spending money on ads. Shopify storefront just got done. We need to get the Klaviyo account going. We need to get it all launched quickly, right? So there's a bit of a mishap in terms of like the one critical step, which is the initial strategy in terms of how you're warming this up. So they panic and they overlook things a little bit, which is what I often find when I audit accounts. Sometimes they also change domains a little bit too quickly. Maybe they had good deliverability for a while. They went a little wide with the segments. They started to do list-based sending. All of a sudden the metrics slip a little bit and they're like, uh-oh, change up the domain. Maybe they're adding in that new domain and then skipping the warm-up phase all over again, because naturally when you do that, there's a 3 to 4 week lead time and the revenue can dip, guys. So they're in a rush again, kind of in panic mode, and they more often than not kind of like basically mess up the warm-up phase. This is always go back into either 1 or 2 things in my opinion. It's something to do with the warm-up phase, or the DNS is totally incorrectly configured, right? And then there can be a variety of nuanced things like batching, blasting, guessing, and maybe staying stuck in list-based sending for too long. That's usually the combo which gets them into the dreaded spam folder. Next is blaming Klaviyo, ban random cheap warm-up tools, securing cheap freelancer services that don't pan out very well. But honestly, we're always circling back right in full circle to poor sending behavior, guys. Sending to cold, unengaged lists. Over-designed, image-based, sliced emails, right? No suppression flows as well in, no sunset flows, no winbacks, no automatic suppression, no suppressing for automatic bouncing, for fake emails, malicious emails, bots, spammers, things like that. There's a lot of this nefarious stuff going on that you need to have systems in place that are actually going to grab this automatically, of course, and get rid of it, right? You're going to get it on the left and you're going to get rid of it on the right really, really, really fast, guys. And we can teach you how to do that at Dynamx. Static lists instead of live segments. Past any of my other videos, you'll know that I'm not really a big fan of sending to lists. More often than not, I've seen people get into really big trouble doing this. Why? Because as you know now, a list is static, which means people only enter it if you import them and they only go out if you manually export them, right? So manual imports, manual exports, there's nothing automatic about it. A dynamic segment though is different. Depending on how you define that cohort top to bottom, people will come in, people will go out based upon the definition. So it's dynamic, which is good because it's predictable for the most part, okay? You kind of know what's going to happen before you even press send, okay? With a dynamic segment. A list, there's like a big giant question mark always around them. And I even mean if you go to an in-person event, you give a QR code of whatever it is you're promoting, you come back into the business and hand a list of 500 people to your email marketing agency. A lot of people intentionally give fake emails. By accident, they misspell them. Some leave malicious ones, right? Some, their inbox is totally full and that thing's going to bounce. So although it's much less risky, yes, than say ban a list from Tom over here, right, that sold the same thing to like 1,000 people, nevertheless you are bringing risk into the business, right? So we do have a sending cheat sheet and we do quite often actually warm up domains based on this. Why? Because sometimes when we're setting an account up for scratch on behalf of a client, maybe 3 months prior they started running some initial ads for whatever the case may be for the first product drop, just to acquire and start to build their email list. Then they have a little list, they'll come to us and we'll start to build the account. So under those circumstances, we'll take that list, we'll run a 3 million verifier or something similar, import it back in. Then we go into a very particular sending cadence that I'm going to teach you how to do. So I have 2 ways for you to warm it up from scratch or re-warm it up. One is segmented based sending, which is all of these things right here in Klaviyo, right? Notice if I expand them all, they're all dynamic, right? People will go in and will go out depending on how many of these cohorts I add. Now, what I've also prepared for you here, you can notice domain warming 8, 7, 6, 5, so on and so forth. I'm going to teach you how to do it with a list in the most safe and effective way that I have found to do it. So it's going to be a case of like, think like try before you buy, right? We're going to start with one, we're going to let it rip, and we're going to take big risk reduction by really narrowing the amount of people that's going to get that first ever email. So if there's anything adverse that comes back, we're not going to have a whole blast of stuff going out there. We're going to do it one by one. With segments, we still do it on a case by case basis, but we're more bullish about mapping them all out from the beginning while just monitoring them. You're going to see how we do that in a second. I promise you, you're going to really like this. I haven't found this on YouTube yet concerning Klaviyo, so I'm literally going to teach you how we have done this on multiple brands very successfully. Trust me, it's no secret. Some of our clients, if you reach out to any of them, you're going to find out quickly what our deliverability and our inbox placement looks like. And more importantly, we can literally get testimonials and back this up by how good we are at it. We've been doing it for quite a while now. I'm not saying this is the best way ever. I honestly don't know if it is or it is not, but I just know that it works and it works sublimely well. We're really paranoid and anxious while we're doing this at all times. Why? Because we know that it is the foundational bedrock. So we take this really freaking seriously at Dynamx. We have a boatload of battle tested SOPs. There's multiple brains get involved. I'm involved, Jackie's involved, the senior account manager will be involved. There's like literally 3 brains at all times inside of this warm-up phase, plus the clients have full visibility in it because we take it super seriously. So we're going to hop back in here in just a little while and I'm going to teach you how you can do it. What we're going to learn first is a segmented way. Then together, me and you, we're going to clone all of these and I'm going to show you how to include and exclude static lists so you can do this in a really super strategic way that is almost all but guaranteed to give you guys a really banging, trust me, high inbox placement domain when you're done with it. I promise you that. So just stick with me, guys. Alright guys, quick pit stop. Now if your open rates are dropping, your flows are underperforming, your Klaviyo dashboard looks like it's bleeding, it's hemorrhaging, you gotta stop guessing. This is where most founders get kind of stuck. They think it's the subject line of the time and it's not true. It's all in the trust. once your sender reputation drops, it doesn't matter what you send, Gmail's already decided it's spam. The good news, you can fix it fast, and we do it every week for brands just like yours. We'll audit your account, find exactly what's breaking your inbox trust, and build a plan to fix it before BFCM this year, guys. We can do it really quick. There is still time. You can book a call with me below. No fluff, no pitch, just a data-backed deliverability audit that'll show you actually what's going on. If you want your emails printing money again, don't wait until Black Friday, guys, or the week before it, just to find out then they're landing in spam. Go check right now and book a free call with me, and we'll help get it handled together, okay? The way I kind of like to explain this a little bit, right? If you think about it, if we go into the dealer right now and we say buy a Lamborghini, buy a Ferrari, buy a Nissan GTR, buy a Bugatti, whatever, some really expensive, high performing sports car, that dealer is going to tell you, you are not allowed to floor it, right? You're not allowed to go full speed, fully accelerate that car until it's at least done, say, 1,000 miles or 1,000 kilometers. You're then going to bring it back in for a service. We're going to assess it. If everything's all good, you can maybe go 80%, right? We're going to do the same process again. Then eventually at around 2,000, 2,500 miles, you're good to take that thing to the track. If you so desire, you can go full speed now, right? It's all warmed up and it's good to go, right? So this is the harsh truth, guys. Most brands sabotage their entire email future before they send the first campaign. Why? Because they treat a new domain like some kind of disposable burner phone. They buy it, upload 20k contacts, and boom, hit send, blast it out to the whole list. It's literally like flooring a brand new engine before the oil is even warm. You don't just risk a breakdown, you guarantee catastrophic failure by doing that in a sports car, or you're at least going to avoid your warranty, right off of the rip when they put the OBD software in there and like realize that you have been abusing that thing, right? You're going to avoid your warranty and they're going to charge you for the bill to what? Repair it. So this is the same sort of principle with regards to your domain. If you mess this up and you go even one step further than that junk box, you are going to go into a blacklist, and to get out of there, literally incinerated your entire reputation, guys, and it's weeks, months to get you out of there, maybe, right? Because it's at the whims and the it's up to the powers that be. There's around 6 or 7 world-renowned sort of blacklist companies, if you like, that kind of monitor this and control it, and it's totally up to them whether or not you go on there and if they ever let you out there. Not your email marketing agency. It's totally out of our control, guys. It's kind of difficult to make that happen. It's like going to court, right? Or something like that, right? You have to make like and prepare like a really strong case and kind of like commit that you're never going to do the naughty thing ever again, whatever that was. So you don't want to go there, and you will not go there if you simply just continue watching this video. So at Dynamx, we operate differently. We execute an 8-stage controlled, very tightly controlled ramp up phase. It's slow, methodical, deliberate, and undeniably freaking boring. It's the most boring thing about email marketing on planet Earth. It's so boring that I don't even like to overly explain this too much to my clients. I give them the TLDR version of it. I give them a case study of a brand we audit where it all went really bad, and here's how we usually do it very well, and I display the type of metrics I just shared with you at the start of the video, and everyone kind of grasps it and they just trust us to run with it, okay guys? Now this is why our deliverability historically holds north of 98% literally year round, guys. If we're doing like a crazy sending volume or not, guys, our clients don't just send one email per week. Most of them send a minimum of 3, some send 4, some send 5, some send 6. We have one that sends 2 emails per day, guys, IMBS, and they literally treat Klaviyo like it's free advertising, which it kind of is. For most ecom brands, that's utter insanity, by the way, to send literally 14 times a week. But some of the big brands, you would be very shocked at the way they play their cards. So you can imagine that we've kind of seen it all, guys. I think I've looked inside maybe 120 to 130, somewhere in there in terms of the Klaviyo accounts I've literally seen inside. We have worked with about 73, 74 brands at this point, literally our hands all over the account. Probably done about 50 different domain setups or reconfigs over that time as well. So we've kind of seen it and heard it all, guys. A recent one, not to get too sidetracked, I'm not going to shout out the AI company as I don't want to kind of throw rocks out there, but there are a lot of these third-party software companies that are now in the market, and what they do is they place a pixel on your website and they promise you that they will get all of these site visitors for you that otherwise you wouldn't know about, and they will scrape their email address and they opt in, consent in to receive a marketing from your brand. I haven't worked with them all, but I've worked with quite a few, and each and every single time I've seen nothing but a total disaster. The traffic is absolute garbage, like 95% plus of it is total garbage. It's really bad. It's a total gray area, and it's only the USA say that this gray area even exists. You, in theory, cannot market to anyone without their explicit consent to receive marketing communications. If you're grabbing it or you're letting some third-party app do it for you, you're exposing your asses to a big lawsuit, excuse my French. Not only that, you're tanking your deliverability, guys. We literally had to offboard this app that our newer client had in there. Once I displayed to them what was happening, it was brutal, guys. And as soon as we offboarded them, within 3 weeks of jumping in repair process, they literally went from a sub 7% open rate, one of the worst I've ever seen, to north of 40% already, which for them is like literally a night and day difference. We will get them into the 50s and into the 60s if they stay with us long enough and trust us, which they do now. They're going to go out of there. Not to get too sidetracked, I'm going to digress a bit, but these third-party apps, I'm not saying no to them all, but until you're established, until your brand is sitting around 40% attribution in terms of your revenue and you have crazy high deliverability, I would not even dream of experimenting with one of these apps. I personally don't recommend them at all, but if you ever kind of itchy feet and you want to try the new cool software app for all of that stuff, proceed with caution, guys. I've never seen it work out well, and within our network we're very well connected, and generally speaking it's like a running joke at the moment, to be honest. All of these companies, we have no affiliation to any of them, and that's for good cause. Do not trust them. They're going to absolutely tank your deliverability. If I ever find one that's working really well, I'll make a dedicated YouTube video about it, similar to how we did for Poppy.ai for the copywriting. No problem at all shouting everyone and anyone out. So far 2025, I ain't seeing it yet, so avoid. So start warming with extremely small volumes between 100 to 250, and then slowly move up to 500. These are going to be directed at your most recent buyers. So that's your phase one, which is initial ignition. Phase two is going to be building authority, right? So you're going to gradually increase audience size and maybe move up to 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, and so on. You're going to expand the audience to include engaged contacts within the 7 to 15 day period, okay? You're going to focus on educational content and live brand stories. Don't try and be overly salesy. Avoid all of the big in your face promos, right? Because you're going to do a few things there. You're going to turn them out, you're going to bore them, and you're going to condition them anyway to expecting a promo, which is really bad. You're just basically devaluing your brand all the way into the dreaded junk box. Phase 3, we would generally, if you have the profiles, we would expand this to maybe say 70 to 80% of the upper limits, but we do it on a phase to praise. We might go from 5k to 7,500, 7,500 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, 20 to 25, 30 to maybe 35, and then 45, and so on and so forth. Depends on your audience size. Then once you've sent around 10,000 emails and your open rates have held true, truly above 40%, ideally above 50%, you're pretty much ready to go full tilt in terms of an engaged based segmented sending strategy. Your engine is now fully warmed up. You're not going to break it. You're allowed to go full throttle. You can floor that sucker right and go have a bit of fun, but you still must be sending in an engaged based mode using the dynamic segments, okay? But you can go full tilt and widen those segments, right? So this is our warm-up schedule for your reference, okay? You can play with this a little bit. It's just what we do that we know works really well across the board. It's the safest, most effective way I've found to do this, and do it fairly quickly, right? All things considered, okay? So 8 sends. This is your audience. 3 to engage, 5, 7, 15, 30, 30, 30, 30. So you're going to eventually start to hit that 30 over and over again, but you don't want to risk going into it too fast, okay? So just narrow it, and then slowly expand it. So you're going to include and exclude while you're doing that, okay guys? And I'm going to teach you how to do a Klaviyo side in a minute. So yeah, this is our best practices for simulating human behavior, okay? Consistency is key. Plain text emails are your friends. You can simulate the engagement as well. You can reply to your own test sends. When Gmail sees some replies, it actually helps rocket your sender score. So you can do that in the very beginning, right? Get some of your friends, some people that work in your company, get your emails in the mix. Don't just send exclusively to them, but get them into the mix, right? Open them, click them, all of that good stuff helps give the first deliverability a little punch in the arm a little bit, right? And you're going to inject a bit of go inside the arms there. So value before velocity, no promos or discounts, at least until week 4. Earn the right to sell by building value and trust first. The smart throttle, you can use smart send mode in Klaviyo to spread volume gradually across the hours and avoid sudden spikes. This is going to be when you're around 12,000 profiles, though you unlock that feature set, okay? You can though go into another mode called gradual send mode, where it can release the email 20% on the hour, so you can spread it over, like say a 5-hour period. Let's say you have 1,000 recipients, it'll go like 200 until the full 1,000 are sent out. So that's another thing you can do if you want to like hedge your bets a little bit, okay? Certainly do it in the beginning. It's totally worth it on maybe the first 1 to 2 emails. Now, the big picture, trust is the only metric. Your goal isn't volume, it's trust. Very simply, just trust. By the end of the 8 stages, you've built a clean, predictable, reputational baseline, and from there, scaling is safe, effective, and very fast. Every email you send afterwards strengthens the domain instead of risking incineration. An advanced tactic, if you guys want to, it's totally up to you. If you're advanced enough and you're trying to like one-man army this or one-woman army it, you can go and get with maybe warmy.io, for example. I have no affiliation to them, but it's something that you can use to help warm up the mailbox. So not your domain, but I'm talking about the mailbox, right? Say your brand is getbrands.com. You will have info at getbrands.com as the mailbox, right? That's the sender from that you're going to enable inside Klaviyo. I'll show you a little bit more about that in a second. You can hook up that mailbox to a warming tool. That mailbox also has a reputation, just like your domain and your branded sending domain does. It all kind of goes hand in hand, okay? So it's very, very important that that's also considered in the warm-up phase. Do not need to put it in a third-party tool. You absolutely do not need to do this, but it will help give you a bit of peace of mind. So what these tools do is it'll hook it up and it'll send out very slowly. It'll ramp it up and it'll send day 1, week 1, 1 email, 2 emails, day 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over a 31-day period. You'll eventually get to sending 30 emails per day, and it automatically replies back and forth, and it makes it look like a human interaction. It'll maybe reply back and forth on around 30 to 40% of the emails, so it'll simulate it like it's real human behavior. So most of the time people do this for cold email, but if you want to, you can do it for this as well, but it's totally up to you. We would do it for more for brands that are in a hurry, right? So if we come in on a 8-figure account that's got really poor deliverability and they're like, hey, like we're bleeding money, like we're like losing like a ton of money here, that, you know what I mean, we're going into the spam folder, we will really quickly hook up a new domain and warm it up really fast. We have an advanced way of doing it. Again, it's on a case by case basis, but when we do that, we do absolutely use third-party tools, right guys? Because some of these brands, they're maybe making literally 50 to 100 grand per email they send, never mind their automated flows. So it's very important that they're quickly back to full sending capability. So we do still use our 8-stage schedule, but we just kind of turbo speed it. It's high level. I'm not going to spend too long on it, but there is a lot of third-party apps that help out with it, okay guys? So there is other ways and means. So if you are a brand maybe watching this and needs that kind of a service, come to Dynamx.max, book a free no strings attached call with me, and I can hop in your account and look and let you know if we're going to be a good fit for you guys, okay? Let's now check out the next slide. Then we're going to move into Klaviyo, okay? We're going to look first in Klaviyo at the segmented sending method. Then we're going to stay in there and we're going to go a bit deeper on the static list method. I need to spend a bit more time with you here and really show you very clearly what to do and what to avoid doing. There's a few do's and don'ts that can make or break how successful this is for you. Trust me, stick with me. We're going to get this handled for you. We're going into Klaviyo right now. You're going to see first that segmented way, and we're going to go immediately into the static list. So let's go. I've already mapped out for you here 8 campaigns, right? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now, what I want you to notice, these are all domain warming, DW, campaign 1, send 1, campaign 1, send 2, campaign 1, send 3, campaign 1, send 4. So why am I doing that? Well, what you can do here is you can use the same email. So you can use one email design, but you can send it multiple times. We usually send it 3, in this case 4 times. So how do we do it? It's really easy, honestly. The first time we ever send, we're gonna, if it's a segmented sending cadence, which this is, we will use the engaged last 3, for example, right? So that's domain warming, campaign 1, send 1. Then we will use the same email and we'll call it domain warming, campaign 1, send 2. So what we do this time, though, and this is really important, is we will send to the engaged 5, but we will exclude the engaged last 3, for example. Okay, now when we again go into domain warming, campaign 1, send 3, we will send to the last 15, excluding the last 3 and the last 5. So why are we doing that? It's so that nobody ever receives the same email twice. So it's giving you guys the ability to actually launch 4 campaigns within, say, a 72-hour period using just a singular email, right? So it's a beautiful little hack, and it's something we do internally. Give the deliverability and get it off to a really strong start. Again, you can then go for your engaged last 30 cents. So that would be domain warming, campaign 1, send 4, including, send 2, engaged last 30, don't send 2, excluding, Dynamx engaged last 15, last 3, last 5. Remember, they were the ones that got the first 3 cents, so you can simply exclude them, get that email going out. So it gives you the ability to do a safe, effective, rapid domain warming, at least to get it kicked off. Then then you will go in and create a brand new email. We'll call that domain warming campaign 2. We will then be in a strong position to send that to the engaged 30, so it gives you a wider spread. And you want to just stay in the engaged 30, guys. Don't go beyond that when you're in a domain warming phase. It's really important you don't try and go to day 45s, day 60s. Like, you're just going to have really crappy metrics, right? Because naturally beyond day 30, people are of course starting to become unengaged. When you're at full throttle, right, and the engine's warmed up, obviously you will start to send to the 60, the 90, the 120, and sometimes even the day 180. That's fine to do maybe after say 60 days, 90 days worth of engaged based sending. When you're really established, of course you're going to try and start to win people back. It's totally fine. We do it all of the time. This is just the day 1, week 1, right? So it's really important that you guys do that, okay? Extremely important. So how you actually do that is simply just by creating those segments. It's really easy. I've done it here for you, right? And these are the segments that I included and excluded in the campaign builder. But now what I want to show you is how to do it using the static method, okay? So just for a quick recap, we're now here. We're going to use the static list method, okay? It's generally the same sort of principle in terms of including and excluding. It's just how you actually do that is a little bit different, right? You have a couple of options, but you can literally just make up to 8 different lists. So for example, you can come into the list and you can sample size that list. It's not that hard to do it, really. You can come in, or you can make engaged based segments from also the list. But what you want to do is create a variety of little samples from that list, okay? So how you do it is very simply, if this list had people in it, it intentionally doesn't, so I can show you how to do that without giving away any data. Notice here, if I click the drop down manage list, I can come in and sample the list members. So we could call this, for example, let's pretend this was my newsletter and it had 1,000 people in it for the sake of argument. This would become DW sending 1, for example, or first send, whatever you so desire. You can then select the number of people that you want to sample. So all you got to do is make up to say 8 of them, for example, at least 6, ideally 8. So you might do sample size 1, you would probably do 25 people. If this was sample size 2, you might go to 50. You might go to 100 for 3. You might go to 250 for 4. You might go to 500 for 5, 750 for 6, then maybe 850 for number 7, and then finally full sending capability. But what's really important, you must include and exclude the previous sample sizes, right? And you have to be really careful. You have to schedule them and wait for the metrics to come in when you're sending to the static list, right? It's really important first that you make sure that this is working effectively, because if it is not, which can happen with static lists, you must stop, reassess, and deploy a new safer strategy, okay? Which is why we do not like doing this via lists. We're good at it, but it requires much more brain power and careful monitoring, okay? So that's the way you approach it, okay? So your static list, why not just simply export it, spend the $15-20 with Million Verifier, run it through, remove any potential bounces, re-import it, import it with the consent to receive marketing set as true, and then you're finally in a position where you can start to sample that list, and you know that you've cleaned it, the quality is likely to be high. Then all you got to do is very slowly and very deliberately start to send out those campaigns, guys. Leave at least 24 hours so there's enough times for the metrics, so that opens the clicks and hopefully some placed orders to come through from the previous day. That's really important that we're doing that, okay, to the static lists. So again, you can do those surgical snapshots or sample sizes, totally up to you, and you can stay in this for at least 6, ideally 8 successful rounds. So what I mean by success is you want the metrics north of 45% in terms of opens, the clicks ideally above 1.5%. If there's placed orders, happy days. If there isn't, okay, they might come between say campaigns 10 to 16, right? That's generally where we start to see the sales come into the mix, okay? So remember, this document, everything you're seeing on screen is linked down below. All you got to do is click the link, simply enter your email, and it's immediately sent to you totally for free. If you want to spend a bit more time and go through this more granularly, I go super deep on it all, okay? And wherever you do, guys, please at all costs never ever buy rando list, right, from some dude on Fiverr or something like that. He sold that thing like 10,000 times to everybody else. It's pure garbage. It was all script from Apollo. It's total junk. You're going straight into the spam folder. Just don't do it, okay? Do it the right way. There is our best performing client, honestly, that I've ever seen. Now, we have come in on some really high performing 8 and 9 figure brands where maybe we don't know the exact origins of how everything started. We have a pretty good idea, but our first true best 0 to hero case studies. So I'm talking about starting with a brand that literally had less than 200 email profiles from the moment we onboarded them, which was actually last October. From where they are now to this October, it's insane. And they did it the good old-fashioned way. They simply invested in their website. They optimized it diligently for CRO. They got with a really good Google Ads partner who was also pretty competent with Meta. Okay, they started on a low scale to get their SEO dialed in. They got with a couple of good influencers. They came to us to set up all of their Klaviyo backing. So they invested in a little bit of everything all at once, but they put in a good investment in the back end, in the Klaviyo, in the retention system, and they put even more in to the website CRO and a boatload more into those ads. So they waited though until we had all of the flows set up, the sign up form set up to actually capture that traffic. And all they've done, guys, is literally keep putting the tokens back into the machine, back into the machine, back into the machine. It's insane how much they've grown in such a short space of time, guys. They didn't do any shortcuts. They didn't do any hacks. They didn't buy the list. They didn't add in all these BS third-party apps that scrape profiles from site visitors. They just did it in a way that works. They targeted their traffic well, really well. They constantly learned, adapted, and optimized. Now they're sitting with a list of around just 30,000 profiles that is literally adding almost 50% of their total business revenue. And it's big, it's multiple six figures now. Their total business revenue is absolutely off the charts. I'm not a Google Ads expert. I only know a little bit about SEO. I know a little bit about CRO. We don't offer it as a service. I would never give you strong hard advice. But what I can say is the best and most effective way I've seen this is to simply invest in your email marketing infrastructure. Get with the right people, not the cheapest dude on Upwork or Fiverr that's going to make you a Figma design for $50, right? And call that a welcome series. You need much more than that. You need this deliverability, right? Day one, week one, the thing warmed up correctly, and then ongoing support while you're scaling. Rome wasn't built in a day, as a man says, but more often than not, you can do a 30, a 60, a 90, a 120, and a day 180 snapshot of what this is all likely to look like if you're also investing and adapting your CRO and your front end traffic spend to coincide with this beautiful email marketing system that a team like mine can build for you. If you do it all in tandem and you do it correctly, I can all but guarantee you, assuming there's an actual use case for your product and ideally there's a repeat purchase, you're going to make a boatload of money. If you skip any one of them, and especially this deliverability, you'll end up with how it is with a lot of brands that we honestly reject in terms of onboarding, right? That we don't just work with anyone, guys. There is some brands that sometimes honestly are a little bit too far gone, don't quite conceptualize the bigger picture, right, in terms of the front end ad spend and the CRO and the system and why it's important to invest in it. Good quality, honest people who have your best interests at heart, which is why honestly we only work with a select few. So key takeaway, warm this domain up effectively, get with the right partners, get with partners that can connect you to other partners in their network that have case studies, testimonials that have maybe worked. For example, we have a Google Ads partner at the moment that we have worked with now on 3 brands. It all started with one brand. We had never met them before, but we noticed, and we always heard on our calls, our one-on-ones with the e-com founder and the e-commerce manager, how happy they were with the ads team. So naturally, we finally had a bit of an introduction. They were hearing good things about what the email marketing team, Dynamx, was doing. And we realized, hey, I've got some clients that actually kind of need your help. And they were like, actually, yeah, we've got some clients that really valued customer service, performance, things like that. So when you get with real competent people, you don't just get their brain power for the service you hired them, you actually get intros for the likes of CRO, for the likes of good Shopify devs, for the likes of ads, SEO, and a whole plethora of different things, right? So I sometimes, when I get asked for this, I say I can't really put a value or a number on this thing, but there's something to be said when the brain power of a really tight-knit good team is involved in multiple other successful e-commerce brands, and they've got the metrics and the case studies and the data to back it up. You guys get this kind of crazy hack where you circumvent a lot of the sort of learning, a lot of the head scratching, and just get with the right people. Day one, week one, guys, you've got access to it. It's there with a lever on tap, on demand, anytime you want it. So yeah, we're really bullish on that, surrounding yourselves with the right people, which is why our team is so tight-knit and full of really top-tier designers, great account managers as well, guys, copywriters, the whole 9 yards, and a boatload of really heavily invested infrastructure to make all of this sing. So I know that this is quite a lot. It's a lot to digest, guys. So I'm not going to spend too much longer going through every little singular detail. Key takeaway, the 6-week deliverability blitz. You can go from blacklist to the gold standard. So this side of the video is more for people that maybe are already in the dreaded spam folder, or maybe you're about to go in there, or maybe you just suspect that you are. So this roadmap is to reclaim inbox authority in as little as 42 days. Every step is mandatory, it's compulsory, and it's a necessity, but it's measurable, and I've designed it literally for maximum impact in the fastest way I've found to do it. So phase 1, we call it stabilization and intervention. This is weeks 1 to 2. This is the day 1, week 1 sort of things that we got to get right. Phase 2 happens in weeks 3 to 4, generally speaking. So this is rebuilding the trust bridge, right? So we systematically begin to expand the reach. We start to really graduate you guys towards that 30-day engaged segment, right? And we're going to do that, and we're going to be monitoring things very, very closely. Now, while we're getting closer to day 42, which is around week 5 to 6, we're going to confidently reintroduce your valuable 60 and 90-day segments, which is going to maximize actual potential revenue that's currently on top of the table that we need to get back in. Iron rule to get you here is to keep the spam complaint rate south, so minus of a 0.1% the entire time, right? While we're going to be doing literal domain reputation daily inside of Postmaster. A non-negotiable is to keep that open rate north of 50%, guys. Non-negotiable, okay? So we will also be using the likes of a third-party app to help get your inbox. So you're like, say your support at brand.com, info at brand.com, whatever it may be, we're going to literally get that inside of a warm-up tool. So we quickly get it. We'll obviously go in, we'll make sure you've got a relaxed DMARC policy in there. We'll probably do a temporary static connection for your domain so we can guarantee propagation of DKIM and SPF records. We'll also make sure you've got 3 CNAMEs and a tax record and that DMARC policy, and we will be doing diligent checks to make sure that it's constantly propagated. We will not do a dynamic connection for this because recently we have noticed that sometimes the DNS records can struggle to propagate in the subdomain, okay? We've noticed this a lot over the last sort of 6 months. For some reason it can be really hit or miss. We have found that using a static connection just totally removes that from being even a potential thing. So for anyone, by the way, and I'll show you what it looks like my side. So this is my little Klaviyo account here. If you're wondering what I keep referring to in terms of the inbox, right, the little mailbox. So for example, so this is my default sender email address, which is Stephen@dynamx.max, right? If you sign up right now and you opt in to get a newsletter from me, it comes literally from Stephen@dynamx.max. This has a reputation, right, guys? It literally has a reputation, just like my branded sending domain does. So this is the branded sending domain, which is going to load in a second, which is send.dynamx.max. It has a reputation just like this, and also the default sender name also has a reputation. So there's 3 things that have a risk factor in here, right? So for example, if this is trash and this is trash, and we try and hook up here a new domain and say it's, I don't know, send.dynamx.com, for example, we still have problems, right? If that's blacklisted or it's going into the junk, we have problems here, and we can't ignore that. So more often than not, we actually have to set up a totally new sender from, right? So it might not be Stephen@dynamx.max, it might be info@dynamx.com. The default sender name, probably I can't use Stephen Dynamx anymore. It might be Stephen O'Prey at Dynamx, you know, Dynamx newsletter, whatever, something along those lines, right? So just do be a little bit careful and don't overlook that. If your domain is in a bad state of affairs, I got bad news for you. So is your mailbox, and so is your actual brand sender from name, okay? So it all goes hand in hand, guys, and you cannot have one without the other. So it's just a good to know, okay? More often than not, this is what we literally come in and do for established brands that have tanked their domain. We literally change 3 things, especially if there's a blacklist involved, and it's not good. You will not go in there. You should not go in there if you simply just follow my guide, okay? Common mistakes killing your deliverability, guys. So mistake number 1, this is the biggest one I always find, sending to cold lists. Remember, lists are static, they are not dynamic. Please avoid using them at all costs. If you need to use them, be really careful while you're doing it. Don't just blast it out to the whole list. Sample size it. If you've got a list of 10k, take out a little sample of 250, send them the campaign you were planning on sending to everyone, and check the metrics. If it looks good, expand it, go to 500. Looks good, expand it, go to 1,000, so on and so forth until you're over there. Over designing a little bit, especially especially in the beginning. You can lean into a text heavy email, right? It's fine to do that. You should do that. You can even have a simple plain text email, but make sure if you're going to do a Figma design, you can do that, but you need to have that exported in a mixture of image and text-based blocks, okay? Very important that the text blocks are in there because you need them to be scanned, you need them to be read, they need to be legible, right? They cannot be unlegible because it looks like you're trying to circumvent and hide something and you're going straight into the junk box. I promise you, our Gmail's going to put you there. Don't ignore your suppression, right guys? Have automatic suppression flows. You can literally do that. If you go on my YouTube channel, I kind of show you how you can build one, right? Simply just copy that and voila, there you go. You've got automatic suppression, okay? Too many sending, schedule it, send it, analyze the metrics. If it's all tickety boo, send it again, right? Inbox testing, you can use Glockups, other tools for that. You can look at Postmaster as well, but you need to send like a high volume of emails before that kind of becomes active. So don't trust it in the beginning, but once you're in your natural sending volume, you can then start to look at those deliverability tools from Google, for example. The consequences, obviously, Gmail's going to see low engagement, right? Over designing, image heavy, that's kind of flagging stuff up. So ignoring suppression leads to bouncing. That kills your sender score. Too many sends, volume spikes, kind of starts to make you look spammy. No engagement loops, Gmail sees silence. That's not good, guys, right? It's not seeing those positive indicators from your audience that it needs to see, the opens, the clicks, maybe even the replies, right? So that's just some of the things. So don't be chasing any hacks. Don't try and do any circumvention. Don't listen to Tom, Dick, and Harry over here that used, you know, X third-party app that did all of this razzmatazz and all of this fancy stuff, guys. There's no getting around this, right? I'm like, trust me on this one. Everyone who tries to circumvent and hack this and try and find a way, I've never seen it end well yet. I challenge anyone to literally show me how you can do this in a safe way, faster, especially with regards to your site visitors. Don't try and acquire them with those weird third-party apps, guys. It's not a good idea. There may be a few on the market that are a bit more reliable. For sure, I'm open-minded. If there is, great, but I encourage you to avoid using them until you're established already. Then maybe bring them in and maybe bring them in on a trial phase for like a month, very carefully, guardrailed, right, sandboxed, and make sure that it's actually adding in quality traffic before you go too nuts on it. Because anyone that I have seen that's gone a bit nuts on it, it's always led to the same thing: crappy traffic and straight into the junk box. Okay guys, so I'm really anti those at the moment until proven otherwise. Personally, it's from what I understand, there is one or two on the market that are apparently decent, but I just personally haven't had the use with them, so I'm not going to shout them out on the video and give them any clout until I've actually played with them a little bit. None of our clients use them. All of the metrics I share here, guys, they don't use anything like that. It's just literally freaking ads, a healthy, really good CRO on their guys' websites, and a beautiful back-end retention system, guys. It's literally that simple. I wish I could, like, you know, sell you some mystery hack here that, hey, we only know this. It's not true. It's just very simple stuff, guys, honestly. Really basic stuff. So some real world proof. So we do have some case studies that we're going to be sharing on our website here that you can look into a little bit more in your own time, guys. We're opening up a new section on the website that's all about that, some before and afters and all of that stuff. So this is our little deliverability toolbox. We literally use all of this stuff in-house. So MX Toolbox, I will shout them out. They're totally free to use. They're awesome. So definitely go there and keep an eye on your DNS records, your SPF, your DKIM, and all of that good stuff. Not gonna shout out too many warm-up apps. I personally use warmy.io. I really like it. We use it as well for our cold emails for full transparency. The Stephen at dynamx.max email, when I was initially setting up this Klaviyo account, I did put it in there as well. So far, yeah, I've had nothing but really high deliverability, and I got it quickly, right? So I really like them, and you can use some other things here as well. Okay guys, just some useful little tools here. Now this is my own personal lessons from the field, right, from my skin in the game. Growth is the ultimate stress test, guys. Deliverability doesn't fail before you scale, right? That doesn't need to happen. It crumbles at the actual summit if your foundational sending hygiene has been super weak, right? It'll crumble really fast on you, and honestly, to get you guys back, it's a pain in the you know what, because we gotta kind of go back to the basics, right back to the day one, week ones. So for you, you're gonna bleed a ton of revenue, or if you haven't earned any yet, it's gonna take you even longer to get there, guys. So just try and avoid it. Don't look for the shortcuts. This is really boring stuff, but luckily teams like mine's actually thrive in that boredom. We know how to operate it, we know how to move in it, we enjoy it, we've got the battle tested SOPs to do it. Although it might seem boring from your guys' point of view, and I agree, it kind of is, right? It's not sexy sexy. It's not like we're seeing like 89% open rates and, you know, 10 grand per campaign. I get it. So just pay either my team or a team just like me to come in and do it for you and take the burden off you, okay? But do hold them accountable. Ask them to show you and explain to you and have a call with you throughout it so you can actually get an insight into what it is they're actually doing here, right? Don't just kind of take them at face value for it, right? Unfortunately, there is some crappy freelancers out there that honestly don't have a Scooby-Doo how to do this correctly. So just avoid them like a plague. Don't go to Fiverr and spend 20 bucks on it, right? It's not going to end well for you. It's just not happening. Deliverability is the silent killer of retention. It's the invisible pipeline that fuels your entire CLTV, guys, right? Ignore it at your peril. And your inbox rep is your most guarded asset, right? It's prized possession, guys. When the crisis hits, resist the primal urge to panic and take reactive stuff here. Just execute a calculated, surgical, structured, strategic response. Precision beats the panic every single time. In the inbox wars, victory belongs not to the fastest responders, but to the meticulous planners. Measure everything, panic nothing, okay? Protect your rep, right? Protect it at all costs. Retention through high deliverability. Hygiene first, not some of the time, all of the time. No exceptions, no matter what. And always have a calm, measured and well thought out response to anything that happens adverse, right? Great things go wrong from time to time, right? So you just got to have a battle tested strategic team inside your org that's going to get it handled for you. Myth busting time. Myths versus facts. Myth number one, you cannot control the spam filters. Actually can. With really good segmentation and modular based designs where text is legible, you can absolutely control that, okay? New domains fix everything. Kind of not correct. They actually reset your history and they force you to have a pain in the ass, really long, drawn out, boring rebuilding of that reputation, which is going to bleed and hemorrhage you money while that's ongoing. Especially if you're an established 7, 8 or 9 figure brand, you're going to lose a boatload of revenue while you go through that their 42-day period, right? SPF and DKIM are enough. They're baselines for your subdomain, but they're not the full picture. You need to make sure your DNS records are correctly propagating. You also need to make sure you've got that DMARC policy, and you need to also do everything else that we discussed in this doc. They're not going to be good enough just to like keep you out of the dreaded junk box. You need them, they're essentials, but on their own they're just simply not enough. Design kills deliverability. Only if your content honestly sucks a little bit, right? If it's like, you know, if you're sending 10 emails a month and 8 or 9 of them are all sales based, your content kind of sucks, right? And you're just kind of spraying and praying there a little bit. So that kind of an email design will eventually kill your deliverability, right? But the metrics that we're sending, the 10 we sent, right? You've seen we had open rates nearly at 90%, sending to 20,000 people. And as the month went on and we went to a wider 60 and 90 day engaged based send, we still kept them at around 75%, guys. That's crazy. That's crazy freaking high. Why? Because the content in emails is good and the audience likes opening and they like clicking and they like reading, and obviously they like buying, which is awesome. So fixing this takes months. We can do it in less than 6 weeks repeatedly. I can actually do it a little bit faster than that, but we reserve that more for like an 8 or a 9 figure brand that's in like a bad way. I can do it in 3 weeks, to be really honest, but we have to go all in on it, guys, and we need third-party app support, and we've got a few really good ones that we can use to do it. It's not correct to do this in the very beginning. It's too rushy. I wouldn't feel like confident like trying to like talk through this, which is why I didn't do it in this video. It's healthy and it should take 4 to 6 weeks to get this right from the beginning. It's going to be a good baseline. It's really important. But for the big established brands that are bleeding like big money, we can't come in and kind of do it in less than 3 weeks, guys. But it's a ton of brain power goes into that, honestly, to make that happen. So yeah, it can be done, but the safe and effective way, the way to do it 10 times out of 10, 100% of the time, is to do it over a 4 to 6 week period. We constantly do it, guys, and nail it, and you will too if you just follow this document, okay? Some free resources in here. I'm not going to talk through them all, just some stuff that we use: mail testers, Google Postmasters, Clock Apps, MX Toolbox, Klaviyo deliverability guides. They're all your best friends. Go and use them. Okay, good. Now your emails can land. So next is the list growth. More revenue does not come from more discounts. It comes from better capture. So let's build some pop-ups that are actually going to really convert, guys. So let's go. So guys, high converting Klaviyo sign-up forms. Me and my Chihuahua are going to show you how you can turn passive visitors into profitable subscribers the Dynamx way, or the cheeky way. Is that right? Yeah, you going to show them? Right? She says yes, so we're going to show you now. All right, So throughout this video, guys, I just want you to remember one key takeaway. The best, most effective forms all have a few commonalities. One, they're often quite simplistic in nature, right? They load fast and they all usually have a hook that is asking a very simple and very direct question. If you can run 5%, 10%, 15, 20, whatever the case may be, the bigger the offer, obviously the higher the submission rate. But if your sign-up form is poorly constructed and it's missing a few cornerstones and some foundational frameworks, even leading with a really high offer, you will leave money on top of the table because you will have an unoptimized form. Here are some of my personal favorites, right, in terms of design. Again, you will notice something here that we do. We try and do it in around 5, maybe 6 words max or less. So we're asking a question, right? How about $200 off? Pretty good hook, right? Who doesn't want $200 off? Then we're saying, hey, join our exclusive circle and receive $200 towards your first purchase. Simply enter your email address, your first name, and then get your gift card, right? Very simple, right? Notice how big the font is here, right? Notice how big that CTA is, right? While trying to remain on brand. Then we're having a little bit of a disclosure here as well. So this is a 2-step sign up form. Step 1, we take your first name and your email. Step 2, we basically go ahead and give you the code. The mobile version is exactly the same. So this is all going to make a little bit more sense in just a second here, right? So what we're going to do is first focus on what you're going to master. So I'm going to show you 7 psychological levers that drive these high converting forms so you significantly boost your subscriber rates. You're going to master responsive form design to achieve maximum conversions. You're going to leverage our internal data and our exclusive benchmarks from live Klaviyo accounts that we manage to gain a powerful competitive edge. We also have for you our proven 8-step optimization process for rapid list growth so you can achieve a really high RPS, okay guys? Now you can access our ready to use scripts that are very useful for micro commit copy, optimal trigger timing and irresistible CTA design that are conducive for one thing and one thing only, and that's to skyrocket your submissions, okay? Throughout this video, by the way, you'll see a variety of different forms that we have designed for some of our clients. You're going to see 2-step, 3-step, 4-step. You're going to see some zero-party data, desktop variants, mobile variants. We're then going to go into Klaviyo and we're going to build one of them together, right? I'm going to show you the targeting, the logic and the timing and the display rules, okay? So we're going to literally build the list that also powers those. I'm going to show you how you can turn on single opt-in, right? You do not want double opt-in inside of your sign-up forms unless you have bot problems, right? Then maybe you go ahead and do that. But generally speaking, you're going to leave too much money on top of the table. Why? Because if you have a double opt-in when you don't really need one, you're going to force your audience to go into their inbox and click the I want to subscribe, complete my subscription email that they're going to get with double opt-in enabled. That's going to cause such a crazy drop off of actual emails and signed in users. You don't want to do that, guys. Trust me, do not do it. It's a really big mistake. What me and Cheeky over here, don't we? We want you to know the psychology behind these high converting forms. Like, there's 7 things here. I need you to trust me a little bit on this. You cannot have a sign up form with a submission rate north of 10% without doing all of these. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6. You must do all 7, right? You have to do all 7 of these. It's an absolute non-negotiable, right? If you want to have a really high converting sign up form, it's very important, guys, right? This stuff we have learned of years of A/B testing, working in multiple different e-commerce accounts, even SaaS accounts, right? This is the best of the best, and what we know just works each and every single time. It's all very simple stuff. It's so simple. Number 1 is the micro commitment. You need to encourage a tiny, effortless action to build momentum toward a larger commitment later on by making the process seem and feel less daunting. So how do you do it? Well, you simply start with a low friction question like, hey, want 10% off? Would you like 10% off? Take 10% off. As human beings, we are psychological conditioned to answer questions. My dog is licking my hand, but we like to answer questions, right? We like it, so go ahead and use that. All right, guys, quick reality check. If your sign-up form's converting under 10%, you already know you're burning more in wasted traffic than a rebuild done by Dynamx would ever cost. At Dynamx, we rebuild Klaviyo forms from the ground up, structure, design, psychology, storytelling, everything. If you want us to audit your form and show you exactly what's holding it back, enhance your conversion rates, hit the link below and you'll get a free one-on-one with me. I'll show you real numbers, real gaps, and how to fix them all before BFCM even hits. No pits, just ads, friendly chat, strategic back insights, guys. All right, now more than ever, you want to reward them with instant gratification. Very, 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 very important, especially with the Gen Z audience, right? You need to provide immediate value or a clear reward right after an action, satisfying the innate human desire for immediacy and eliminating any hesitation. So very simple stuff again, guys. In reality, you simply use it in your CTA. So it's, hey, unlock your code instantly, get access now, take your 15% now, click to get 15%, right? Make that gratification instantaneous. Now, unless you're Nike or Adidas or something like that, right? You need authority and you need safety. Nobody knows who you are. You probably just targeted those leads on Facebook, or maybe they somehow found your socials. They're just getting to know, like, and trust you. So you need to keep reminding them that you're an affordable, safe e-commerce brand that they can trust, right? So you need to build trust, eradicate user doubt with clear signals of credibility and security, making users feel safe to share their sensitive personal information, right? You can simply display your recognized brand logos, right? If it's good enough for your Facebook ad, if it's good enough for the header on your website, it is certainly good enough for a spot inside your sign up form, right? Remember, guys, you're trying to anchor your brand. They're only getting to know, like, and trust you, right? So recognize brand logos. You want your sign up form to look professionally designed, and you can have privacy assurances, simple ones like, hey, your data is 100% secure. By signing up, you agree to receive marketing communications from us, right? Audience knows and expect to receive that opt-in disclaimers, okay? Number 4, loss aversion. So you're going to capitalize on the primal fear of missing out on a valuable benefit, compelling, immediate, and decisive action by deploying impactful messaging such as offer ending the moment you leave, limited stock, claim now, limited time only, right? That kind of verbiage, right? FOMO, you want to get your FOMO in there, why not, right? It helps sort of create that scarcity element, right? Which leads into loss aversion. Clarity over creativity, right? Keep it simple, stupid. Don't go too bananas here. You want this to be digestible by a 5-year-old, right? You want it to be clear, concise, and actionable. It's really, 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 really important that this has clarity over creativity. So important, right? Prioritize being direct, absolute ease of understanding, eschewing any complex designs to ruthlessly minimize friction and maximize the action. The action is getting the email and getting the click through, right? So your headlines, 10 words max, clean backgrounds, and undeniably clear CTAs where, hey, take your 10% off, get 15% off, whatever the case may be. Get free shipping, right? Doesn't matter, but it just needs to be clear. Clarity over creativity. Don't go too bananas and trying to be too clever. It's not the time to do that, right? You can play around in your emails if you want to do that in your campaigns. Do not do it when you're trying to capture the email address, whatever you do, right? So progressive disclosure. If you guys want to have a 3-step or a 4-step sign-up form, you can, right? But it needs to be progressive. Step 1 is always their name and the email address. Is really, really, really important. If you want to collect SMS, create a second step. I'm going to show you some of them in just a second here, but do that in step number 2. If you want to grab some zero-party data, you can do that in step 2 or step 3. It doesn't really matter, but just do not do it in step 1. You're adding too much. You're giving them too many things to answer, and it's going to lead to a drop-off in terms of the overall email submission rates, which is very, very important, guys. Yes, SMS opt-ins are also important. Yes, collecting zero-party data that you can utilize to hyper-personalize the messaging, extremely important, but it's not as important as getting that email, right? You can't have one without the other. You need that email address, right? You get all of the other stuff later. You can even do it later on, for example. You don't have to do it in the sign-up form. I encourage you to try to do it there, but you absolutely do not have to take the zero-party data questions, or you can ask them in a variety of different and interesting ways. So visual anchoring, guys. Last and certainly not least, you need to deliberately steer your user attention to critical elements like your CTA, right? So your call to action, using strategic placement with striking contrast and clarity. So ensure you have a pretty solid 8:1 ratio there, right? Strategically position elements near the engaging visuals, such as like attractive faces, your brand logo, that's going to help and boost the overall submission rate. So here's an example of a 3-step mobile sign-up form on a Chihuahua, right? It's about to go down. We want to initiate with a micro commitment, right? So how do we do it? Want 10% off? Easy peasy, right? Very simple stuff. Okay, you're going to secure your exclusive access with unlock my code, right? So hook, and there's the instant gratification. And again, notice what I'm doing in step 2 here. It's another hook, right, that I'm asking for the sign-up form. So it's want more savings, and I'm saying blah 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 blah. And notice as well, guys, that I am putting in all of the disclaimers, right? Very important that we're doing that, okay? It helps reassure them a little bit, and also helps keep you guys compliant, obviously. So that's a simple 3-step form there that does convert sublimely well. Same form again, this time in the desktop version, right? So you always want 2 versions, all of your forms. One that's heavily optimized for a mobile, 0 scroll, right? 0 scroll in all caps. Notice here, this is in the silhouette of an iPhone. Notice if this pops up on your phone right now, you do not have to scroll to enter in any of that information at all. All of the form fields are right in front of you. You can click on them right away. Very important, which is why, if you notice, I have the images lower down. If I had the images up top, you would need to scroll to enter in and click the CTA, right? Do not do that. You will lose a boatload of submission rates if you do that, right? If you absolutely need to have nice images of your brand or attractive models or whatever the case may be, go ahead and do that, but put it lower down the fold, right? Do not put it up top, okay? It's a big mistake, guys. If you continue watching this video, you're not going to make any mistakes, I promise you that, okay? So here would be a 0 party data 3-step form, for example, right? So notice here, we're trying to get them to unlock 5% off today. And once we get their first name and their email, then we're asking questions, right? Another question: what are your fitness goals? Weightlifting, weight loss, endurance, general health, other, right? And then get the discount code, and then we give them the code away right at this step. So if you give the code away, it allows for them to stay on site, and it leads to a better overall user experience, right? That's conducive to higher conversions, right? The only time you should ever take them off site to take a code and go into their inbox is in the domain warming phase. You can do it. It's smart to do it, but you must only do it for 2, maybe 3 weeks tops, and that's it. If you're doing free shipping, a gift code, a discount, whatever it is, give it to them in the success step. You want to keep them on site. You cannot afford to have them go back into their inbox and get distracted by a competitor email or a team message or whatever the case may be, right? They're going off site, and that's never a good thing. Keep them on site. You'll make more money. I promise you will. Okay. Document is linked down below. All you need to do is enter your email address. It's going to be sent over to you totally for free, by the way. You can go much more granular. I could spend another 90 minutes going through this document in terms of going super deep on the build method, right? The blueprint for conversions, the common conversion killers. We've also got our internal 8-step optimization process. If you guys already have some forms, you just want to kind of give them a strategic edge, right? You'll roll in those first 7 psychological frameworks, and then you're going to optimize using the 8-step process. We've also got some pro tips. Before I finish with my final word, we're going to go into Klaviyo, guys, and we're going to build this from scratch together, right? A very simple form. I'm just going to show you how you can optimize it for display rules, targeting, and behavior logic. First and foremost, let's create a list together, right? Because the sign-up form needs to put the people somewhere, so we're going to call it master list, let's say, right? We're going to make that together right now. So master list. Now, the reason I want to create this with you is because after it's created, you must come into settings, consent, and select single opt-in and select save. If you leave this set to double opt-in, it will send them a confirmation message, which means they need to go into Gmail, Yahoo, Outlook, wherever, open up that email and select, yes, I want to subscribe, right? You do not want to do that. It is an absolute sign-off form conversion killer, right? You're going to fall off of a cliff edge. If you guys don't have any bot problems or anything, you should be using single opt-in. It's really important that you do that, okay? You will make a bunch more money. That is like the hack of all hacks, right? Trust me on this one, guys. So the reason why we created that list, you're going to see that we're going to use it to power the sign-up form. So let's take one random example here. So this one seems pretty decent, right? Notice here it's asking us to select the list. We're going to select the master list that we just made. If we want to run a 3-step sign-up form, Then we would have also a phone number list, which is typically SMS subscribers. Now that both of those are selected and the email list now has single opt-in, very importantly, we can create our form, okay? It comes out of the box pretty good, guys, right? That's not bad at all. Look at that for a hook, right? Get 10% off our next show, secure your seat, right? That's pretty decent right out of the box, right? In terms of a really digestible, easy peasy hook, right? Really strong stuff here. Now you could come in here and edit that all around. You can change the text color. You can add in more blocks. If we go to the add block section here, you can add in a variety of different things. You can add in a text block. You can drop it anywhere here. Notice it'll expand now and we can start to type in here, right, guys? So it's highly editable, highly customizable. It's all really fantastic. But rather than be a flat out tutorial on how to design a sign up form, we're going to look at the targeting and the behavior, because this is really important stuff, guys, and it's where I often see big misstep, right, and underperformance sign up forms. It's usually right here, to be honest. So generally speaking, the faster these display, the better, but we don't want them to display so fast that they totally bombard the user. So there is a bit of a sweet spot. Out of the box, the Klaviyo delays are pretty solid. Honestly, we use them quite a lot. We like 5 seconds is the time delay, and we also like a minimum scroll on the site of around 30%, right? So very important, right? That is pretty much set out of the box, as you can see on my screen. That's the display rules. We also have the other tab here, which is called targeting. Very important that we do not show this to existing Klaviyo profiles. That's basically any email address that is already signed up, either here or at the checkout or on the footer. Klaviyo's pixel is strong and it will know not to display this form. So basically they will only ever see it once, so you gotta make the form count, right? Really important. Another hack here is to select the don't show on certain URLs tab and put in here, for example, cart, right? You can create another by add URL, and this time you can do /checkout. You do not want, most of the time, these forms showing up on the checkout step. It is going to interfere with your conversions, right? It's going to play around with that a little bit. If you aren't running ads, right, maybe experiment a little bit with it, but generally speaking, across the board, we won't let these display on cart or checkout pages, right? We usually don't do it. If you're running ads to a very specific product page, you may also want to come in here and exclude that, right? If you're literally paying to drive traffic there, the goal is the conversion. In that case, if it's to a specific page or a collection, not necessarily to go ahead and grab an email, right? Take the money and run. We'll get the email on the checkout and we'll email them on the back end, right? So I would advise you to do that, okay, guys? There is a lot more customization here. You can also show these based on UTM parameters. You can show based on total cart value. There's a whole plethora of different things. If you want to get super granular, you can, but I'm showing it to you in a way that's really liked. You've got certain micro commits here. You've got your email opt-in, right? If you guys want to add a teaser, you can do that too. Isn't that awesome, right? That's the teaser. That'll stay sticky on your site, but you can change it to a circle. You can also change it to a rectangle. For example, we usually like to have it something like this, right? A rectangle off to the side, centered left. This does convert very well here, guys. I encourage you to use the teaser. A lot of founders kind of hate it because it does sometimes overlay a little bit of text or maybe some kind of image. But if you are totally obsessed with maximizing your submission rates, then you must use a teaser, right? I really encourage you to use the teaser, okay? That was the micro commit step. That's the email opt-in. Now, I encourage you to maybe delete that micro commit step, right? It's one step too many, in my opinion. We can do the micro commit in the email opt-in. So again, this is my version of a micro commit, and it's, for example, would you like 10% off? That is the micro commit, and we would probably, I do like to use question marks and things like that here, okay? So I would probably do it something like this, right? Our next show, email, secure your seat, no thanks. That's pretty solid right there, okay? Now the SMS, you can see, right? This kind of sucks, right? Even out of the rip from a Klaviyo form. So look at the size of this font and then look at that, right? It's like a balloon being deflated, right? you need consistency. So what size was that font? Size 88, a little bit too big anyway. Let's make it size 64, right? So we'll highlight it all. We'll change this up to 64, for example. That looks a little bit better, right? Now we're going to go to the SMS step. We're going to grab that. That is also going to become 64 size. We need consistency, right? One more step. I don't know. Do I like that? You could say, for example, sign up to receive exclusive discounts. Would you like to receive more exclusive discounts, right? Another hook, another question, right? Another micro commitment, right? So that's what I would personally change this to here. I wouldn't do that because that's like saying like you have to take something like, hey, I've got another step to do. I've got one more thing to do, right? We don't want that. That's kind of like lame marketing in my opinion. So do change that up. If you want to see what we would typically do there, I can give you a simple example here. You can look at one of our client accounts there. Want more savings, right? That's the SMS step. Very simple, right? Who doesn't want more savings? Everybody does. I do, and I know you do too. Again, this is a 3-step sign-up form. You got the email opt-in with a micro commit. You got the SMS opt-in. Put a micro commit in there. Hey, like want more savings, for example. The success step. See you soon. Check your email for your discount. What I would recommend you guys do here is simply give away that immediately. So instead of check your email for your discount, you could write now, let's see here, use your discount at checkout. I'm going to give them the coupon code here, and you can create unique Shopify coupons, or you can simply use a static coupon, right? So let's see here, what are we going to say? BFCM 2025, for example, right? Or whatever you want that code to be. Whatever you do, just give it away at this step, right? Make the on-site experience seamless and natural, okay? So give them it here, and then we would obviously delete that, right? We don't need that anymore. Keep browsing, kind of sucks, right? Let's just say continue shopping. Right, we want them to shop. They're here to do. Very, very important that we remind them of always what they're here to do, right? Continue exploring, continue shopping. Shop now would be also a pretty solid one to put in there, right? By the way, if you're wondering why I'm making typos, it's because my dog is licking my fingers as I'm typing here. So apologies for that, but we're getting there, we're getting through it, right? So guys, in a nutshell, simple email opt-in with a micro commit and a strong hook. SMS opt-in if you want it. If you want a 2-step, simply just delete that, right? We can go ahead and get that out of there. Then we've got just our teaser, just our email opt-in, and our success step, right? One final thing, watch what happens if I click the email box, right? So we want to make sure that the profile property is also set as marketing equals true, right? So accepts marketing equals true. If they click the CTA, action is to submit the form. The list to submit, remember we created this, our master list, which is set to single opt-in. Very, very important. After they click the secure your seat, we want to show the next step. The next step in this case is our success step where we give them the code, okay? Very, very important, right? So if you want to add a profile property, you can do accepts marketing and you can select the value. For example, we can create it. We can just call it true. Right? So we can say create true. That's going to give you the ability to also search for that so you can segment it, right? So did person sign up? Have they consented to accepts marketing equals true? Yes. Then you can go ahead and make some segments for that, right? If you want to be more granular with your data sets. And that's kind of it, guys. I encourage you to come and explore a little bit around here in terms of the Klaviyo forums. They've even also now got spinning wheels and stuff like that. These are converting pretty well at the moment too. So do play with them, right? Or you can simply just create your own blank form and make it from scratch, right? If you want to design some elements in Figma like we do and then import them in after in terms of images and text-based blocks, you can totally do that. But there is a boatload of nice stuff in here, right, that you can at least come in and totally modify. Okay guys, now let's wrap up the video with my final word. So, all right, we just captured that lead. Now you need the conversion system. So the welcome flow is where the first purchases are made or lost. This is one of the highest leverage flows inside your entire account. So we gotta make it an absolute banger. So let's hop right into this bad boy. Let's go. How to create a high converting Klaviyo welcome series. What I'm going to give you inside of this Gamma doc is the exact step-by-step playbook that we use for 7 and 8 figure clients on our roster. I'm going to show you real world design examples. I'm going to explain the strategy and the psychology from within them and why they actually convert so well in the short term, the medium term, and even the long term, guys. If you leave this video, please just remember this one thing. When you design your emails, and I'm going to touch on this and demo it, please in 2025 and beyond, design them to be responsive for a mobile first approach. Why? Because around 70 to 80% of all opens are done via mobile device. You have to optimize them for clicks and minimal scroll. They convert way better, and none more so the welcome series email one. So let's hop. So we're going to have a variety of sections in the document. First, foundations and framework, why the welcome series matters, the proven 3 email framework, audience, psychology, and timing. Then we're going to deeply dive into the emails in Figma. I'm going to explain every single element, A to Z, length and breadth of the email. After that, we're going to go ahead into advanced strategies and optimization, and then we're going to finish off with some final thoughts and a bonus section for welcome series emails 4 and 5, when you should design them, and more importantly, what should usually be contained within them. So let's hop right into it. This is some proof. At the time of me recording this video, it could be the 7th of August 2026 by the time you're watching it, but this is a real metric of a simple Shopify placed order metric with a time period of the last 30 days, so July 8th to August 7th 2025. Total store revenue $15.4 million. Attributed revenue coming from email marketing is just under 5 million. The welcome series over a 30-day snapshot is generating just shy of $1 million, guys. So this is a serious flow. I want to tell you something real quick before we go any further. If any of you guys have an agency and you're paying them performance-based fees, you need to make sure they are not getting a performance fee from welcome series email 1. Why? Because there's a little bit of misattribution. Around $200,000 to $250,000 is misly attributed. Why? Because this brand is driving traffic to the site, and around 30% will make a transaction. That transaction will get attributed into this flow, which is incorrect. It's the only flow in Klaviyo that has that one little tiny issue from time to time. So just be aware that it's a bit of a thing. It's fine, but if you're paying a performance-based fee for it, it is absolutely not fine, and you need to stop that immediately, okay? So I just wanted to give you that free insight. Hey guys, I got a quick question for you. Do you actually know how much your current welcome flow performs? Do you know how it's performing? How it could be a little bit better? Are the people opening? Are they clicking? Are they banned? Because if you're still using the default Klaviyo template, or even worse, if your flow ends after just 1 or 2 emails, you're leaving thousands in revenue on the table each and every single month. That's why right now, for a very limited time, I'm offering a free Klaviyo account audit where my team personally reviews your flows, your segments, and the setup, and we're going to show you what's working and what's broken and what needs fixing first, where all the low-hanging fruit is, guys, so we can go ahead and deploy a battle-tested action plan like real quick for you. Just simply tap the link below in the description, book a free strategy call. There's no fluff, there's no pitch, there's no hard sell. This is just real feedback, and I'm going to clearly give you the next steps. If we're going to be a good fit, I may make you an offer, guys. Just click that link below and let's get this Klaviyo account printing money. Why does this flow matter the most? Well, number one reason, it's going to print money. However, this will always be your first touch point with your customers, okay? You need to make really strong impression. You need to build trust, set authority, demonstrate social proof, and remove any buyer's remorse instantaneously in welcomes email 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and beyond by building the brand story, the connection, the loyalty, the trust, all of that good stuff, guys. So you're going to convert browsers into buyers. One-time purchasers, you're going to lay the foundation for the repeat purchases. Proven 3 email framework, very simplistic in nature, but I see a lot of people take a catastrophic misstep here. Again, very simply, email 1, fire it immediately, thank them for subscribing, deliver the incentive if it's a discount and whatever you so desire, deliver it immediately to them, and then link them to some relevant products, okay? Trending bestsellers. You can lay in a little bit of fancy product feed logic in there to literally show them items, categories, products that they already express some interest in using predictive analytics and what they're likely to want to see again or want to see next. If we don't have that data, we'll just show them trending bestsellers. Email 2A, trust and proof. Notice I said 2A, there is a 2B, not a not to be, and we're going to go super deep into the 2B and the 3B. Email 2A, show the reviews, the testimonials, the UGC, reinforce your offer, address any objections. Why? Remove buyer's remorse before it even becomes a potential thing. Email 2B, basically the same innards of 2A, minus of course the discount discount code. Why? Because email 2A is going to be sent to people who have received email 1 but have not yet made a purchase. We're going to remind them of their discount. However, if they have made the purchase, we want to go ahead and still attempt to remove buyer's remorse, hammer home the social proof. You're just going to do that minus a discount. Very simple, but everybody misses this, guys. It's like criminal. Email 3 is more the same exact. This time we're going to go into the brand story, find your story, all of that good stuff, layer in a little sprinkle of social proofing, little bit of UGC. One email's got the discount, the other one doesn't. Now we're about to go ahead and jump into Figma, but before we do that, I just want to quickly touch on the psychology and the timing. So very simply, email 1 immediately upon sign up, email 2 within 1 to 3 days, 1 to 2 days, email 3 again 2 to 3 days in terms of the time delay. I'm going to show you this inside Klaviyo with the overall flow architecture. We can go into a deep dive of the emails, the strategy behind it. It's all there for you. This doc is linked in the description. All you got to do is click the link, simply put in your email address, and this is sent to you immediately. It's yours. You can go ahead and go really deep into this. Okay, guys, let's see what this looks like in real time. I'm going to show you 3 different brands. I've blurred out any sensitive information. I've put in our logos at the top. Obviously, I want to protect my clients. If a bunch of email marketers and designers watch this video on YouTube, which they will, they'll go ahead and start marketing to my clients, trying to pitch their services, and I don't want them to get bombarded, guys. So that's the only reason we have put our Dynamx logos in here. These are real emails from real brands. I assure you of that. Let's hop into it. Email 1, email 2, version A, email 2, version B, email 3, version A, email 3, version B. Simple stuff. Notice something here, guys. All of this stuff is intently above the fold inside the hero image. Why? Because this is a mobile first design approach. It's there for high intent clicks. Gotta optimize for this, guys. Trust me on this. If you take nothing else from this video, please, I implore you, you must have a mobile first design approach over at least 90% of your emails, especially the welcome series and any high intent based emails. You can mix and match it via your seasonal campaigns, your weekly campaigns, even some flows. But this one, do not have the mobile first approach. I promise you're going to make more money. I guarantee you will. What are we doing here? We are doing a really strong header, solid subheader, discount code wrapped, solid CTA. So this is for people to instantly click, go back to the website and go ahead and start to interact with it and hopefully go ahead and transact and convert. Now for people that like read a little bit more, we do have a lot to say, and as you can see here, we do design them intently so very simple. We're just introducing them, welcoming them to the brand, we're reminding them of a code, we're also demoing some top picks for them, recommending them a specific category section, and also starting to show them some social proof. So usually we would have this as a carousel. We might have 3 or 5 reviews swiping across automatically at the opening of the email. Then we're encouraging them to come and interact with us on social media. So that's email 1, guys, and the overarching strategy from within it. Email 2, social proof city. You are going to absolutely bombard the you know what out of them with social proof here. You must do it. If they have transacted, simply omit the discount code. If they haven't, have a conditional split to say very simply, placed order 0 times since starting this flow. If the answer equals yes, go ahead and send them the version of the email that still has the discount code, but it also now has all of the social proof. Email 3, a little bit of everything, some of the brand story, some social proof. One version will have the discount code, the other will not. So we do need to keep the communications alive here, guys, and you can see that this is the theme on a variety of different brands. It's what we do. Some brands like to just do the discount reminder in email 3. It's totally fine if you want to do it. We just see a much overall better conversion, more brand loyalty doing it in this way, having double versions of 2 and 3 together. It leads to a much better customer loyalty and a much more high intent, high value customer in the medium to long term. So you can see again, guys, we're doing it here on another brand. Not too much different. One of them has a code, the other one does not, and you can see we're trying to give the code away super fast immediately here. So this is what it looks like, guys. Okay, social proof, brand story, offer. You can see it in any single email design. So if you want me or my team, by the way, guys, to come in and create for you the strategy, the framework, the copywriting, the Figma design, rebuilding it all inside Klaviyo in a modular way that's conducive for you, your team or your VA to be able to go in and edit this. And in terms of image and text-based blocks, you can simply click the Calendly below, book a free, no strings attached strategy audit call with me. I promise you'll leave the call armed with actual knowledge, insights, and a roadmap that you can either pay me and my team to do for you. If we think we're a fit, we might make you an offer, but if not, you'll at least leave with some newly found insights that you can roll out internally. What does this actually all look like, guys, inside Klaviyo? Well, this is the Dynamx Welcome Series Master. This is discount versus no discount. Okay, so when someone has added the new newsletter immediately. Notice there is no time delay at the top. We are sending them email 1 like that, quick, and then we wait email 2, simple question, hey, has someone placed order 0 times since starting this flow? Yes, okay, hit them with email 2, the one that's got the discount. If the answer is no, update their profile property with create a placed order is true, and continue the party by sending them email 2 without a discount. Wait 2 days, send them email 3, no discount, update profile property, create completed welcome series, and placed order equals true. So why am I doing this inside of these profile properties? Why? Because it's giving you guys more data that you can use to effectively segment and maybe lead them into another flow. We could later add more splits here. You can also use that in your campaign logic, guys. So really, really great stuff. Klaviyo gives you the ability to segment and create and add as much data as your heart so desires. I encourage you highly to take them up on that very generous offer and use it, because it's by far their most powerful feature set. Now, here's the other version of this. So they've placed order 0 times. We're hitting them with the discount. Wait 2 days. Ask the question again. Have they placed order 0 times since starting this flow? If the answer is yes, email 3 with discount. If the answer is no, remember, still keep speaking to them. Send them to the no path and hit them with email 3, no discount. And then we're going to basically have all of the same logic. One little ninja hack here. An email 3 with discount. If you wait 5 days and you ask the question, hey, has someone placed order since starting this flow? We're now asking, have they placed an order since they came from the top all the way to the bottom of the flow? If they still have not placed that order, you should create a profile property, something to the effect of completed welcome series without a purchase equals true. Why? Because they're still highly engaged. So now is the perfect time to really hit them with a better offer. Your audience will never be more engaged than when they initially first sign up, especially over the first 5 days. You gotta get them quick. So that's why I'm giving you the ability to create this very simple profile property update. Let's do it together. So literally here, guys, all you gotta do is drag that over, add step, create new property, and you can name this anything you want. So we can say made it, for example, through welcome series, no purchase. So this is us now creating a property to say that any email and customer that makes it down all the way down the flow will immediately get updated. And we just simply have a text field here, and we will make the text say true. Literally just click save. That's it, easy peasy, guys. You can go ahead and create a variety of these, and we do in all of our client accounts for multiple different things, guys. It's very powerful and it gives you a lot of data. So that's one example of a very basic but highly effective and extremely high converting Klaviyo welcome series and all of the flow architecture and innards within it. Pretty simple stuff, guys, really. Maybe looks like a lot, but I assure you it's not. You can literally just do the drag and drop. You can pause screen here. Let me just hover this over. You can simply take a screenshot of this, throw it on your other monitor, dump it into ChatGPT and ask him to give you a step-by-step on how to do it. It's really easy, guys. You just literally dragging and dropping, and you're going to match all of my time delays. You'll drag over the conditional splits, you'll match them, and you'll just build out the framework. Let's hop back into our doc. So we've now learned, guys, how to design, write, create the architecture of a high converting 3 email series. So let's continue on throughout the doc together, and we'll take a little look at deliverability filters. So things to avoid: you must disable smart sending inside of all of these Klaviyo Flow emails. You want them all to be delivered. You will use the smart sending feature in your campaigns so you don't overlap. Very important. And just to hammer that home and show you exactly specifically what I mean by that. So if you click any email, let's just click this one, for example, here, and we will quickly scroll down. Notice here, this is unchecked. If I had this checked, it will skip anyone that's recently received an email. Don't have that on inside the welcome series or any of your flows in general, unless there's a big reason for it, as you do want to avoid those people not receiving those emails at all costs. You need them to receive them, guys. It's really important. Avoid generic homepage links. Drive them straight to best-selling products that are selling really well in specific categories. So link them hyper specifically. Don't use the default Klaviyo templates. They're okay, guys, but let's be honest, the emails I just showed you in Figma, they're like crazy, right? You know by looking at them. If I sent them to you, you're going to click and you're going to transact on it. You're going to like it, right? They're skimmable, they're easy on the eye, they're pretty to look at, and trust me, they convert like nobody's business. I promise you they do. Best practices: tag all the links with some UTM filters for more omni-channel funnel, broad spectrum, full funnel attribution. That's another little hack for you. I can show you quickly how to do it. It's very, very easy, honestly. You have the ability to add UTM links here by selecting this. If we zoom over a little bit, you can see here that you can add or remove custom UTM tracking parameters, and you can go ahead and add them in there. You can also add completely new UTM parameters, and you can give them values as well. So that's how you do it, okay? Easy peasy. Go ahead and roll that out. Do's and don'ts. Trigger email one instantly. Design mobile first. 80% of all opens are done on a mobile device. Use real reviews, guys. Don't BS. Don't do any fake ones. If you don't have the real reviews, just wait for them. They're going to come. If you've got a good product and you've got a really good 3PL, you're going to have happy customers. Encourage them by incentivizing them to go ahead and leave you the review. Don't just wait for them to do it. Have your dedicated flows also set up for that, and also add some dynamic product blocks as and when possible. Do not send multiple CTAs in the same email. Try and keep it around 6 or 9 for fast loading and better inbox placement, okay guys? Any more than that, it's a little bit spammy. You're not a little bit more, tell anyone I said you that. Once your deliverability is really established, if you're going to have like a lot of social links in there, you're going to do like the odd big email, it's kind of okay to add 10 or 12 seldomly. Just don't do it every single email or you will have a problem eventually. You can wait more than 24 hours for email too, I would say, but only if the person has already transacted in email 1, then yes, spread it out 2 to 3 days, no problem. If they haven't, remember what I said, in the first 5 days after sign up, they're at their most engaged. Most brands tippy toe a little bit like, oh, I don't want to bombard the customer, they don't want to hear from me. They do, and you just paid money to acquire them. So please, 24 hours later, hit them with email 2. What have you got to lose? The goal is a transaction, right? And it's your job to get it. So trust me, get that second email with the discount going out if they haven't already transacted. I'm giving you a license to print money here. I swear, trust me on that one. It's the hack of all hacks. Send that quickly. Trust me on that. Don't ever, by the way, add anyone back in. If someone unsubscribed or whatever the case may be, don't like re-import them in a future date and run them off through the flow. It's really bad practice, guys, and you're going to get into a lot of hot trouble, okay, with legality issues. Do not set it and forget it, please. You need to review this monthly. There is always going to be things to optimize. There's always going to be A/B tests to run in subject lines, in the preview text to increase the opens with the content within it for click rates. You're going to be experimenting with CTA placements, offer testing, all of that good stuff. Short form, medium form, long form. Trust me, guys, you need to constantly be updating these emails. Things change all of the time, and it can change really, really quickly. I encourage you to always go back in at least once a month and decide whether or not you're going to go ahead and make any changes. I promised the bonus section for emails number 4 and 5. It's up to you. If you guys want to design and roll these out in the beginning, you can, but I encourage you just to wait a little bit until you see metrics stable inside email 3. So specifically the open rate above 35%, ideally north of 40. If you're seeing that and a click rate over 1.5, it is time to add in email 4. Repeat the same process pretty much. Once email 4 is around 35 to 45% open rate, 1.5 to 2% click rate, you know that you can add email 5. Generally speaking, I wouldn't really recommend making this flow bigger than 6 emails. 3 is plenty good, 4 is better, 5 is amazing, 6 is like God levels, but beyond that, it's a little bit excessive, guys, honestly. 6, you're kind of on the point of diminishing returns, guys, but do try and add it. On some niches, it's very, very useful. In others, it just doesn't work that well at all, in my humble opinion, for what it's worth. Final thoughts. Please don't waste your traffic. If you don't have the strategy behind your welcome series, you're literally just paying for traffic and you're grabbing it just to honestly waste it. This flow is not just another nice to have. It sets the tone. It establishes your brand's voice and the initial connection with new subscribers. It converts these subscribers, it guides them through a journey, and it's going to begin to develop VIPers, brand enthusiasts, loyalists, repeat customers, right? This is the thing that we're all praying for, guys. We all really, really want this. We want repeat customers, right? We need it to give us more money that we can reinvest back on the front end. It's very, very important, okay, to convert them and remove their buyer's remorse and build that connection, guys. You need to do that by anchoring your brand. Ensure your brand leaves a lasting impression in their memory, because if you don't, I promise you, one of your competitors that I'm doing the emails for will, or somebody else, right? Trust me, they will. I promise you they will. So done right, you will see 2 to 3 times more subscribers convert into paying customers. Done wrong, you'll wonder why your list doesn't perform. And voila, the structure is now in place. So we have to talk a little bit more about messaging. The same flow can feel premium and convert or kind of feel a little bit spammy, which is gonna get it ignored. Here's how we write high converting copy without slowing any execution, guys, okay? So guys, how to write high converting D2C copy using AI. I'm peeling back the curtain here. I'm going to give you deep insights into what's trending, what's hot, what we use for creative brainstorming, unpacking client onboarding, brand and audience research, identifying the customer personas. You're going to love this, so stay tuned for it. So this is the Dynamx playbook for D2C founders who want every single word to sell. A little bit about us, guys, some recent wins. So here we have a Shopify placed order metric with a 90-day snapshot. So this is one of our clients. They have generated almost $1.1 million and 52% of that, which is $568,000, guys, have came from our email marketing, with a spread of $380,000 coming from campaigns and another $188,000 coming from our flows. Another one, guys, from the UK, placed order metric, same 90-day snapshot, 881,000 British pounds, with 37% of that, 328,000 pounds coming from our email marketing, 226k from campaigns and 102,000 British pounds from flows. So that's just to show the power and the money that's available for you if you're using copywriting to its maximum potential. So bear with me here. I'm going to give you a sneak peek. You are going to come into getpoppy.ai with me, and you're going to see these frameworks in action. You're going to see it learn all about me from my Instagram, from my ex, from our website, from our YouTube content, from people we take inspiration from. You're going to see how powerful this is. Trust me, I'm going to show you a variety of different AI models in here and all of the real-time juicy data just feed in here. It's awesome in all caps. Trust me on this, you're going to love it. So let's go. So small changes in copy can literally boost conversions from 2% all the way up to 20%. Flows, segmentation, and beautiful drop dead gorgeous sexy Figma designs, they're all core pillars, right? They're cornerstones and you need to have them, but the words you write decide whether someone buys or simply bounces. Copy is the growth lever most D2C brands often ignore or simply outright neglect. So let's change that with small tweaks that are gonna 10x your results. So a little bit more about us. This is battle tested. This is not just theory, bro science, or some recycled tips. At the time of recording, which is 15th of September 2025, we've generated north of $40 million from email alone for dozens of 7- and 8-figure D2C brands that we have audited and scaled or just built from the ground up. So we've battle tested this across flows, campaigns, subject line, preview text, medium form, long form, hooks, CTAs, headers, subheaders, the whole length and the breadth of the email. Over years, this has all been battle tested. So persuasive copy absolutely crushes. It drives the clicks, it gets the purchases, and anchors your brand and builds that customer loyalty that we're also desperately looking for, right? We really want that. We do it also with crafted messages that resonate, segmented members of your audience. We have beautiful drop dead gorgeous Figma emails that enhance the message with visual storytelling, and we use data-driven insights to constantly be in a perpetual state of refinement and ongoing A/B testing and optimization. So classic frameworks, these are the best in the world. They absolutely work. They are crushing it right now in email marketing. So we have got AIDA, which is the abbreviation for attention, interest, desire, and action. Capture the attention, build interest, foster the desire, and then you prompt the action. And you also have another, which is PASS, which is problem, agitate, solution. So you're going to highlight the problem, agitate them a little bit, you're going to poke them, hit their little pain points, and then you're going to present and offer your solution. Then this is a more modern version, which is also red hot, the 4 Ps: problem, promise, prove, and push. So state the problem, make a promise, prove its validity, and push for a decision. These classics are absolutely crushing. They're far from outdated, and they are the reason the Fortune 500 companies use them. Now, we also have our own internal version of this. We call it hype. So hype is hook, yield, power, and engage. So the hook, we use it as a pattern interrupt. Immediately stop that scroll. The yield, we're showing proof via data, also via value. We build power by establishing credibility and authority, and then we engage with a CTA that's clear, specific, and oftentimes urgent, and very much so deliberate. So let's take an example together of the hype framework. So from me to you, this is my tone of voice. So hook: hey, If your post-purchase flow is just a thank you, you're bleeding 6 figures yield. Here's how one 8-figure UK brand added $554,000 in just 11 months with only 3 emails. The power. We're Klaviyo Gold Master Partners. This is literally what we build every day, 24/7, 365 for all our top performance 7 and 8-figure clients to be engaged. If you book your free, no strings attached Klaviyo account audit, I promise you, you'll leave that call arm with knowledge. And hey, if we're a good fit, I may make you an offer. Visit Dynamx.max. So this is the framework, guys, and that's how you can actually literally use it. Just as an example, this does not replace ADA, PASS, or the 4 Ps, far from it. In fact, it's just another little nice to have inside your arsenal that you can potentially experiment with if you want to, but be under no illusion, nothing is going to ever touch these. This is the proven frameworks. It's just a case of which one is going to align better with your brand mission, your goals, and more importantly, your tone of voice. So I encourage you to experiment with all 3. Do you see which one's the right fit for you? And hey, why not try out the Dynamx hype framework a little bit as well? We like to use this more so lately in welcome flows, in particular email 1. We also use it in the abandon cart and the browse abandonment, any high intent campaigns. Why? Because we have found lately that honestly, consumers' attention spans, they're like kind of like goldfish at the moment. You got about 2, maybe 3 seconds flat to engage them, get them quick, they get that click, otherwise they're off onto the next thing. So we do play around with this, but again, it's just simply another nice to have inside of your arsenal. Frameworks and psychology, this is a nice time to jump into Poppy. I've already copied all of this and I'm going to show you where it is in just a sec here, but let's quickly skim read it. So we've got loss aversion, status, social proof, future pacing, scarcity, reciprocity, and authority. Let's have a look inside this. This is getpoppy.ai and it is awesome in all caps. Trust me on this, guys, you're going to love this. Stay tuned for this. Do not miss this. Do not click off this video. If you guys want to, by the way, I do have my affiliate link down below in the description. Feel free to go and check them out. Just simply click that link. It'll bring you over there and you may even get a discount if you would like to sign up. I've got all of my own personal stuff here, my Instagram, my X, the website, the frameworks and psychology that I just shared with you on screen. I've got a hard prompt for my tone of voice. I've got some of the core frameworks such as ADA, PASS, 4 Ps, and hype. I've got an overview of our proven highest converting frameworks for the flows. I've got case studies. I've got my YouTube channel and some key videos hooked up in here, which is getting fed into the AI in real time. I've got training content such as 100 viral hooks, best viral script writing frameworks. I've got some people that I take inspiration from. We all love Gary V, right? Big shout out to Gary. Of course, Russell Brunson, absolute legend. Alex Hormozy, the GOAT. So they're all in there. Now, what is going on here is this is all getting pumped in real time. So let's test it out. What do you know? Yours truly, Stephen O'Prey. Let's just see what he does. Pretty simple prompt, right? No tricks. I've never pre-prompted this. Let's just see what Poppy outputs using Claude 4. Oh wow, check this out. It even got my aeronautical engineering experience. Awesome, gotta love that, right? Oh wow. Okay, that is pretty good. What is my tone of voice? Let's see what he does. And then we're going to get him to output an email in one of these frameworks, just as a demo. British English, professional, human. Okay, that is pretty cool. Which framework would best suit his writing style? I think he might go for ADA or maybe PASS, but let's see what he does. Oh, he did go for PASS. Okay, I had a feeling he might do that. Interesting. Okay, write for me a high impact Klaviyo email 1. Let's see what he does. Notice I did double S deliberately. I just want to see how smart it is and can it identify that this is a welcome series. Okay, wow. He nailed it. So let's take a look at this, guys. This is like unbelievable what this is outputting right now. Wowzers. Wow. And this is off minimal prompts, guys, right? Just based on literally everything I had connected there. That is honestly insane. Now, just to show you guys how we actually use this. So this was just a simple demo that I really wanted to show you. But for example, this is our internal ClickUp. This is a real client onboarding where we unpack literally everything. Copywriting, do's and don'ts. We unpack all of their onboarding information, typography, hex codes, go-to-market strategy, brand and audience research. We do our master email marketing strategy. We literally host everything in here, content calendars, brief copies, everything. So typically when we're in our Poppy for the first time, it would be hooked up, for example, with the client's Trustpilot, maybe their reviews.io, their Facebook ads if they're running them, their Instagram, their TikTok, their X, their LinkedIn, their website, their product landing page, certain checkout pages, their about us, their frequently asked questions, their YouTube content if they have it, our buyer onboarding summary, their brand guidelines. We could go on and on and on. You should see how intense some of our poppies look, but the output is flawless. This is how good Poppy is, guys, and this is what all of the A players are using. They do not want you to know about, guys, but I want you to know it because it's awesome, and you should absolutely go and check it out. You can also use GPT and other things such as Claude and even Grok, and you can manually go and do all of this, right, and feed it and train the AI slowly. But why would you want to do that when this is connected and this is real time? If I go on my website right now and I update any element on any page, this will also update this AI in real time, and you can have multiple AIs. You can have multiple versions of this with multiple different conversations trained up for totally different things. You can see here that you can connect all of your YouTubes, your Instas, your TikTok, your LinkedIn, your Facebook ads right inside here, guys. You can even speak to it. You can start recording, hook up your Facebook ads. You can put in images, text annotations such as these blocks here. You can also obviously do your website, do mind maps, documents, group things together in the way that I have with my YouTube videos. It's honestly incredible, and just to prove that it works, let's stress test it. So I will just ask it a random question here. Tell me a little bit about my YouTube BFCM video. Let's see what he does. Oh wow. How amazing is that, guys? Come on, it's literally just hooked up in a group. There is no like below prompt. It's literally just, I haven't even added a note for it. It's like insane, right? It's like crazy that this is able to do this. So you can imagine how much creative brainstorming you can do here. You can identify certain key dates. You can use it to help out with the content calendar planning. There's a never-ending plethora and an abundance of things here that you can do with it. It's incredible. So I hope you enjoyed that. If you want to see me actually onboard a client in real time, let me know and I will reach out and ask one of our esteemed clients. Maybe we can get them together and actually do this live on a YouTube video. Could be like pretty cool to do it. So again, guys, remember this document is linked in the description. Just click below. It's going to get emailed over to you totally for free, and you can go through a little bit more deeply on all of my examples here. Okay, they're really, really good. I encourage you to look at them. Hey guys, quick pause. If you're serious about scaling with email, then we need to stop guessing, right? At Dynamx, we run free Klaviyo account audits. That's free, FREE, where we map out exactly where your flows are leaking money and more importantly, how to fix it. Simply book a call, visit dynamx.max using the link below, and let's find the next 20 or 30% of revenue hiding in plain sight. I've also put in this try this now. If you want to do some practical exercises, you can use Poppy, you can even use GPT, you can rewrite certain things with Pass, you could also apply ADA, you can do the 4 Ps, you can sprinkle in our hype framework if you so desire, turn some of your actual customer reviews into hooks, cross-check that with proof, build your internal swipe file and put the AI to work for you, similar to how I just done it. Modern Copywriters Toolkit. This is literally our Dynamx toolbox here. So we do research using reviews, Reddit, Klaviyo zero-party data. This is all our battle-tested frameworks. We are big advocates of proof using UGC, dynamic blocks, case studies. We draft, we iterate using custom GPTs, getpoppy.ai, Google Docs, Grammarly. These are all core elements that are non-negotiables inside of our tech stack. We do editing and testing using Hemingway, Klaviyo, of course, A/B tests. We're super big advocates for that. And we like to also do looms. We transcript them, we feed them to the AI. We train custom GPTs. For learning, go to Copy Hackers, guys. These, in my opinion, my humble opinion, are the absolute best in their business. They're all like cracked copywriters. Like for me, the best in the world. CXL are also awesome. Breakthrough Advertising, Ninjas, Rockstars. I read all of their stuff. I'm constantly learning from them. Never ever done learning, honestly. So if you would like to, this is literally an insight into what we're doing to write, deploy, optimize, and test out the copy. This is our Copywriters Toolkit. Feel free to add some more though if you find it. So final thoughts, the frameworks are the tools, the ADA, the Pass, the 4 Ps, and even Hype if you want to play with it a little bit. They're all your cornerstones, but the real wins is pairing them with data, psychology, and modern AI workflows. Copywriting is one of the biggest levers that you can pull for lifetime value. Don't ever outsource it, embrace it, and operationalize it. Okay guys, this is one of my favorite parts. Now we move into revenue recovery, right? Who doesn't want more of that? These are the highest intent automations that you have. If they're really weak, you're gonna burn and lose money every single day, morning, noon and night, 247, 365. So we're gonna get started with a premium, high-end, high-converting abandoned cart system. So let's hop right into that. This is going to be the Dynamx playbook for how to create a really high converting abandoned cart flow. I'm going to add in a special bonus, and I'm going to show you the added to cart framework and how you can also implement it too, the do's and the don'ts, and the difference between the metrics. So let's hop right into it. Now, some recent wins for us. This is a 90-day snapshot for a British brand that we're currently managing. They did £1.3 million and £445,000 came from our campaigns and our flows. So this is more just to display the amount of money on the table right now in email marketing. It's insane, and none more so than in the Dynamx abandoned cart. So this is email one. These are some pretty solid benchmarks: 50% open rate, 8% click rate, almost a 7% placed order rate, and that's taken in $25,000 just over a 30-day snapshot. Insane, like really big numbers. Now, every year ecom brands lose millions because of one thing, and it's cart abandonment. The average abandonment rate sourced from Baymart.com is around 70%. So that means for every 10 people that actually add to the cart, you're only converting on average 3 of them. So there's 7 people there, 7 potential customers that are ripe for the pluck. And this is like really high intent based stuff. If you're going so far to actually start a checkout now event, you're like literally so close to transacting. So email right now remains one of the highest ROI channels in all of e-commerce, generating an average of $36 to $42 for every single dollar that you spend. That can mean around 30% of your total attributed revenue can come literally from email marketing. So here are some pretty solid industry benchmarks. The TLDR version of this is just basically email, and in particular abandoned cart email 1 should be either the number 1 and certainly the most number 2 highest converting flow and email inside your Klaviyo account. And if it's not, we have to optimize it, and we're going to do it together on this video. I'm going to give you some ninja level hacks in just a second. We're literally going to jump into our Figma. I'm going to give you 10 different examples, proven money printers, and I'm going to give you something that isn't available on YouTube right now. If you stick with me, I'm going to show you how you get these things to click like nobody's business, guys, especially on a mobile version. We're doing something really particular inside all of our Dynamx abandoned carts, and we've got the metrics to back it up and why it's converting so well. So if you stick with me, you're going to learn a lot here. Let's go into the Dynamx approach. This is what's printing right now in e-commerce. I promise you it is. We're using dynamic hero images. So we're not using just your cookie cutter dynamic product blocks. We put them in as well, as they're really important, and you should too. We're using full Figma design layouts and smart segmentation and logic. So let's jump back into Figma and focus a little bit together on what these dynamic hero images are. Very simply, we are optimizing the vast majority of our high intent conversion focused to be really responsive, light, fast loading, and ideally have 0 scroll on a mobile device. Around 70% across the board of all of the open rates are being done on iPhones, Android phones, tablets. So you must optimize for them and keep that in mind. Instead of having a hero image that say maybe looks like this and you have to scroll to get to the cart, we are finding that we can have a background overlaid hero image with our dynamic image showing exactly what was added to cart in terms of line item number 1. Then if you continue scrolling down, you will have the standard product block, which will bring in everything that they added into the cart. So we're finding in the abandoned cart, the added to cart, and the browse abandonment, by having these dynamic hero images, the click rate is significantly higher. We have tested this on over 20 brands, and 18 of them all showed extreme improvements in the click rate. There was only 2 that didn't, and they were more educational based sort of products, not really necessarily full-on e-commerce products, right? They were kind of blurring the lines between a little bit of sassy sort of e-commerce. We find with those, you actually need a little bit more education, guys. So it doesn't really matter if you do it this way or you don't, to be quite frank with you. But for most e-com brands, it certainly does. So I encourage you right now, if you're watching this video, at the end, to go and experiment. Take a design like this, for example, and run it against a dynamic hero image design, and you should see a noticeable difference. Even if that's just a 1% improvement, guys, over a 365-day snapshot in terms of the click, that can literally lead to tens of thousands of dollars in the placed order rate. So your RPR, right, your revenue per recipient, can astronomically shoot up if you simply experiment with this. So do it even sometimes with text, right? Get rid of the long scroll fest hero images, go for text, go for urgency, go for dynamic images. Just don't be afraid ultimately to mix and match it, play, see what's a good fit for your brand. We are just wanting to display that this is what we're doing in 7-figure, 8-figure, and even 9-figure brands right now. Everything that we're doing, including sign up forms, we are going for zero scroll in almost every single thing. Yes, the emails are very expansive. They have nice elements, nice categories, UGC, social proof. It's very important that that's all in there. But for sure, for high intent, conversion focused emails, which most of these flow based emails are, you should have stuff up top. Strong headers, bold hooks, subheaders, solid discounts wrapped if it's necessary, if it's relevant. If it isn't, at least a solid CTA, and ideally some kind of a dynamic image, okay? I promise you, you will make more money just by simply doing that. Now, quick pit stop. If you're watching this and thinking your brand might be leaving thousands behind in abandoned carts, you're absolutely right. At Dynamx, we design abandoned cart flows that generate an average of $3.65 of revenue per recipient, with top performance hitting almost 29. Book a free Klaviyo account audit today by visiting dynamx.max, and we'll finally get this handled for you. Now, if we continue on, I want to just create a little bit of an awareness. So in fact, there's actually two flows. There's one called abandoned cart, which is triggered off the Shopify added to cart metric. This used to be triggered off an API added to cart metric. We used to have to inject a little snippet of code inside your guys' liquid themes. You do not need to do that no more. The added to cart Shopify metric is now native inside Klaviyo. If you cannot see it inside your Klaviyo account, I'm going to demo how you can disable the integration and simply re-authenticate it to force it to display. There is the other version of this flow, the more popular one, which is abandoned checkout. Now, most people, they confuse this and they call it the abandoned cart, but it's not actually what it is. The abandoned checkout flow is triggered differently, and it will be a more powerful variant than this one over here on the left. Okay guys, I'm going to display this to you inside my test store so you see how they're actually triggered. We're going to look inside Klaviyo, we're going to check out the metrics together, and then we're going to quickly build out an abandoned cart flow in terms of the framework. So let's hop right into it. So guys, we're now inside Klaviyo, and you can see here there is the newer Shopify added to cart metric. There's also the older, which is the gear icon. This is the API metric. So if we hop in here, you will see the data is flowing in. So this is what you're looking for, guys, inside your account. I'm going to quickly show you how you can get it if it's not there. So if you simply come in and go to integrations here on the bottom left, go into Shopify, you can see on the upper right, and this is only if the metric is currently not showing, you can simply disable the integration. Okay, let's click the red call to action and do that. It only takes just about a few seconds, and we will select the track behavioral events checkbox if it is unchecked. Even if it isn't though, still disable and then simply enable the integration again. We will also update the settings. Now, this can take honestly from 4 even upwards of 8 hours sometimes for this metric actually resync and become available. So you can see here how fast that was. Your Shopify settings have been updated. Let's triple check that though by selecting the black call to action. Just want to make sure that this is definitely done, and you can select this button again. You will get another green CTA, a double one. Now we categorically know that we have disabled this, re-authenticated and enabled it. So inside of the metrics area here in a little while, the Shopify icon will display, guys. So again, that's this one. If it isn't in your account, that's how you can force it to come in there, okay? Now, the checkout started version of this, what we're going to do now is demo how abandoned cart added to cart actually gets triggered, and I'll immediately show you the difference with the checkout started, just so you have the reference. So this is our little test store that we use for playing around with. Okay, so we got a nice rugby ball here for the dog in blue. Let's add it to cart. So right now, I have just technically triggered this event. If I continue on here and I X out and I take this action, that is me adding the cart and effectively abandoning it. So Klaviyo will fire that flow to you. However, if we go back in to the same product, we add it to cart. We then select the checkout now version. This is us priming the checkout started metric to fire. Now, if I abandon, that flow will fire. Okay guys, so if I totally abandon here, this is triggering this version of the flow. Again, it's really important that this is your primary version of this, as it will drive the most money. However, the added to cart version is no slouch. Now let's hop back inside Klaviyo. We're now back inside Klaviyo. This is our master version of this flow that we like to use, okay? So it's very simply triggered off the Shopify checkout started metric. So again, just to double down which one we're building, we are building the abandoned checkout triggered off checkout started right now inside Klaviyo. So a couple of little filters that come natively: placed order 0 times since starting this flow and has not been in this flow in the last 10 days. This could be last 7 days if you wanted to be more aggressive, it could be last 21 if you don't want to maybe overwhelm the customers. It's totally personal preference. We just find that this is the sweet spot to maximize conversions without bombarding your actual client base. So we wait 2 hours. If you would like to be aggressive, you can lower this to 1 hour. You can even lower it to 30 minutes, for example. Now, I would recommend that you do lower this to 30 minutes in Black Friday, Cyber Monday when you're pushing, right? Because the inbox competition is going to be fierce. The platforms are going to be super noisy. So you do want to get these high intent emails out very quickly, at least for a short period of time. We like to start with 3 emails inside the flows. Let's pop back out and I'll show you where you can actually find the architecture for this flow. So if you come in to flows, select create flow, what you can type in here is simply cart. You can select the abandoned cart reminder. So this is Shopify added to cart. Okay, so this is going to give you the ability to create the first version of this, of the added to cart trigger, for example. Now, if we select this, you can see that right now it's the old version of this. So do make sure that you're going to be getting the new version before you start to build this out. Okay, so I'm going to show you what it actually looks like in just a sec here. Now, if you type in checkout, you can see that this is the abandoned checkout reminder. So this is the standard version which triggers off the checkout started metric, guys. Okay, so you can select use template and we're going to build this out really quickly together. I'm going to show you how easy it is. It comes already with the correct variables inside here. So this is Klaviyo building their little framework out for us here. So all we're going to do is simply grab this, snap it under. We're going to delete everything below, both paths. Let's get rid of all of that. Then we're going to simply clone the time delay, snap it under email 2. We're going to clone email 2, snap it underneath this time delay right here. So you can see in the profile filters, it has came over with placed order 0 times since starting this flow and has not been in this flow in the last 7 days. If you want to change this up, you can simply, let's do 10 days, for example, and you can also put in various different metrics. Do remember one thing as well, guys, make sure that this box is not checked, right? Make sure that that's turned off. You need people to receive those emails. It's really important. Now, inside here, you can go in and you can start to experiment with this. You can change the copy. You can do all of that if you want to remain inside the Klaviyo template builder. The most important thing is to make sure the link address, if we copy it, is inside everywhere here. So it must be inside all the call to actions. Put it inside every single thing that can be clicked that you would like to be clicked. Make sure that it's in there because it's really important that we are redirecting them back to the site. Okay, so if we were to preview this, for example, you can see that there would be an image here, the quantity, the totals, and all of that good stuff. So what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to pop back into an actual live client account and I'm going to demo this in real time just so you can see what it looks like when the emails are all designed. All right, guys, so this is an actual client account. I have removed their logo just to protect their privacy, but let's preview this together so you can actually see what this looks like in real time. So there is the top line item from the cart that's actually displaying in here. Now, if we scroll down, you can see if we demo a variety of customers, the cart and the contents are going to change. This may expand if the person has added more than one item in, for example, so you can go through. In this case, this person has added 2, right? So another really important thing here is, do you notice here? I'm going to just zoom in a little bit. It's very important if you're doing a dynamic image. This is the variable that you have that you're either going to pull in line item 0 or line item 1 and only that, because if you don't and the customer adds more than one thing to the cart, like for example, this person has here, it will bust the email, right? It will throw in 2 images and hero image will be like really broken, okay? So you simply code that out with that variable. Here, however, you do want that to expand. If the customer has added 7 items in the cart, we want to show them everything, okay, guys? So very important stuff that you do that. And you can see here that we have our link address all over the place inside here. Basically, anywhere that they can click I want them to go back to the cart like that. They must go back to the cart, and it will dramatically increase your chances of a conversion. So guys, now we're going to quickly do together the added to cart version of this flow. It's very simple. It comes out of the box with all of these filters. Now the filter that's really important that I need you to pay attention to here is this. So it's asking a question: has a person checkout started 0 times since starting this flow? So why it's going to ask this, and it's going to ask it all the way down, which is really important. It's in case the person goes a step further and starts the checkout now version of this flow, so that you don't accidentally double fire the added to cart and then the checkout started version, guys. So Klaviyo is pretty smart out of the box, and that's how it comes once you search for it in the flow library. It's the same emails, pretty much the same design. The only difference here is the variable inside of the call to action is different, and when you create the flow, you're going to see exactly what that is. Okay, so just take that variable and put it top to bottom inside all of the images. Anything that's clickable that you would like them to click, make sure it's going to send them back to the cart. Okay, let's hop back inside our doc. Just a quick recap. We've learned so far the distinct difference between abandoned cart, which is added to cart, and abandoned checkout, which is technically checkout started. Okay, so just make sure that both of these flows are set up and firing, and you guys are going to have a license to print money. Now this is our internal flow strategy here. It's up to you. We've just found that this generally works pretty well across the board. You can start out with 3 of them that are really conversion focused. Then you can maybe sprinkle in and chop and change it up with email 3. You can try frequently asked questions. You can add in risk reversals as well. You could even do the nudge and the discount in email 4. Generally, when we're building for clients though, we'll do email 1, 2 and 3, and email 3 will be the thing that has the offer, the incentive. Is it some kind of free shipping? Is it a bundle? Is it a free gift? Is it a straight up discount or money just off the order? You can totally do that. We see really fantastic conversions doing it in email 2. It's a little bit aggressive. A lot of founders don't like to do it. They like to save it for email 3. Okay guys, so it's totally up to you. Experiment with it. But when you build out the added to cart and the checkout flow, make sure they have 3 emails at an absolute minimum. When the metrics inside email 3, when open is above 40, ideally 45%, the click rate is north of 1.25, maybe even 1.5, then it's time to add in email number 4. Repeat the same process, add in email number 5. If you guys are doing drop shipping and things that are a little bit more sort of aggressive, then maybe right off of the rip you can just go for a 5 email abandoned cart flow. It's totally fine if you want to do that, by the way, but generally speaking, we build them with 3 and we scale slowly over time. Continuing on, guys, these are some of the principles similar to how I just demoed inside of Figma. Do experiment with getting your dynamic images in up top and have background images such as this one as overlays. You can even just simply have white backgrounds, or you can literally have an email that maybe looks a little bit more like this one. So it's going to be with a ton of marketing verbiage, countdown timer to create some FOMO, and then you can have your product block a little bit further down. There's no right or wrong way to go about it, so do experiments and see what works for you. Now, some benchmarks to aim for. Again, guys, these are the industry standard benchmarks. You want open rates ideally around 50 to 65%, click rates around 6 to 10%, placed order rates anywhere from 3 all the way up to 8%, your RPR, so your revenue per recipient, around 3 US to 29 US. It depends a little bit on your vertical, honestly, but these are pretty healthy things to aim for. So again, I've included an image down here on the right. You can see these metrics in action here, everything I just displayed. Now, with that, just remember, guys, this doc is linked down below. You can simply click the link and go put in your email, and it's immediately sent over to you guys. So our final word on this, the abandoned cart flows, don't just set in them and forget them. Do experiment with them. They should be in a perpetual and constant state of A/B testing, in particular for the click rates. They're going to be your highest value test bed. They're going to give you the most bang for your buck. So open rates, subject lines, preview text, the innards for the clicks, the designs, discount strategies, copy, offer testing. When this is all done properly, it can literally account for 10 to 15% of your guys' total monthly revenue, guys, coming from an abandoned cart Klaviyo flow. So it's insane, right? And you don't even need to spend a penny more on ads to get that. That's what's the craziest part at all. So over here at Dynamx, we're designing every abandoned cart sequence in Figma first. We map it in Klaviyo with all of the dynamic content, and then we optimize it after the fact for performance using the design innards and deliverability optimization. So execute this correctly. Gonna be adding a ton of revenue inside your business. I promise you are. Hey guys, cart abandonment catches the people who added, but the browse abandonment catches people who nearly did. Most brands kind of ignore this one, but we definitely do not. This is where hidden revenue lives. there's always a boatload of money sitting on top of the table in this very flow when I audit accounts, guys. So please trust me, this one cannot be missed. Alright guys, so high converting Klaviyo browse abandonment flow. This is going to allow you to turn those passive site visitors into profitable subscribers for the medium and even the long term, guys. So why you're maybe losing some money right now, and it's probably because every single day people are hitting your guys' site, they're hitting your product pages and they're just leaving. And if you don't have the revenue recovery system to bring them back super fast, number one, you're wasting ad spend. Two, your conversion rate is obviously going to tank. And three, worst of all, your competitors are going to steal those potential customers right from underneath you. So browse abandoners are literally one of the biggest hidden revenue links in all of e-com right now. And most brands are kind of treating this flow a little bit like an afterthought. Now, with this training today, what we're going to spend most of our time doing is inside Klaviyo, where we're literally going to create this flow from scratch together, guys. I'm going to give you a variety of different examples here in Figma using our Dynamx dual display framework. So we're literally going to build this all out together. I just want to say that this doc is linked down below. All you got to do is put in your email address and it's immediately sent over to you, no strings attached. So if you want to go through a little bit more slowly after, I encourage you just to take the doc, go through it at your own time, and then you can slowly build this out. So guys, the problem, the visitors leave product pages. What's the impact? The impact is wasted ad spend and lost conversions. The cause is a missing quick revenue recovery system. The solution is to follow along with me today and build out a 4 email series Klaviyo browse abandonment flow. So what you're going to learn, the Klaviyo setup, no guesswork, no missing filters, time windows, the 4 email revenue sequence, Dynamx dual display, which is going to give you a click-through rate uplift. We're going to build it out live together in Klaviyo. I'm going to show you real examples, and you're going to leave with a best-in-class revenue recovery system. Okay, so here is some good to knows, time delays, intent levels for the 3 cores, right? The browse abandonment, the cart abandonment, and the checkout abandonment. I have another video on YouTube here that explains the differences between the added to cart and the started checkout flow. That's cart abandonment and checkout abandonment basically. But this one, we're going to focus solely on the browse abandonment, guys, okay? Only metric that matters, guys, is this viewed product metric. Why does it matter? Because it fires the moment someone views a product on a page, right? It captures real interest, even if they do not end up adding it to cart, and it also drives the entire browse abandon strategy. If it's not firing, re-enable your Shopify integration. So with that, this is a good segue into Klaviyo, guys. So if you come to flows, select build your own or create a flow, you're going to see this browse abandonment standard. So today, guys, we're going to be using the Shopify integration. Now, if you're WooCommerce or BigCommerce or whatever the case may be, the actual framework and the amount of emails, the content within them is relatively going to remain the same. The only difference will be the variable, right? So for example, in Shopify, it's event.url. In WooCommerce and BigCommerce, it'll be very similar to that. It might just be a different bracket or a different curly bracket. So do follow along with me, build it all out, and then triple check your variables based on what Klaviyo gives you, depending on which integration you're with. Now, what we need to make sure is, guys, right? Browse abandonment, the trigger is the viewed product. The prerequisites are Shopify integration enabled, and you want this green check here. So it's saying, hey, you're all set. Viewed product data is syncing to Klaviyo. So that means it's fully integrated and it's ready to rock and roll. So you simply select use template, let it load in. Now what's awesome here, guys, is it comes with a template right out of the box, right? So what I really love about this is it already has the variables inside of here, okay? So let's take a quick peek together, and then we're going to hop in a different account and we're going to build this out more thoroughly. So you can see here, guys, that it's actually got the wrong one. So this organization.url is not correct. This is your website, okay? What is correct though is the event.url/default. So we're going to see a little bit more about that in just a second. In this case, you can see event.image URL, and this is the actual link address. So this is one big flaw with Klaviyo, guys, right? This call to action, you should have the exact link, right? Similar to how you do it on added to cart and abandoned checkout. You want them to go back to the cart. In this case, we want them to go back to the exact thing that they viewed, the thing that they browsed. It's really, really, really important. You don't want to just simply redirect them back to your website like in some random product page or back to the main homepage. You want them to go back to the exact thing they looked up. So let's start now to build out the entire framework. We're going to jump into the content within all of the emails, and you're going to see how easy and fast this is to put together. Hey guys, quick pause here because this part matters. If you're watching this and thinking, I get the strategy, but I don't want to mess this up inside Klaviyo, that's exactly where most brands lose the money. Filters slightly wrong, timing a little bit off, smart sending, oops, left it on, flows colliding. If you want this built properly for your brand with the correct logic, clean design and zero guesswork, you can book a free retention audit simply by using the link below. We'll look at your current flows, your browse abandonment data, and show you exactly what's being left on top of the table. So let's get back into the main video. So first thing, before we start to expand, we have to check the trigger, right? There's one other little flaw here that I've already corrected, but I'm going to remove it so you see what this looks like just out of the box, right? So when you start to build this flow, you've got 3 filters. You've got start at checkout 0 times since starting this flow, and placed order 0 times since starting this flow, and has not been in this flow in the last 10 days. This is a pretty solid starting point. However, something that's super important, if you guys are using the Shopify added to cart metric, right, or potentially the added to cart API metric, right, for your other added to cart flow, you will want to put in a filter here in the browse abandonment flow just to make sure that it isn't going to accidentally fire too close together, right, because it's not automatically seeking this event out of the box. It's very easy, guys. All we simply do is click edit, we select and, we expand this drop down, we search for what someone has done or not done. Again, you can see it's given us a person has. We can expand this. If I start to type added, in this case I've got the added to cart. If you notice this little gear icon, this is the API. If you're going to use the Shopify added to cart, then you'll simply have the Shopify logo, okay? It'll be part of your integration. So you select added to cart here 0 times, and then since starting this flow, and you select save. So these trigger profile filters, they're sticky. And what I mean by that is from the top to the bottom of the flow, Klaviyo will continually ask these questions over and over and over again. So it's constantly going to be asking, hey, have they started checkout from email 1 right through to email 4? So what you don't need to do, for example, is add a conditional split or something like, for example, this is a standard way to do it in other flows. You could be like placed order. So 0 times since starting this flow. If the answer is yes, send them here. If the answer is no, send them there. So you do not got to do that here, guys, which is awesome, right? It's just going to be sticky the whole way down. So it's nice and clean. You don't got to go off coming down and adding in additional filters within the emails. Not at all. So we now have the basic framework of our flow, but remember, we want 4 emails and right now we only have 1, so we have to add in a couple more time delays and we have to start to build out the other emails. So we're going to build the architecture, then we're going to go into email 1 and we're going to start to lay it all out together, guys. So our trigger is good, our first time delay. Now I would generally recommend you run a time delay from anywhere from 2 to around 3 hours, right? I like to use 2 hours for my added to cart and my abandoned checkout flows. Then as an extra little layer of safety, I have like a 15 to 30 minute leeway. So in this case it's 2 hours 15 minutes, right? Just to allow enough time for some data to be passed back between the integrations. It's not always instantaneous. Most of the time it is, but as a little safety net, it's just my personal preference, right? So maybe do it anywhere from 2 hours 15 minutes all the way right up until 4 hours. I would encourage you for email 1 not to go beyond the 4 hour mark. We have found via A/B testing that if you go beyond that, the performance dips significantly, right? If you're going to have a 5 or 6 or 7 or an 8 hour time delay just for them to get the first email, it's too long, guys, honestly, and your conversion rate will absolutely tank. So again, a little bit personal preference, anywhere from 2 to 4 hours is going to be fine for you. So next we have our email 1 here, right? So I've already started working on one just to give you guys a little bit of an idea of what's in there. But what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to start to build the rest out. So let's add in another time delay. We're going to wait 1 day, save that. Now here's a little hack for you. Instead of just grabbing an email, right, and dragging it in, which is going to cause you to have to build everything out from scratch, right? You have to select the template, you have to do this and do that. You can simply clone email 1. And how you do it is by selecting these 3 dots, clone, and we're going to do that twice, right? Because we're going to have 3 dynamic emails, and then the 4th and final will be a plain text one, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a sec. So right now we're just simply cloning the emails over. Obviously we will go in here and change all of the content, all of the marketing angles, the copy, the imagery, and all of that stuff. But what we're doing here is just getting a little hack, and the reason why is because it's got all of the variables in here, and I'll show you what they are in just a moment. So you can see here we need one more time delay. We need to also drag that below the time delay. We'll add in our last time delay, and this time we will take over an email, as we are going to eventually build out the plain text email. So let's set up all of our delays first. So what I recommend here, guys, is generally 2 to 3 hours for email 1. Then you wait 1 day for sending them email 2, you wait another day, they get email 3, and you wait one last day and you're going to send them email 4. Okay, so let's just quickly rename all of this so we can see it together here. Okay, so obviously this is going to be email 2. Okay, and one other thing while I'm in here, guys, make sure that this is unchecked. Okay, you do not want this checked. You do not want people to be skipped here. You want them to receive these emails, okay? This is a high intent conversion focused email. You will turn smart sending on inside your campaigns, right? But in your high intent flow based emails, do not turn it on. You will literally bleed money here, guys, okay? So don't make that mistake. Always keep it turned off unless there's a significant reason. In other non-core flows, then of course, if there's the business use case for that, turn it on. But in the likes of the welcome series, abandon cart, added to cart, browse abandonment, post purchase, make sure it's turned off, okay? Now, what we have here is a 3 email series, really, and we're going to make email 4 our plain text email. Okay, I'm going to give you some placeholder copy for this in just a sec. I do have it mapped out for you inside of our doc here. For those of you that like to read and want to spend a bit longer, I've actually got the entire psychology, the framework, the hooks, the whole lot inside all of these emails. Now we will take a quick peek at the plain text email here. What I personally like to do is one of 2 things. If email 3 is underperforming a little bit, what we'll do then is we'll expand it and do a 4th, and this time we'll hyper personalize it. We'll make it feel super authentic and founder led if there's scope to do so. So we do it by dropping all of the images, dropping all of the snazzy designs, and we go for a plain text version. And also in that plain text version, we generally hit them with an offer, whether it's free shipping, 5% off, 10% off, $10 off, whatever, doesn't really matter. Just try and get an incentive in there. Now, if the flow is generally performing fairly well, would in that case just experiment between email 2 and 3 with slightly different offers, different marketing angles and things like that. Okay, so I highly encourage you though to experiment a little with the plain text. You could always even do a plain text in email 3 if you want. We have just seen better performance having a 4 email flow. Okay, so what does this ultimately look like? So plain text, it needs to actually feel a little bit personalized. It needs to feel human, can't be overtly robotic or too corporate, right? We don't want none of that kind of verbiage and spiel in there. So it's just something like, hey there, you can do like the verse name default variable. So it would be, in this case, it would, you might name it would be, hey Stephen, I noticed you were checking out a few things on our site earlier and didn't end up moving forward. No pressure at all. I just wanted to jump in personally in case you had a question or needed a bit more info. Most people who browse and leave are usually thinking one of 3 things. Is this actually right for me? Do I need this now? Hey, I'll come back later. So to make it a bit easier for you, here's 10% off if you decide to give it a try today, right? So that's us creating a little bit of FOMO, urgency. Use code, insert code, in this case take 10 at checkout. You can jump back in to exactly where you left off, guys. Notice here, actually putting in the variables so they go back immediately to the thing that they browsed, okay? The product that they viewed. Really, really, really important that you do that. And then as a closing line, this one's key. And if there's anything you're unsure about, just reply to this email. It comes straight to me and I'm happy to help. So this feels like you're literally gonna be the one responding to this. Now, most of the time it would be like a virtual assistant, something along those lines, someone in your customer success team, and it will speak soon and insert your name in there, okay? So now let's jump into Klaviyo and we're going to start to play around with actual innards of this email. So email 1, select edit, and we're going to loop straight in here. So in this case, what are we doing in email 1, guys, right? We're going to do our Dynamx dual display, which is this basically, guys. So if you look, for example, let's check out this email. This is one of our client emails, okay? So what we're actually doing here is we're displaying the dynamic image twice. And what I mean by that is it's a double whammy, right? So if we preview this, you can see that it's actually displaying, in this case, the Optimum Nutrition Gold Standard Gainer 2 times over, right? And you can also put in background images in here if you want to have something a little bit more premium. In this case, because it's generally better fit for the brand, we have decided to remove that. But if you look inside of our Figma here, you can see that we do this in a variety of different ways. Look at that beautiful background image with a dynamic image overlaying it of the exact thing that they viewed browsed. Okay, you can see we're doing it here in a slightly different style, here in another different style, right? So there's no right or wrong way to do this, but we have found that the old way, which would be this, right, a static image and then a big long scroll to get to the dynamic image, so it would be like a scroll fest pretty much until you actually see it like here. So this would all be super static, right? The problem is that now in 2026, and honestly this has kind of been this way especially over the last sort of 2 years, right, you must be designing with a mobile first design approach. Why? Because 70 to 80% of all opens are done on like an iPhone, an Android phone, right, whatever. So you need to be optimizing for minimal scroll, and if you have a freaking scroll fest to get them back to the thing that they browsed, the thing they added to cart, right, to give them that sort of like nudge, you're just kind of like, you're doing yourselves a bit of an injustice there, right? And it's going to be detrimental to your click-through rate. So do feel free though to experiment it. It's not like a universal rule across the board, but on most e-commerce brands, we see in email one specifically generally better performance by having the thing they viewed, having the thing they added to cart be really super high up above the fold, so it's really freaking clickable, guys, like super fast, right, with a strong CTA also in there. So again though, some people, some clients don't prefer that. They like to vary it up a little bit, and we do that as well, guys. You can see this would be email 1. Email 2 does have the static image. It's also talking about a different sort of thing, right, founder-led stories, things like that. So you can vary it up a little bit. Okay, ultimately whatever is a good fit for you and whatever is best for business, we'll go ahead and do that. But do test out the dual display hack, right, guys? It's, for me, it's kind of crushing it at the moment in like 90+% of the brands that are under our management. It's consistently outperforming what they had before in terms of a static image. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Again, one last time just to show you, it's super fast. It's having the dynamic image display up top and then again quickly down here, guys. Okay, so let's now go in and build out the rest of the flow. Before we do that, something super important, guys. In this email, wherever, notice here, these are all independent clickable elements. Here we have a text block, here's a CTA, another text block, all of that good stuff. But if you notice here, the link address is the actual event, right? So if I receive that email and I select the CTA, or I actually click the image itself, it takes me immediately back to the product, right? So it's not just taking me back to some random place on the website or some sort of different product page. It's literally taking me back to the exact thing. So we can imagine, it's safe to assume that that is more conducive to a higher likelihood of a transaction, right? A conversion, which is what we're gunning for. Remember, this flow has one purpose, and it's to drive conversions. It's not here to do anything else, right? We've got a whole different bunch of flows that do an abundance of different things, right? Such as brand anchoring, removing buyer's remorse, laying the foundations for repeat purchases, winning people back, sunsetting people. We've got all of those over here, right? But these suckers are to do one thing and one thing only, and it's drive conversions. So you gotta give yourself as much possibility to actually make that a reality, right? And you do it by simply laying in that dynamic event anywhere that's clickable, right? Within reason. Obviously, if you have social media links at the bottom, of course, they're going to direct to the actual social media pages, guys. Okay, so let's continue on with our flow here. So we've got our trigger, we've got all our time delays, we've done all of the framework. We know email 4 is going to be plain text. So if you want to see how to build that real fast, is you just click in. We see, remember, turn this off. We do not want that on. Make sure you click save, right? And then here, using the drop down, you can select create text only, right? So it's going to loop us into a plain text email, for example, and then you're going to build it out. Again, please make sure one thing, guys, right? What you need to make sure is here, you put in the unsubscribe link, all right? You would be shocked at the amount of accounts I audit that omit this, right? It's really important. I do not know why Klaviyo don't just put it there out of the box, but you need to do it. And then obviously you're going to go ahead, build it all out. You're going to add in your subject line, whatever is correct for you, okay? But you can see here, I do have the blue unsubscribe link. Very important that that's in there. And that's pretty much it, guys, really, with regards to the majority of this video. Now, if you have a capability in your team or you're proficient yourself, our team, you can see here, we do all of our emails custom bespoke inside Figma, and then we slice it and we rebuild it inside Klaviyo. The finished product is much more polished, right? It kind of looks something like this one, right? The one I was just displaying basically. I mean, look at that, right? And those shading effects and the glow and all of that. It's super, super custom. The Klaviyo template builder, it is practical, but it is a little bit limited. So you can simply design it in Figma and then slice it in a mixture of image and text-based blocks, okay? And obviously you're going to have different subject lines here, different preview text and all of that good stuff. So let's hop back into our document. Now, we're pretty much ready to wrap this up, guys. So short and sweet, right? You don't need to spend all day doing this. So basically a summary, what did we just learn there? So we learned the viewed product trigger, the correct exclusions, right? The time and sequence, the dual display framework, alternatives, smart sending. Remember, always turn that off. Dynamic blocks, Figma slices. Now I can give you a quick demo of how we could do that together. So let's just say, for example, we had our email one dual display all built out and you had this beautiful design here. If you're in Figma, you can do a shortcut, right? You just press S and it changes the tool. You can also find it here. Then all you're literally going to do, guys, is take this slice. So generally speaking, we would do the dimensions with a width of 600, right? Correct that up a little bit. We'll take a cheeky zoom in just to make sure everything's looking all good there. Then we would export it in 2x quality, right? So let's build one together super fast. So we'll pull email 2 apart, right? So email 2, let's say we don't want to do our dual display, right? We just want a static image in there. We're going to change up the header and all of that stuff. We can simply just literally add in a cheeky image block there. We can go ahead and grab our slice, right? And just throw it in there. So how easy is that, guys, right? So let's go ahead and do another one. So this was the slice, right? So you can see how easy that is. And then obviously, as I mentioned, please make sure you actually add in the event, right? It's really, really important, and always add in some alt text. In this case, I would just match it to what's said there. So it's loved by those who know luxury, right? So you can imagine, guys, if you have say 10 flows, 40 emails inside your account, you're sending maybe 12 emails per month in terms of campaigns. This is a tiny soft signal, right? For accessibility reasons in the eyes of Gmail, Yahoo, Apple Mail, Outlook, and the like, that you are a good sender, right? Because you're taking the time to actually put in the alt text, right? So it's conducive to slightly higher deliverability. If you zoom out and look at the bigger picture, especially if you're literally sending, you know, hundreds, some brands are sending like thousands of emails per year. So really, 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 really important that that's in there, okay, guys? And it would be the same here. For example, we would literally just add in the link address, and then this time we could put in love story, for example, right? And we can just match the header basically. So that's what that looks like. We can even quickly duplicate that. We could just throw it in the middle there, guys. So you can see that's already got some alt text, right? It's matching the CTA, so on and so forth. It's pretty easy to do, right? So you're obviously going to have the ability to configure these emails in whatever way your heart so desires. So okay, recovery is now handled. So it's time to build the maximum lifetime value that we possibly can. Post-purchase is how brands stop relying on constant acquisition and start scaling profitably without needing to spend a boatload of money on retargeting ads. So let's do the Dynamx high converting post-purchase system. How to create a high converting Klaviyo post-purchase flow. Let's go. Strategy guide for e-com brands. No fluff. There's no recycled tips. There is no bro science in here. This is literally just what we know works very, very well. Bootstrap startups, 5, 6, 7, and even 8-figure Klaviyo accounts that we manage over here at Dynamx. So you're going to learn customer insights, how you can actually optimize for conversions, various acquisition channels, methods, and the retention and growth levers that you guys can pull at a moment's notice. A little bit about us. So at the time of recording, it's the 1st of September. Happy Labor Day for all my USA based friends. We over at Dynamx so far have delivered over $40 million attributed just from email alone. We have Klaviyo expertise. We're bringing in growth strategies that enable client success. So what does this actually look like? Well, here is a Dynamx post-purchase email one. So this revenue is just from email one. For example, with a 44% plus open rate, a extremely high 6% plus click rate, and $55,000 in attributed revenue just in email one. Noteworthy, guys, there's 5 emails in this flow. So we really have deep insights into how to get these things printing money. Another example, guys, another Klaviyo account that we managed from a 365-day snapshot in attributed revenue. So this is just attributed revenue from email, not their total business revenue. It's much higher. We have almost $500,000 coming from email alone, guys, another brand that we manage in the UK. You can see that from the 1st of November when we actually took over the account, designed it, deployed it right up until the time of recording, we have generated just from Klaviyo attributed conversions 554,000 British pounds. That's about 700,000 US for my American friends that are watching this. So we are very confident, supremely confident in fact, that by November 2025, when we then take the 365 snapshot, there will be over $1 million in attributed revenue from an account we built from scratch with little profiles. I'm talking less than 200 emails, guys. So this is more to display that there is serious revenue here to be had, guys, none more so than in the post-purchase. So a little bit of a contents overview, guys. We're going to be looking at how you can create and run an effective revenue machine. We're going to look at trigger timing, subscription strategies that have subscribe and save models, deliverability and data, do's and don'ts beyond the thank you, guys. I want you to pay your attention. You're going to hear me talk about this a lot. There is a stark and a significant difference between what is a customer thank you flow and what is a true post-purchase flow. They're both triggered differently. The marketing and the goals and the framework from within them are totally different. There is a lot of other videos on YouTube, and a lot of them really make a catastrophic misstep at this point. They morph this customer thank you flow into some sort of piecemeal hybrid post-purchase flow. You should not do that. We have two versions. One, dedicated customer thank you flow, which is triggered off the placed order metric. Our Dynamx TM post-purchase flow is triggered off the order fulfilled metric. It's very, very different, and you're going to see me clearly break down why, the do's and don'ts, and what is the overarching core 3 email framework. So 3 emails just to get you started. You will add an email 4 and potentially email 5 a little bit later on once the metrics in email 3 have held true, mainly above 40%. In terms of the opens, about 1 to 1.5 in the clicks. Then we're going to look at benchmarks and proof, and I'm going to close it out with final thoughts. We will be demoing this as well, guys, so stay tuned. I'm going to show you how you can create this yourselves inside Klaviyo. This is our post-purchase flow. I'm also going to show you our customer thank you flow, so you see the difference, when and why and how you should use them. And then we're going to look at some examples in Figma, guys, so some high impact, high converting designs that are battle tested in print money. Let's hop right into it. The overarching goal here is to turn one-time buyers into lifelong customers. So I'm going to show you, and you're going to discover the secret that's hiding in plain sight. Industry averages show that repeat customers spend roughly 67% more than first-time buyers. What does that mean? That your retained customers are 9 times more likely to convert versus a cold prospect that you're driving to the funnel, right? So the traffic that's going to your website, it's literally 9 times easier to already convert a past customer than it is to convert one of them. So it's a big freaking lever that you guys need to pull super hard, right? And get that thing printing revenue. So when we audit Klaviyo accounts, guys, we always see at least 5, sometimes 15% of revenue just being left on top of the table, simply either by not optimizing this flow, having it incorrectly configured, or potentially not even deployed at all, guys. This is big revenue. It can be hundreds of thousands of dollars per year, literally just sitting on top of the table. So it's very, very significant. So trust me, if you stay tuned, I promise you this will never be a problem, or if it currently is, it will quickly become a past problem for you. That's my promise to you guys while you're watching this with me. This is your system for repeat purchases, upsells, and loyalty building. This is not just your cookie cutter customer thank you flow. It's high leverage, really super big lever that you can pull to turn those one-time purchasers into multiple repeat buyers, guys. So this is your little retention engine here, okay? It's the post-purchase loyalty system, which contains repeat purchase incentives, targeted upsell messaging, loyalties and rewards baked in, personalized follow-ups, optimized post-purchase touch points, and retention-based analytics. The big difference, post-purchase flow versus customer thank you flow. The customer thank you flow, this is the thing that triggers immediately after they check out. So the goal, reduce buyer's remorse, first touch point, confirm the order, provide delivery info. Email 2, some frequently asked questions, maybe sprinkle in a little bit of social proof, right, to go ahead and alleviate any buyer's remorse. However, the post-purchase flow, the true post-purchase flow at Dynamx, that means money. So that triggers after order fulfillment. The goal is drive the repeat purchase, push them into a subscription if it's relevant for your business, and build long-term value. The tonality is confidence, authority, and revenue driving. Mixing these up is a catastrophic mistake, guys. It's a huge mistake doing that, okay? Do not do it, and you will not do it. Now, many marketers fail by blending the purpose and the tone of these two critical flows. You must not do that. You must get the triggers and the overarching goals from within them right. You do this by aligning the message with the right life cycle stage, and that is the key to maximizing the revenue. So we gotta nail the tone and approach. Customers expect a different experience after their order is fulfilled versus the moment it's been placed. Very, very different customer experience. So in the next cards, to the core 3 email framework. If you stick with me, I'm going to give you a little teaser in the email 4 and 5, just so you guys are totally covered A to Z. So let's hop into it. Trigger timing, order fulfilled versus placed order. Placed order trigger, it's too early, guys, to push for a repeat purchase, right? It's not the right time. The customers haven't even received the product yet. The right time is off the order fulfilled trigger. This aligns with the customer experience. They have the product in hand and are ready to be nudged towards their next purchase or even subscription plan. So the critical difference is timing. Timing is everything when it comes to maximizing post-purchase revenue. Get the trigger right and you can turn one-time buyers into loyal repeat customers. This is the Dynamx proven 3 email post-purchase flow that turns one-time buyers into loyal customers. So we've got email 1, which is the incentive. We've got email 2, which is social proof and fear of missing out. And then email 3, we're going to really kick it up a notch. If they haven't already transacted, then it's going to be urgency and limited time offers, countdown timers, offer expiring soon type of verbiage in there. It's really, really, really important. So incentivize, social proof, and create urgency. There's no right or wrong way to layer in the timing. It's actually totally based upon your particular product. For example, right, the repeat purchase time and window, say if you buy a t-shirt like I'm wearing right now versus a protein-based supplement, right? That protein-based supplement or anything that requires ingested by animals, human beings, there is a consumption cycle. So the timing really, really, really matters here. And more often than not with those kind of products, there's usually a subscribe and save model. Very different than things that are typically one-time purchases, okay? So really, really important that you've done your competitor analysis, your branded audience research, and you've done some benchmarks in the industry averages for these typical time frames, okay guys? So this is all strategy based. What I'm merely giving you here is a rough window that works across the board, generally speaking. However, if you guys have supplement based brands, you can throw all that out the window. You have to go super, super deep. And it can even be, let's say I buy some Optimum Nutrition protein powder and I buy a tub that's got 30 scoops in it. And maybe Jack over here, he buys the same product, but it's the bigger bundle, right? He maybe buys 2 of them. So that's all of a sudden 60 scoops. So that post-purchase flow, that window and that consumption cycle is grossly different than when you're going to hit me, who just bought enough for 30 days versus Jack, who bought it enough at least for 60 days, right? So you have to kind of look into that and know your numbers a little bit. Then all you simply do is roll them into the post-purchase in terms of the time delays. The messaging remains the same, but it's just the time delays that you're going to hit them a little bit different to increase your chances of another transaction, guys, okay? Let's take a quick peek at supplement brands and subscription-based strategy. So remember, guys, these do not play by the typical e-commerce rules. You need to revamp your strategy and you need to stay ahead more so with subscribe and save models, subscription-based nudges. Understand the true consumption cycles, guys. Really, really, really important to have a high leverage, extremely effective post-purchase sequence. You need to know these numbers, guys, okay? And you're going to start to get that monthly recurring revenue. That's what we are all really praying for here. This is applicable for powders, liquid-based supplements, and what this is going to do is enhance the ALTV and enjoy hassle-free convenience, and it's going to greatly reduce your churn. So let's hop into the Klaviyo flows. This may look like a mouthful. I assure you it's not. It's very simple. We're literally going to build it together here, guys. It's simple drag and drop blocks. Again, this is the true version of the post-purchase flow triggered off the fulfilled order metric. Why it is so wide here is because we have a conditional split for a new customer. If you're a new customer, you come to the yes path. If you've already made a repeat purchase previously, you go over to the right hand side to the returning customers path. Why? Because now this is your time to shine. Go on and now start to really treat these gals like VIPers, right? You're going to really incentivize them in the subscribe and save models, again, if it's relevant for your business. You're also going to begin to market your affiliate, your loyalty rewards, all of that good stuff, guys, okay? And you're going to incentivize them a little bit better. It's different. The marketing angles, the terminology, and the strategy is very, very different, okay? The overarching goal is the same, is to get even another repeat purchase, but how you do it varies wildly, okay, guys? So just keep that in mind. So very simple here. What is the trigger? Shopify, fulfilled order metric, filters, refunded order 0 times since starting this flow, or canceled order 0 times since starting this flow. Then again, this time delay, it's really relevant for here. It's just the placeholder. If say person has bought supplement brand and we know it typically takes them around 17 to 19 days to get through it, then maybe at around day 14, for example, we want to hit them with email 1, okay? So you can have multiple versions of this if you want, and you can also even have filters in here based on product, okay? You can also add in conditionals based on products. This requires a deep dive, right? It requires brain power from multiple people, like an agency like mine, for example, to really get into your business, to really see what's going on and have this bespoke and custom to your audiences and your business goals, okay? So just keep that one caveat in mind, that this is all highly subject to change and it varies wildly niche to niche. So again, nevertheless, this is a good way to go ahead and start the party. So you're going to wait for the conditional split and you're going to ask the question, have they placed order more than once overall time? If so, then this isn't their first repeat purchase, this is their second, so they're actually a returning customer and they must go over here. But if it's their first time, very simply, you're going to send them email 1. Again, there's going to be a decent incentive in here to go ahead and drive that repeat purchase. I highly encourage you to do it in email 1 and email 2 and 3, of course, but nevertheless, if you can give 5%, 10%, 15%, do it. Trust me, it really gets people over the line. And just have a nice bit of verbiage in here acknowledging that you're thanking them for it. You're going to show them a lot of user generated content. You're going to remind them why customers keep coming back for more, guys. It's really important that you bend their reality to really display this, okay, and not be too generic or like just kind of like delivering them a coupon code, guys. You need to really hammer them with social proof here, okay? It's really, really, really important. What we like to do here at Dynamx, we would say, and again, this could be anything, it could be wait 5 days, 7 days, 10 days. In this case, the placeholder is 15. So we would ask the question again, has the person placed order 0 times since starting this flow? If the answer is yes, we need to hit them with email 2, okay, guys? So we're going to start to ratchet it up. We're going to kick it up a notch and start to go into a lot of social proof in here. We're going to like really hyper personalize this email while reminding them of the discount. Very, very important that you do it. However, if email 1 was good enough to convert them, awesome, amazing. We're going to create a profile property where completed post-purchase plus purchased equals true. So why are we doing this? Because we're going to now start to get a lot of data inside the Klaviyo account. We're giving you guys the power to create segments. You will start to message people that have placed 2 orders overall time differently than a brand new customer, okay, that's maybe just window shopping, maybe they're nearly there and they need a little nudge. These people, you got to start to treat them like VIPs. In fact, you can also go ahead and power a VIP flow based upon this data, right? Because you're actually creating the data, you can segment that data and you can do a bunch of really cool and awesome stuff, guys. So that's why we operationalize it here on the right hand side. All right, guys, so if anybody makes it down to email 3, we're going to kick the intensity up a notch. We're really going to start to really pull the FOMO lever super hard here, to the point where we're going to have a countdown timer. We're going to literally tell them that the offer is ending soon. So hopefully this is enough to get them over the line. We're going to use a ton of UGC, we're going to use a ton of social proofing, right? And we're going to really create that FOMO. Now, if they do not transact again, we're going to wait 7 days and we're going to ask this question one more time. Now we're saying, hey, from the top of the flow to the bottom of the flow, have they placed an order? If the answer is no, we will create a slightly different profile property update where we're now going to say completed post-purchase plus purchased equals false. So that'll give you the ability to create that segment, and maybe in your weekly campaigns, you can now hit them with a really high intent offer to get them over the line, guys, because they're still super engaged. So this is going to give you the ability to really crank on that lever if you so desire. So we're not just creating the data, but more so, hey, how do we operationalize it? Now, for customers, returning customers on the right path, now we're going to start to really treat them like VIPers, right? We're going to give them different kind of perks. The marketing angles, the verbiage is going to be very different. And we're going to also push, if we have it, loyalty rewards, affiliate, programs, things of that nature. So we're going to really try and get these people to become brand ambassadors, of course, while also driving repeat customers. That's the whole goal here. Now, what you can do is simply take a screenshot of this. You can use ChatGPT, for example, and you can get them to break this down for you. It's really, really easy, guys. I mean, we can build it together, right? So all I'm doing here is the top trigger, and then you would go over on the left, you would add in your first time delay, you would grab another conditional split that would go below there, and you're just going to literally drag and drop a bunch of emails in here, similar to how I'm doing it, and you're going to build out the overarching framework, and you're going to copy all of the delays, you're going to copy the same logic, guys, and then tie it all back in together. So this is some examples of high converting post-purchase emails that we have made throughout this year. So a variety of niches: fashion, home furniture, kids toys, Star Wars based lightsabers. We've even got a consumption based product, right? Coffee. So this is a beautiful one that's going to be inside of our subscribe and save models and things of that nature. So that's what they typically would look like, guys, across a 3 email series. Okay, so notice here we're using a lot of dynamic blocks. So what we do is predictive analytics here, or by default best selling items that are in stock in categories they already bought from and have also expressed interest in. So you want to really hit them with relevancy here. You can use static images in here, but I really encourage you to use Klaviyo's predictive analytics for this. The conversions are noticeably much higher at the moment, so that's what we would typically be doing. Okay, I promise you I would also display the customer thank you flow too, so let's hop right in there together. It's very simple. There's no hard rule of thumb in terms of how long this should be. It depends, honestly, if your product is the kind of product that requires a lot of instructional information. If there's a lot of objections, if there's a lot of frequently asked questions, then perhaps you need to make this a little bit bigger and have more touch points, right? But this is a pretty standard and pretty healthy way to do it, guys. So once someone has placed order, you would typically wait 30 minutes and you would hit them with the thank you email. You can sprinkle in a little bit of relevancy. You can use the Klaviyo variables to add in a little bit of information about their order. If there's common frequently asked questions, you could also add that in here. If you notice that in your business you do suffer from returned items, returned orders and things like that, then you know that maybe you need to handle some typical objections that come up. You could also just simply add in another time delay in here and you can just literally expand this. Again, I wouldn't typically recommend more than 3 to 5 emails. It depends a little bit for e-commerce brands anyway. For SaaS-based brands, everything I just said goes out the window. These thank you flows, if you like, are extremely expansive. They're like really wide and they have multiple conditional splits. So yeah, but I don't want to get sidetracked with that as this is an e-com focused video. We'll just continue on with that. All right, guys, quick pit stop. If you're relying on a 1 email thank you flow or some Shopify default setup, you're not just missing out, you're hemorrhaging big money. Now at Dynamx, me and my wife Jackie have helped scale Klaviyo flows for brands doing anywhere from 25k a month all the way right up to over $1 million a month. We have audited hundreds of accounts, and this is the most common revenue leak that we always see. Without a doubt, we're always seeing this. So we're offering a free Klaviyo account audit, zero fluff, zero hard sales, just a full breakdown of what's broken and honestly how you guys can just go fix it yourselves. So just tap the link in the description and book your free audit before BFCM hits and this window closes. So advanced flow expansion, guys. So email 4, email 5, you can do it. So you're going to be in email 4. You're also going to be really pushing in your social community pushes. Email 5, you can also start to invite them in to the loyalty programs. So instead of kicking them out of the flow, if they say have a repeat purchase, then you could add these emails in just below it. So you have those touch points baked in, okay? So you can manipulate these flows. You can play around with them a little bit. You can add in another conditional split to be like, okay, they purchased on email 2, send them over on the this path and have emails 4 and 5 kind of in there, okay? So again, start it with 3 though and expand once you have noticed stable metrics, mainly open rate, click rate, and ideally placed order rate. So 40 to 50% in the open, 1 to 1.5 in terms of the click rate, and ideally at least a 0.5 conversion rate, ideally north of 1%. If you see that in email 3, it is definitely the right time to expand to email 4. Repeat the process with email 4 and then you'll do the same thing starting again for email 5, basically. So social proofing, brand touch points, loyalty invites, smarter shopping, guys, okay? Deliverability and data best practices. Always remember, guys, disable smart sending within these flows. You need them to send, they must send. What does it look like? So let's just click an email, and I'm going to zoom in. Notice here we have this disabled. If I have that checked like it is right now, it will skip anyone, okay? You want this always off inside all of your flows. Unless there's a really particular use case for it in your business, then fine. But over 90% of brands, you do want this to be turned off inside the flows. However, with your weekly campaigns, you will turn this on, okay? But with the flows, these are all high intent and they're strategized and optimized really intently for conversion. So do remember that. Segment first time buyers versus repeat customers, similar to how I showed you in the branch off, right? So you've got new versus returning. The messaging should differ. New buyers need more education. Repeat buyers, they want those VIP perks, guys, okay? Sprinkle in some plain text emails from the founders to really acknowledge their custom, celebrate it, reward them for it. That's a ninja level hack, guys. Honestly, that is going to give you affiliates, brand enthusiasts, right? The type of people that will literally maybe take their cell phone, take a selfie video and give you content that you can remarket, guys. So yeah, do treat your returning customers differently, treat them, reward them, and you'll be the one that actually reaps the rewards over the medium to long term. UTM tracking. So proper tracking is crucial to measure the return of investment and optimize your flows over time. Another little hack for you, if you've got a bunch of repeat customers, you can also segment that based on the profile properties. You can flip that segment into a list. You can extract that list in terms of a .csv file, and you can even do more broad spectrum omni-channel marketing. For example, you could upload that into Meta and you can even hit them with retargeting ads to really squeeze the lime and drive multiple repeat purchases. A lot of founders we work with like to do that, and it does convert really well. So some benchmarks, guys, these aren't my benchmarks, these are industry standard benchmarks. So the top brands right now who drive serious revenue from their post-purchase email flows are typically adding anywhere from 5 at a minimum all the way up to 15% of their total annual business revenue can come literally just from a Klaviyo post-purchase flow. Major revenue, guys. Don't forget, we're working with multiple 8-figure brands, so you can imagine the type of revenue here. The sheer volume of numbers is insane. It's crazy. Similar to how I showed you in the beginning with those metrics. So 40 to 60% open rates. Customers are hungry for your post-purchase content if you do it right, and only if you do it right. 8 to 12% in conversions. Offer the right incentive and you're gonna watch your sales soar, guys. Gonna shoot through the roof. If you guys have subscribe and save models, it's very reasonable to expect a 15 to 25% subscription uplift, right? You're going to be framing this as never running out, and the customers will gladly opt in. If your product's good and they're loving it, they're going to want to be signed up to it, guys. So do take advantage of that, okay? Now, do's and don'ts. Do this. Trigger off order fulfilled metrics. That's for the true post-purchase flow. Incentivize them with limited time offers. Create a sense of urgency to drive the repeat purchases. Layer in your social proof and your urgency. Showcasing your customer reviews and add a little scarcity to build trust and drive some action. Remember, guys, you got to drive the action, okay? It's a lot of cool little ways we can go about doing that, okay? We can play with the psychology. We can manipulate it. We can change their perception. We can bend the reality. All of that good stuff. Now, do adjust time by product lifecycle. Tailor your flows based on how quickly your customers typically reorder. Never ever do this, right? Don't just call a customer thank you flow a post-purchase. It is not. It's just a touch point. The first touch point to acknowledge the order, to remove the buyer's remorse, give them some order update information. That's what that is, okay? But a post-purchase flow is literally only goal is to drive repeat purchases, okay? And don't ever do it too soon. Make sure that product's been received, it wasn't cancelled, it wasn't refunded before asking them to buy again. And if subscriptions are relevant for you, don't neglect the subscription push, guys. There's a really significant major use case to add at least 25% on your bottom line, okay? If you have a consumption-based brand, you need to dig into that consumption cycle and literally operationalize it inside Klaviyo. With that said, guys, my final thoughts, honest, bluntly, just forget the gratitude. The post-purchase is all about repeat purchase velocity. If you get this right, you'll extend your total customer lifetime lifetime value. You'll reduce your reliance on those paid ads. Okay guys, they're getting really expensive, and you're going to create predictable recurring revenue. Now at Dynamx, our stance is clear, very clear on this. If your post-purchase flow is not driving repeat purchases, it's not really a post-purchase flow at all. Honestly, it's just a really basic thank you or a coupon delivery mechanism. This is the velocity TM engine that we're building here to extend the lifetime value, reduce paid ad reliance, create predictable, repeatable, recurring revenue. We do it by optimizing the true post-purchase flow, guys. So now it's time that we deal with churn. Winback and sunset flows is normally where most brands completely mess it up. Too soft, too late, or outright dangerous for deliverability. I will show you today the system that we actually use that's going to prevent all of that from happening and ultimately make you guys more money. So let's hop into that. Alright guys, welcome aboard. This is the Klaviyo Winback and Sunset Flow system that we use here at Dynamx. I'm going to teach you today how to recover revenue, protect that all important deliverability while also confirming true churn inside Klaviyo. So I'm going to teach you how you can take a data-driven decision and actually correctly suppress people. Now, this document is quite extensive. It is linked down below, totally for free. All you gotta do is click it. You'll go to my website, we'll ask for your email address, and then it's immediately sent to you. I'm not going to read it all verbatim as it's very extensive, as it's a double flow build out here, but we will give you the TLDR version of it. I will give you all of the key insights, and we will go through slowly any critical points, right? So without further ado, let's just hop right into it. Now, if you're here, you probably already know that customer churn is a silent killer because of a lot of common pitfalls, and that's based upon most of my audits. Honestly, people generally trigger these win-back campaigns and flows a little bit too late, and what you end up doing is leaving significant revenue on top of the table. You do that also by deploying weak generic offers that fail to truly re-engage high value customers, or rushing into suppression a little bit too early, or taking a misinformed decision is also a lot of potential revenue and trust immediately lost. Okay, so these critical missteps will absolutely decimate your long-term revenue, and they'll also lead to crippling inbox deliverability. So it's no bueno, it's no good, right, any of it, but you're going to avoid all that by simply following along with me today. Okay, in this document, I'm going to unveil the exact proven system that we're leveraging for all of our clients at Dynamx to transform your retention strategy. One key thing before we go further: if you are a brand who has a really long repurchased window, think maybe home decor, bedding, mattresses, kitchen appliances, bathrooms, things of that nature, this does not apply for you, okay? Because you're going to do something very different. Generally with brands like that, you have to be pretty careful with these flows, okay? Because the repeat purchase windows are generally quite different, okay, than say something like supplements that they're re-upping by day 21, right? This is much shorter. So this is more for people in the bucket of, say, within 90 to 120 days, most of your customers are generally repurchasing. You can follow this exactly. For anyone else, you can definitely take away insights in terms of strategy, offer hierarchy, emails, frameworks, and time delays. The only thing that will not apply is the initial trigger time delay to actually let them enter into this flow, okay? But everything else, it's still going to be worth your while just to watch this for sure. So with that said, let's hop into the next side. Now, this is more about the core philosophy. Again, the TLDR is basically we want to force a decisive buying decision from any wavering customers, right, that are sitting on the fence here. So we're going to try to exploit the vestige of remaining intent before it absolutely fades, or before another competitor who's more top of mind, right, because they are doing something like this, actually poaches your customer. So this is what this is. I want you guys to make the money, right? I don't want your competitor to come and swagger customer from you just simply because the brand wasn't top of mind, or potentially didn't incentivize them well enough to start to bring them into the foray as a loyal VIP repeat buyer, okay? So we're going to try, more so for the sunset flow, this statement is irresistible final pressure to drive the conversions, okay? And then unfortunately for the people that slip through the cracks, I'm going to teach you how you can have a simple profile property update, which is going to confirm the churn event is actually true, okay? And then finally, last but certainly not least, I'm going to point you to another video I currently have on YouTube where you can learn how you can build for free an automatic suppression flow. So this is pretty high level stuff, but we'll get to that towards the end of the video, okay? So what I want you to avoid is you bleeding very valuable revenue, okay, by prematurely losing salvageable customers, okay? We want to avoid that like a plague, right? This is our big enemy here, right? And we have to defeat it. So the other thing I want to put some guardrails around for you is you annihilating your inbox deliverability, which is inevitably going to lead to an even bigger loss of revenue. So we're going to try our absolute best here to eliminate both of these risks entirely. So here is the general timeline overview. Now again, I do put a caveat here that this life cycle applies for most e-commerce brands. It is certainly not universal across the board, especially for brands that have annual shoppers and really long, super extensive repeat purchase life cycles, okay? This is not for you. You need to do something totally different. I'm going to make a dedicated video for that, and I'm going to teach you how to do that. Instead of relying on automated flows, which isn't the best fit for that, we'll do that with segmentation and high intent campaigns so we can control it better, okay? So with that said, how I see this flow honestly working best is when it's actually triggered around the day 70 mark, okay? So generally speaking, there is a lot of resistance from founders to do this, right, in terms of their win-back opportunities, and that generally makes these sunset flows, instead of triggering as they should around day 120, they end up triggering at around day 160, 180, right, as people want to like hold on a little bit too long to these customers, right, because they're being soft, they're scared, they're tame, they don't want to like be thinking they're bugging the customers and they're going to unsubscribe. I got really bad news for you. After day 60, you're going into a really highly unengaged bucket for most e-commerce brands, right? Especially if your repurchase window is anywhere from day 15 to day 30. If you go an extra 30 days on top and go beyond the 60-day threshold, especially to day 70, you're in an unengaged bucket, my friend. I promise you are, okay? For again, most e-commerce brands. I just want to keep repeating that. This is not everybody, it's just most, right? Think like supplements, CBD, cosmetics, things that people are honestly like re-upping like quite frequently, right? Candy, alcohol, you name it, right? That's short. The repurchase windows and that thing are super short, okay? Which is a good thing, right? Because they're the ones that tend to make most of the money and have high attribution, just like some of our clients do, okay? So with that said, and that's that sort of disclaimer out of the way, if you fall into that bucket with a reasonably short repeat purchase cycle window, then if we think through things here, right, at around day 70, you're already in the unengaged bucket in a sense. So why not start then trying to win back your repeat purchase while the brand still has some space in terms of staying top of mind? It's not top of mind, but it can get back there, right? There's a chance it can anyway. So we need to start at that moment attempting to win them back, right? This is for the win back flow. So we like to have a 3 email long flow. I'm going to demonstrate that in a second in Klaviyo, and we're going to focus on it. Then we're going to focus on the emails that generally are contained within it. Then we're going to take a little breather and we're going to come back in and we're going to look specifically at this sunset flow window. Remember, this is a dual flow based build out, but I'm going to give you a really big hack of all hacks here. Trust me on this one. This is clutch, and I haven't seen anyone else talk about this on YouTube yet, right? When I'm auditing accounts, this one is honestly just constantly falling through the cracks. So I'm going to give you a little hack here. I'm going to give you a quick spoiler. Where most people really mess this up like big time is they'll run, say even the win back at day 70, they'll let it play out for 10 days and then they'll wait. They'll fire the sunset flow a full 30 days later around day 110. And this is best case scenario. Remember, most people actually don't do that, but even if they do, there's this big gap of time between win back, right, and sunset. I'm going to teach you how you can segment that, and then you can send more high intent campaigns right in the middle of these two flows triggering. Why? Because it's going to give you additional touch points, right? It's going to give you the ability to do more heavy-handed offer testing and prime them even harder for the sunset flow. Okay, so this is the hack of all hacks, guys. Trust me, these campaigns do win back customers. They do drive sales. Is it going to totally revolutionize your Klaviyo account? Absolutely not, but it is going to give you multiple opportunities. It is going to add revenue into the business, and it's going to help catch people before they really go through the cracks. Remember, if they're getting into this day 110, 140 bucket, they're pretty much dead weight. They're basically fully churned out. We're just kind of confirming it and barely getting anyone won back in the sunset flow. These flows have really bad performance, generally speaking, across the board. Ours are pretty decent, but it's because they're short and they're compact. Hey guys, quick pause. If you want this exact win back and sunset system built properly in your Klaviyo without templates or guesswork, book a free retention audit with me. We'll map your timelines, clean your suppression logic, and I'll show you where you're leaking revenue. The link is in the description. So let's hop into Klaviyo now and start to see what all the fuss is about. So we're going to take a look at one of our Winback flows here. So let's take this one. We're going to finish building out the bottom of this together. I've intentionally not done that as I want you to see it with me, okay, all of it. So now this is for customers that have already purchased, okay, so they have placed an order, right? So generally speaking, we're going to wait 70 days and we're going to hit them with an email, right? So we're waiting 70 days and then boom, the email is going out. What I want you to do then is wait an absolute maximum of 2 days, okay? If they have not placed an order since starting this flow, we will hit them with email too, right? It's really, really important that this goes out reasonably fast. We're then going to wait another 24 hours, 1 full day. We will ask the question again, and then we will hit them with email 3. The offer can be whatever is the best fit for your business. I encourage you to give one, maybe not the penultimate offer, but basically almost the best you can here, right? If that's 5% off, so be it. If it's like free shipping, so be it. I hope it can be much better than that because it kind of needs to be at this point. But whatever you got to do, you got to do. So just give them the absolute best you can. Now, this is the key. This is clutch, this bit, okay? So now I have a sticky filter at the top of this. I'm intentionally displaying on YouTube for you a way that you can add a conditional split in here. If we wanted to, we can simply add it in at the top like I've done here. So this is sticky, and what I mean is it follows this all the way right down to email 3. A lot of times when I audit accounts, people are still building them out like it's 2022, right? With a bunch of these conditional splits. We do it sometimes when we're doing internal transfers, right? If we're going to redesign it or build it for you and then give it back to your internal team, we will make it a little bit more easy on the eye for them by actually like kind of splitting it all out like that, so they feel a little more comfortable and confident. So with that said, at this point, after email 3, so the bottom of the flow, we want to wait 4 days here. So let's count, right? So this day 70, wait 2 days. So we're now at day 72. We're now at day 73. Now we're at about day 77, right? So we are asking this question one final time. Hey, since the customer has entered the flow, have they made another purchase, right? So this is confirmation. Have they done it or have they not? If the answer is yes, they have not transacted again, we will update their profile property with completed Winback, no purchase equals true. So why are we doing this? It's because we can take that profile property update and we can create a segment, and that's going to allow us the ability after the confirmation window, right? Bear in mind this confirmation window and this trigger, you can change it to whatever suits your business goals. It doesn't have to be day 70. It can be day 75, day 80, day 85. It's up to you, but you still want to follow my logic. You want those emails to go out freaking fast. Then you want a little patience at the end of the flow. You want to wait 4 or 5 days tops, confirm. If the repeat purchase has not happened, then you can start your high intent campaign targeting based upon the segments that you're going to create from that profile property update. You have nothing to lose at this point. Whatever you do, trust me, do not wait and for this sunset flow to trigger, because there's going to be too much dead space in between that you could be attempting at least 2 or 3 times with high intent campaigns to actually drive that repeat purchase, and they're actually slightly more engaged here. It's not a great time to do it, but it's better than doing nothing at all, okay? You will win back a few extra customers simply by doing this. Now, before we go into sunset flows, let me just demonstrate taking in a few past and present clients emails here just to show you some variety. So we have the Winback emails here, right? So we generally want to be doing a bunch of different things. We're going to be reminding them why customers keep shopping. We're going to be displaying dynamic best products based upon the category that they also purchased in, right? There's a whole different plethora and a variety of ways to do this. Social proof, UGC, getting the brand maybe reintroduced, getting it top of mind again, obviously hitting them with offers. So this is a way we generally recommend to our clients to run these kind of things. Some can do 10%, some like to do 15, some like 20, some are ultra aggressive, think more like the drop shipping crowd, and we'll go for a 25 to 30% off discount. It's up to you, right? Whatever makes the most sense for your business, but I just encourage it to be almost the best that it can be, right? And you're going to have a much better success rate of driving that repeat purchase, right, if you heavily incentivize it. So again, whatever makes best sense for business. So we're now going to jump back into the document. We're going to start to look at the sunset section, right? We will then take a segue into Klaviyo, okay? And we will look at that architecture. We will build it out a little bit together here. So this is our sunset flow, right? I'm gonna also show you a segment that you can use. Again, the caveat is tailor the segment to your own business needs, right? But I'm gonna give you at least the basic 101 version of it. You can also add a couple of more cohorts in there if it makes sense for you. But this again is our typical sunset logic, okay? The only major difference with the timing of this flow is we wait a little bit longer at the end. Instead of waiting just 4 or 5 days, we actually wait the full 10 days. We give it a lot more time to play out, because remember, if they make it all the way down here, by the time they've got email 2 or 3, the metrics are usually not so great, right? So we build this out, by the way, guys, as a 3 email flow in the beginning. More often than not, we may enhance offers in there. Sometimes we flat out delete email 3 and we drop it down to a 2 email series. It depends on the metrics and the data, okay? We don't just leave it on 24/7, 365, right? If the metrics in email 2 are really, really bad, which they can be sometimes, then potentially we might want to even remove email 2 and 3. Why? Because we want to protect the deliverability, okay? So if your brand doesn't have the ability to drive repeat purchases or retain customers, then you don't need to tank your deliverability to do so. Email 2 in the sunset flow will literally confirm that based upon the metrics, right? If the opens and the clicks are below 10% open rate and something like a 0.2% click rate, it's time to turn email 2 off, right? You don't need it no more. It's redundant and it's irrelevant. You have other business problems, right? And the email is not going to save you, okay? It's too late. So with that said, I personally recommend for you to trigger the sunset flow around day 120, okay? Most founders like to do this around day 180, or at least they did until last February when Klaviyo actually started to charge you for active profiles. The wisdom and stuff, there were some shifts there. People realized, hey, like I'm kind of spending a bit too much money here, and they started to get a little bit more aggressive with their flow architecture, which I'm personally all in for, right? It's actually better for business anyway. It's just by happenstance that Klaviyo decided to do that it's kind of sparked this shorter sort of like time frame, if you like, okay? So again, remember guys, this thing is linked down below. Take it, go through it. I'm not going to stay reading it verbatim. It's all here for you. I go super deep on all of this, okay? I break it all down independently in terms of each flow. I'm just going to skim through and let you have a sneak peek of what's here for you, okay? There's a lot to it. I even go super deep into the high intent campaign window. Remember, in between Winback and Sunset, you can see that as well here. It's all there for you. But now we're inside the sunset flow. So what this is, and more importantly, what it is not just simply a cleanup tool. It is a final extraction attempt, okay? A deliverability protection mechanism, which is why I just highlighted that sometimes, although you want to start with 3, you may need to actually remove emails 3 and 2 of this. Don't just let it run if the metrics are bad, guys. There's no sense to it, okay? You can simply stick with email 1 and use that. The final and the most important thing, it is a churn confirmation system. Why? Because I'm giving you the ability, again, sticky filters at the top. We're asking constantly, have they placed an order? Have they placed an order? Have they placed an order? If they make it all the way down, we're going to wait for 10 days. We're going to ask that question one final time. Then we're going to update a profile property, a new profile property with churned equals true. This is going to give you the ability to do a combination, a multitude of things. You could build out our Dynamx automatic suppression flow and simply have, once anyone is added to the segment that this profile property is attached to, the flow will immediately fire, pick them up and suppress them for you. How awesome is that, right? You don't even gotta manually do this. Now, that's a little bit more high level, but I do have a YouTube video. I'll literally demonstrate for you how you can build this out. It's high level, but at the very least, you will still have the segment with this profile property update. Then you can manually go in and do bulk suppressions every month using that segment, so you can keep it on easy street, relatively speaking, okay? So that's the overall architecture. Again, it's very similar to the Winback in terms of the durations. We don't need to wait forever here, right? You want this sucker to fire reasonably quickly here, and you do not want long time periods in between the actual emails, right? The only long time period is in between the last email and the profile property update. Now, I did promise I would quickly show the segment. Again, this is not a universal, it's not the right segment across the board for every single one in e-commerce. It can be bespoke and it can be custom. The time delays, even the cohorts are all variable. No two are ever quite the same. This is just a good starting point, okay? So it's why I want to quickly display it on the screen here for you. So this is the segment, right? So obviously we're going to ask if someone can or cannot receive marketing, can receive email marketing equals true, right? Or accepts marketing equals true. Then we go for our first and statement, very importantly, and opened email 0 times in the last 110. Again, this could be the last 140. If you want this flow to trigger around then, it's totally up to you, right? This is all very much variable. Then we've got the clicked email, the usual one, and placed order, active on site, right? And created was at least, say, 180 days ago, 120 days ago. You can tailor this till your heart's content, right? These are all just general placeholders here, okay? I just wanted to give you the standard cohort that we use. You can also add in some more if you would like to. You could add in, obviously, then we would recommend to you having started a checkout event recently, having added the cart recently, having viewed a product recently, like that's your browse abandonment, added the cart and started checkout flows. Please put those in there as well. That'll be very, very helpful. Now, with that said, that's honestly, guys, going to wrap up the bulk of this video. I'm just going to power through some design examples. Again, they're very similar to the Winback. Think of sunset flow, guys. The way I like to frame it, right, is last chance saloon. So last chance saloon is literally what it says on the tin. This is going to be your final attempt to try and win these prospects repeat purchase, okay? So give them the absolute best offer you can here. Just do it. They're only ever going to get this email once, right? Literally, and that's it. One time deal. Give them the absolute best freaking thing that you possibly can, and you will be the benefactor of that, right? Even if you have to take a small hit, you know, and go up to 25-30%, so be it. They're back into the ecosystem, and then you can drive more repeat purchase from them at the full price. So experiment, do what's best for business always. The goal here is to squeeze the freaking lime as hard as we can and draw as many repeat purchases as possible. And this, unfortunately, will be one of your final attempts, the final attempt, in fact, all right? So again, just to power through the way they're kind of designed, right? So we're using a mixture of different things, social proofing, a lot of bestsellers blocks this time, right? Using different category product feeds, Klaviyo predictive analytics, going to be showing them what they maybe already bought, categories within that bucket, all of that good stuff. So relevancy, personalization, sharing a little bit of UGC, social proof, all of the usual stuff, right, that you got to do to get the brand top of mind again. But again, the key here, honestly, is urgency, right? You also can sprinkle in countdown timers here, dynamic countdown timers across the board, all over the place, at the top in the header, throughout the email. This is what we're going for, okay, guys, as some examples. Let's see, the automatic suppression flow. Again, there's a dedicated YouTube video for that, and we only trigger it off internally of the churn equals true confirmation event, okay? This is a totally separate flow. Again, it's a little bit technical and more high level, but once you get it deployed and you confirm that it's working as expected, it's a really, really high level way to have automatic suppression. We can also turn it into an auto deletion flow. We can even do seekers that we can search for bots. We can also make it automatically suppress anyone that, say, had a soft bounce twice, right? So we can do like a plethora of different things with this flow. Now, some caveats here, right? I just want to repeat this one final time. This system applies to most D2C brands, not all, especially for consumable or semi-repeat purchase products. Think fashion, supplements, beauty, lifecycle accessories, right? This is a fantastic system for that bucket of niches, right? It does not apply directly to SaaS. This has nothing to do with this. If you're SaaS, I'm sorry, I took 15 minutes of your life. Stop watching immediately. This is not for you. I may release a different video for that. It's totally different though for that sort of space, if you like. Again, extremely long life cycle products, mattresses, renovations, luxury builds, luxury high ticket items, big diamonds, things like that. A little bit different for you, okay? In those cases, the timelines will expand, right? Anyone in this bucket, timelines expand, suppression thresholds totally change, messaging cadence is also greatly adjusted. So the system is adaptable, but the principles remain the same, okay? So the final takeaway, guys, the Winback is not the hero. The sunset is also not the villain. This system is what matters, right? Winback forces a decision. The in-between campaigns exploit any of the last remaining intent. Sunset applies final pressure. Confirmation prevents mistakes, and suppression protects the future. That's how you run the end of the customer lifecycle properly, okay, guys? Now, if you want our team to come in and build this properly inside your Klaviyo account, if you want us to analyze your competitors, understand your buyer personas, do brand and audience research, and build this out correctly in a way that's conducive to actually functioning as described. Okay guys, at this point the churn is clearly defined. Now we clean the list properly. This is how you protect deliverability and slash your Klaviyo bill without killing revenue. It is a little bit more high level, it is a little bit more advanced, but we're about to dive into automatic suppression. So this is my special gift to you guys, okay? Hope you enjoy it. Okay guys, so this is our custom auto suppress flow here. So it's triggered via the Dynamx unengaged segment, but what's important is this webhook which delivers a custom payload, and this flow runs 24/7/365. So let's check out this together. You can see here that we've already had a completion of 20,527 profiles. Each and every one of those were suppressed. So you do the math on that and realize how much money this client is saving on a monthly basis just from that alone. So you see now guys, automations are your foundation, but the campaigns are how you actually scale. This final module is going to show you how we over at Dynamx plan 4 weeks ahead, year round, while staying flexible and driving consistent, constant revenue without ever burning up that list, guys. So trust me, this one is not to be missed. You're gonna be like an email marketing whiz kid if you just simply complete this module. So catch you all inside. Alright guys, welcome aboard Klaviyo Campaign Content Calendar Planning. So my promise to you, I'm going to teach you how to plan the email and SMS campaigns actually drive revenue at scale. So let's hop right into it. So guys, the real problem most brands have right now, it's not that they're losing revenue because they need more traffic, right? They're losing revenue more often than not because one, or at least a combination of 5 things, sometimes even all of them when I'm auditing the account, and it's usually that the campaigns kind of sent a little bit last minute. There's 0 to no advanced planning. 2, no clear sending cadence, right? And then 3rd, everything going to the full list. So batching, blasting, guessing, lack of a segmentation strategy, very weak, mediocre segmentation strategy, right? Blasting it to the 90-day engage perpetually. Or number 4, kind of discounting a little bit too much and panic discounting, right? Really devaluing the product, which actually conditions the audience to expect to receive a discount, which ruins the entire funnel and the whole retention ecosystem, right? Because they're just going to wait until you're on sale again and again and again and again. That's not the way to do it, right? So other things as well, random kind of messaging, lack of context, missing key seasonality based events, no education, no UGC, no social proof, and right? Just again, sell, 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 sell. My commitment to you today is I'm going to teach you how to build proper campaigns, right? That are going to fix all of this. So this is some of our results, right? And I've just taken a couple of screenshots from a few accounts just to show you the power of the campaigns, right? So this is all same period, same metric. So just to show you guys, campaigns are big revenue drivers. So what you're going to learn in this training is a variety of things. You're going to see how to map out a content calendar using a very simple Google Sheet. I'm going to give you some best-in-class prompts to help you guys out in terms of getting some ideation, doing competitor analysis, maybe a little bit of branded audience research, right? Identifying quirky events, seasonality based events, topical events, and everything else in between, right? For your ideation and your overarching strategy. We're going to use ChatGPT for this, which again is totally for free. I'm going to show you some of our designs, right? You're going to literally see how we design custom emails en masse, right? At scale, drop dead gorgeous full Figma emails each and every single time that we can turn around in as little as 24 hours, like literally. So watch this, guys, check this out. A lot of our stuff as well is super custom, right? It's animated. It may look flat in Figma, but if I start to play the prototypes, you'll see how well it comes to life, guys. So look at all of this beautiful custom design each and every single time, right? This is all just for the same client, right? So I'm going to show you how you can do this, right? So you're not going to need any templates. You're going to be able to bang out emails that look like that at scale. So each and every single one of these guys is all custom built for this brand. Like, I mean, look at that one. Look at how beautiful that is, right? This is for Robbie Burns night. It's coming up in a couple of days from now at the time of recording. You can see we're also working on some of our Valentine's Day campaigns, right? Super Bowl Sunday campaigns and everything else in between. So as I mentioned, guys, a lot of our stuff is custom. Here's one of the prototypes playing. That was a BFCM campaign, right? Like, look at how awesome that is, guys. And see what's even better. All of this text is editable inside Klaviyo in the way that we export it, right? So that's why if you go on to our client testimonials playlist on YouTube, You can see what they have to say and why we benefit from an almost 24-month retention rate in terms of how long a brand typically stays with us when they begin working together. The average in this industry, guys, is less than 6 months, right? Ours is trending literally toward 24 months plus at the moment. So again, this is due to, honestly, good customer service, always being available, turning things around like fast, like super snappy. If a client makes a request, we can action it in as little as 24 hours, 48 hours max, and that's only in busy seasons do we go to the tail end of the 48 hours. So how do we do this? Why do we do this? So we are in a perpetual state of never-ending planning advance, okay? 4 weeks minimum in terms of advanced planning. This will give you guys leeway, headroom, right? You'll have ample opportunity for public relations announcements, product drops, back in stock notifications, maybe delays in fulfillment, wherever the case may be, reactionary based campaigns, right? You can easily deploy them and get them turned around same day or day after, right? Lightning freaking fast. But you do it in a stress-free environment by being advanced planned. By being advanced planned, you always make way more money. It's one of the big things that we do for our clients, and it's one of their favorite things. It's the thing they always say, right? When we're sending them any sort of response forms, right? If we're doing any live calls with them, if we're doing our bi-weekly check-ins, even on video testimonials that are out there publicly, you can hear what they have to say, right? So trust me, guys, the brands that make all of the money are the ones that are always advanced planning, right? So they're sitting scheduled out in Klaviyo for literally 2 to 4 weeks ahead, but behind the scenes, the strategy, the copy, the design, the exportation, right, and the quality audit of the upcoming month is already being built out. You're always, that's what I mean by advanced plan, right? You're always thinking ahead, right? You're identifying what's coming next. I'm going to show you how to do that a little bit later. It's going to be super cool. We're going to use ChatGPT to do it in case you don't have experience doing it. I'll show you a couple of hacks, right? So you're going to be like an email marketing strategist by the end of this video. So we're going to build a repeatable weekly sending cadence. You're going to never run out of campaign ideas ever again. You're going to segment campaigns properly so frequency does not hurt your deliverability. This is super important for brands that send with a really high frequency. I have a client that sends 2 emails per day, right? Seriously, by the way, I have another that sends every single day. And if he does not, that is literal 3 to 5K per day in terms of revenue loss by simply just not sending. So, and that's just in off season and busy periods. It can be literally 2, 3, 4, 5 times that, right? So big revenue. Most of our clients generally send anywhere from 2 to 4 campaigns per week. That is more than enough for 90+% of e-commerce brands. We have other clients that are super ultra high ticket, and I'm talking maybe 10 to 30K, right? For a transaction, let's say. Think people that are in high-end home decor, right? Bathrooms, you know, like swimming pool installations and all of the stuff that are around that, super high-ticket jewelry. The repeat purchase cycles in between the initial transaction, and if there even is a second one, some brands is super hard to get that, but that can be like 18 to 24, 36 months, right? So you cannot send 4 to 8 to 12 campaigns per month for brands like that. Every single time I've seen it done or I've audited an account, their unsubscribes are super high, right? Because people don't need that, right? Think that's, say, if you buy a $2,000 mattress, right, for your bed, you're probably going to keep that thing for at least 5 years, right? So if all I can sell you is another mattress, there's no point in me literally pushing you and hitting you with sales-based campaigns, right? Maybe a little bit, but we can do that using zero-party data, for example, where we can actually ask you, you know, maybe questions like, hey, like how many people are in the household, how many rooms are in the household, how many this, how many that. So we can actually have a little bit of data to understand, okay, you just bought a king size one that's clearly for the husband and the wife, the heads of the household. What about the kids? Do we know that they have like 3 or 4 bedrooms? Will they need maybe single mattresses, bunk beds, doubles, right? So it gets kind of, the strategy there is very bespoke and very specific, and you can't do it by doing your best guesstimate. You have to be very deliberate. So that's for the high ticket, long cycles. Now I think over on the other hand here, if you're slinging supplements, right, say it's protein powder or whatever, that repurchase window is like 14 to 21 days. So you want frequency, right? You need frequency and you need relevancy. You'll also learn how to layer in SMS into your calendar without annoying your customers, right? I'll show you how to do standalones or complimentary SMS campaigns. So complimentary, I mean maybe one going out at 3 p.m. say on a Thursday, right? 3 p.m. recipients local time, and the email is scheduled to go out like 6:30 to 8 p.m. whatever, right? So you'll warm them up. They'll drive some early sales with SMS, but the email tends to perform much better when it's done in a complementary fashion, right? So I'll show you how to do that. This is not theory, guys. This is exactly what we're doing day in and day out for bootstrap startups, 5-figure brands, 6-figure brands, 7-figure brands, 8-figure brands, and touch wood for the few 9-figure brands that we do have on our roster, right, that we're very, very blessed and fortunate to have. So just don't pigeonhole yourselves by locking in on anything I'm saying here like too hard, right? This is more of a general big broad spectrum overview, right? This is a big picture, but do what's best for your brand, for your demographics, for your business use case, for your repeat purchase windows, right? This isn't a one size fits all in terms of sending volume and frequency. It's very brand and niche specific, okay? But how to strategize, map out the campaigns, advanced plan, all of that good stuff. This does cover all of those bases, okay? So let's hop into it. So again, I've just touched on this, right, for the most part. So again, what I want you to do here is make more money. So the only way I can do that without you hiring me to do so is to help impart some of the wisdom, the mistakes, the failures, the wins, the nearly theirs that we have accumulated over the past 3 years now that is led into refined processes on a variety of different e-commerce brands, okay? So it's all about you making more revenue, right? This is what I want to impart today. I want to do that by showing you how you can build a better relationship with your prospect, your customer, or your customer to be, right? By building trust, belief, and desire. Then we're going to learn a little bit about how you keep your brand top of mind, guys, okay? This is really, really, really important that you take this part of this video away with you. It's very simple. If you cannot keep your brand top of mind, somebody else will literally just swagger jack that customer from underneath you because they're sending more often, or even if they're sending on the same frequency, maybe they're just a little bit better. Maybe they got better strategy, better copy, better sending times, better relevancy, better design, a big combination. Your customer is going to go and drop the cash there, okay, guys? Do not let that happen. You paid to acquire that customer, right? Typically with an ad, you may have even spent more money on retargeting ads, right? So you got to transact them, right? That's the goal here, okay? The goal is very simple, is a transaction and then multiple transactions. If that is not what you want to do inside your business, you can stop watching this video right now because I am not the guy for you, right? I am obsessed with making my clients as much money as humanly possible, hence why we have testimonials of them literally sharing with you that they're making literally 75+% of their yearly revenue coming from Dynamx email marketing, because we're obsessed about growth and extracting and squeezing that lime as much as we freaking can, morning, noon, and night, right? It's all about making as much money as we possibly can. There's a variety of different ways to do it. I'm going to show you a couple today. Oh, quick pause because this bit really matters. Now over here at Dynamx, we plan campaigns a minimum of 4 weeks in advance, but we leave room for last minute drops, launches, and reactive sends. We turn campaigns end to end over to you within 48 hours, and our average client stays with us over 18 months, almost 24 months at the moment. Industry average is 6 months or less. That's not luck, that's systems. Back to the calendar video, guys. So the 3 layers of, in my humble opinion, a successful campaign strategy, okay? We've got layer 1, 2, and 3, the always on cadence. This is your weekly rhythm that runs every single week, no matter what. That might be 1 email per week for you, 2 emails per week, 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter the amount, but no matter what, it's going out typically on the same day and time every single week, okay? So that's layer 1, very important. Layer 2, the promo arcs. These are planned windows, points of time where you push harder with intent, right? So layer 3 is your reactive slots, like I mentioned in the very beginning. These are for urgent drops, restocks, influencer moments, public relations announcement, urgent inventory plays, right? These are reactive based, quick fire, rapid turnaround campaigns, right? Now, almost everyone I audit these days typically only operates in layer 2, which is the promo arc, right? So you're literally just on sale all of the time, right? You're afraid to send an email. You can't cobble together an educational based email to save your life, right? You don't know how to run user generated content and make that lay the foundations for sales. There's a big lack of social proof, big lack of brand story, big lack of topical events, right? So most people are just on sale all of the time, and that is not where you want to be, right? Because I promise you it's detrimental to you guys making more money, right? Because people will just wait for you to be on sale. So do not do that. Your spam complaint rate, your unsubscribe rate, and your placed order rate, revenue per recipient rate are all going to suffer, right? If again, you're in layer 2 of this all of the time, you must remain inside all 3 layers simultaneously, okay? So with that said, these are the 7 campaign buckets that we are typically using most of the year round. Yes, for some bespoke interesting niches, there can be maybe 8 buckets, 9 buckets, 10 buckets. There is a couple of like nuanced things here, but this is the 90+ percentile of e-commerce brands, which is probably what you are if you're watching this video, to be quite frank, right? You're probably falling into this. So every campaign fits into one of these, right? It's promotions and offers, holiday and seasonal moments, product launches, product highlights, bestsellers, bundles, restocks, social proof, UGC, press releases, influencers, value content, how-tos, educational, myth busting, us versus them, things like that, brand updates, founder story, all about the mission, behind the scenes, the brand story, where we are, where we're going, so on and so forth, right? So this is generally speaking the buckets. If you simply follow along this, in theory, you have across the 28 or the 31 day period of the month, multiple different things, right, that you can ideate, you can strategize for, and you can plan, and you can make some of these become sticky, right? So they go into layer 1, they become your steadfast, right? So every second Thursday, there's going to be a plain text email and it's going to be a founder story. Every third Monday, it's going to be a more UGC led email, right? So on and so forth. It's not honestly that hard. If you just break it down into buckets first, then it becomes a little bit easier to sort of map it. This is leading us into sequencing and segmentation a little bit, right? Now, the Dynamx rule. Every campaign must be defined by rule, which is revenue, relationship, recall, primary segment, single objective with a clear CTA. There has to be a purpose, right? This is what I mean. I don't mean literally a singular call to action. I mean one true call to action in email. What is the purpose of the email? Is it to drive a sale? Is it to nurture a relationship? Is it to handle an objection? Is it to drive a repeat purchase? Is it to drive multiple repeat purchases? Is it to show authority? Is it to display competence? Is it to do us versus them, right? I can go on and on and on and on here. There has to be a clear objective, basically, right? There has to be something that this email is defined by very, very, very clearly. If you cannot describe the job or the purpose of this email you're about to send in a single sentence, do not send it, right? You don't know what you're doing at that point, right? It's not going to do anything, right, other than drive your unsubscribes. You need to be able to describe the goal of the email in a clear single sentence, right? Otherwise, simply do not send it. So before we go into the techno mumbo jumbo of deliverability, right, or our favorite topic, right, but we are going to start now to build out a content calendar. So guys, this document, actually I want to show you this right now. We're about to do some prompts, but I want to show you where they are. This document is linked below. It's yours totally for free. All you got to do is click the link. It'll ask for your first name and your email address, enter it, hit the CTA, and this document will be immediately sent over to you. I have an extra special surprise this time though. If you scroll down to this section, you'll see a link for free content calendar and prop link. If you click it, you will be looped in to this Google Sheet that has some references here that I'm going to get into in just a little second here. It has a client request tab as well. So for any of my freelancer friends, agency owners that are also watching this is yours as well. Come and swagger it. Then I have a little prompt cheat sheet for you, okay? So we're going to get into this in just a sec. I just wanted to take a moment to show you where that is. Again, I'm not going to go ad nauseum all of the way through this document. It's very, very, very long-winded, okay? I'm gonna, after this section, skim read the rest. We're gonna spend more time in ChatGPT and then in turn inside this Google Sheet, okay? So that's where we're going next, guys. So this is a very simple sample, right, of an internal Google Sheet. Again, I'm showing you stuff that's free to use. Our team nowadays do a lot of ideation here, but then we do the mapping out actually inside Klaviyo. Unfortunately, I cannot really show you what that looks like in this video, as I'd be really breaking an NDA and it would make my editor's job a freaking nightmare, right, to blur out a lot of sensitive content, right? But there is a view inside Klaviyo, right? Once you actually export these campaigns into there, if you notice, I have a little tab here titled Klaviyo. This is actually a live link that will hyperlink you directly to that campaign, and you can see it in a beautiful calendar view. It's very, very cool, guys. So let's keep it really simple, right? This is a really simple calendar for emails. I have another simple one a little bit down below for SMS that's almost a mirror image of this. So we just have the email number, we have the month, right, with a drop down, we have the sending date, we have the theme, the general theme, just 2 or 3 words, that's enough you need, and then the general key message that you're looking to convey, right, inside of that email, okay? If there's a discount amount, how much, percentage, dollar amount, whatever, and if so, do they need a code, right? Then a hyperlink into Figma, right, so they actually hyperlink into that production email, hyperlink into Klaviyo, and a status drop. This status bar actually matches our internal ClickUp, which also matches our status block inside Figma. So we like to have everything all covered and all copacetic, right? So the left hand knows what the right hand's doing at every single moment. Okay, so again, this is for our internal use. We also have another little tab here where our clients come in. They can come in and add in their own requests, which we will pick up and ensure that the strategy, the copy, and the design is deployed around that. So we do like to include our clients if they want to participate. There is a whole tab for them, right? And they have visibility into what we're currently doing. Okay, so that is a very simple sheet. These are just some examples, right, that I've put together just to demonstrate it inside of this. The sheet that you're going to have inside the video will be a blank version of this, okay? But I just wanted to show you it on screen, right? I've done it intentionally, right? We've mapped out 12 campaigns for a candy brand, right, for February, okay? So in here as well, guys, we have our prompt cheat sheet. So for those of you that are just starting out or kind of like to play around with this a little bit yourselves, you can literally use ChatGPT, right? So if I take this prompt and paste it in here and we let it run, I'm now going to start to train the AI a little bit to basically identify key seasonality based events, right? So there he's working. He's going to help us with ideation and planning, right? So this is more like your brainstorming GPT, right? It's not going to, you know, replace a strategist or a copywriter or anything like that at all. This is just like a big brain dump session, right? To give you the low hanging fruit of the month, right? So you can see here, he's starting to identify quite a few things here, right? So this is kind of a long thread. Now I'm going to send him a follow-up prompt message, okay, to lay this all out in terms of ascending cadence for me while identifying some key dates for the month of February, year 2026. So let's start to type that in while he's finishing off working here. Okay, so let's see what he produces, okay? Now, this is just, again, to make sure that we're hitting all of the key dates. So obviously, guys, in February, you've got Super Bowl, right? You've got Valentine's Day, Galentine's Day, President's Day. Depending on whatever your niche is, you may have, if you're doing some sort of wellness brand, or maybe like a national, like heart health month, right? Mental health month, things like this, things like that, like National Day, this, that, and the other, okay? So they're more seasonality-based events, topical events. Then if you're, say, like Star Wars products, right? Like lightsabers or figurines or whatever, right? Obviously a topical event would be May the 4th, right? You're going to lean into the May the 4th be with you marketing and things like that. So that's more like quirky sort of topical moments. So here's one, right? It's identified immediately. Groundhog Day. This is a cultural meme day. That's a fantastic one for a candy brand, right? You can totally go into like meme candy, cartoon candy, right? So there's one right off of the rip. Here's another one, right? So this is going to be one of your steadfasts. This is payday, right? You should be doing a payday campaign once per month most of the time, right? Especially for like low ticket sort of items, right? Like candy. That's a fantastic one. Supplements, CBD, things of that nature. There's National Pizza Day. Again, we can go and get some pizza shaped candy and we can do an email all about that. It's identified the Valentine's Days, right? President's Day, Mardi Gras. Oh, fantastic one. This is an amazing one. Ash Wednesday. Maybe a little bit divisive, right? But we can't do it. Okay, Lent behavior. This is more leading into the Easter sort of thing. Margarita. Probably not, but you get the point, right, guys? It's starting to give us a bunch of really useful stuff here, right? Look at this. So you can at least take that and begin to formulate the actual content calendar, right? Then let's say insert whatever candy brand is your favorite. Let's maybe ChatGPT it, list out. Okay, let's see what he gives us. I actually have a really big client who actually operates in here, but I do not want to display who they are as it's not really appropriate. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to go with this one. Okay, for example, as I just want to show you something real fast. All right, let's check them out. Okay, so we've identified a lot of topical, seasonality, and quirky based events that are going to fit this brand, right? However, look what they have here. Like, guys, how hard is it going to be to think up and have some extra steadfast in there, right? You've got occasions, right? You've got flavors, you've got buffets, you've got different brands, right? You can always do like a monthly M&M's campaign, Jolly Rancher campaign, Jelly Belly, Hershey, Skittles, Haribo, wherever, right? Shop by colors, shop by candy type, sour candy, right? Boarheads. This is like easy street, right? Then you can go into like the rest of it as well. Obviously your steadfast bed sellers, maybe candy that's on offer, so on and so forth, guys. I could very easily for this brand send at least one email per day, right? No problem at all. Like, there's more than enough things to do there, guys. So with that said, what I want to do is just cap it off by doing a quick skim read. So in this section, it's deliverability guardrails. I'm not going to go ad nauseum through this, right? You already know that you need to do this, okay? So I'll leave that on the screen for just a second here. When you're doing your segmentation strategy, please make sure that you're also doing a don't send to, right? And that's going to be like unengaged, sometimes recent purchasers, all of the recent bouncers, things of that nature, okay? Be really, really careful of that as well. It enhances the deliverability, okay? So especially anyone who's unengaged, right? Make sure they're excluded, okay? We've got flows for them. So you already know you need to be in a perpetual state of 4-week planning. I showed you the method that we use. I showed you the skeletons, how to use AI to research it by prompting it, looking for key dates, sending cadence, key moments, promo windows. Then you've got your different angles, right? Rules, buckets, offers, hooks, intent levels, right? Segmentation and creative direction, and your pre-builds and your QAs, right? For the next month ahead, okay? Very, very, very important. So, you know, inside the calendar, right? This is basically me breaking down all of these columns, right? In the Excel file, okay? Plus a few more for those of you that want to maybe have a more robust and high level. You can add in some more, but you need dates, campaign names, the buckets, offers, directions. If you want to use UTM tracking links, go for it. The status, I showed you that. Channel, email, or SMS, right? Just to quickly highlight the SMS, it's a carbon copy. The only tab that's not in here is obviously the Figma tab, right? We don't need that because it's a plain text message most of the time, okay? Unless you're doing like WhatsApp marketing in the UK and you're doing Figma designs and custom images, then maybe add that in there. That's what that looks like, okay? So you just follow suit, same month, same themes, key messaging, and all of that good stuff. So, okay, this is going to become your internal operating system, right? For the freelancers and some agency owners that are just starting out, this is a good thing to have, right? So it's going to lead to a more stress-free environment internally because it's visual, right? And it's open access, okay? It's always good to operate within those guardrails. Now, you know, there's always a bunch of global retail moments, right? There's constantly something every month, right? And if there isn't, they're going to invent something for it. There's category specific moments unique to your brand, okay? As well as obviously brand specific moments, okay? Not every date needs a discount. Sometimes the angle alone, the content in the email is more than enough, okay, to drive a conversion. So you've got your promo arcs that actually convert, right? You've got teases, early accesses, product launches, reminders, objection handling, last chances, extensions, if they're genuine. Like, this is where the bulk of the revenue is made, not, hey, here's 20% off, right? Spray and pray it. No. Do not do that. Some typical core segments, right? Your engaged 30s, engaged 60 to 90s, VIP, high-end average order value, recent purchasers, lapsed, category specific interest, right? Your buckets, right? So some resend logic, okay? You can resend, right? If we send campaign 1, you could resend it to non-openers, right? That is a feature set inside Klaviyo. You can add in a new subject line. You can slightly differentiate the top copy, use the same body and CTA, and exclude recent clickers and buyers, obviously, okay? So you can totally do that. So this can give you an extra shot and give you more reach without doubling the work, right? So you don't gotta go off creating a brand new email just to do that, okay? You can simply resend automatically the first one to the non-openers and the non-buyers, okay? You will never run out of ideas. Trust me on this. Just use AI, right? Look into, sign up to your competitors, do competitor analysis, right? Go to mill.com, reallygoodemails.com, sign up on their websites, their footers, right? Go and swagger jack their best, get their sending cadence, their patterns, their days, their times, their topics, what they're doing, maybe what they're not doing, okay? So you can totally do that. That's one way, okay? So you can always use different angles in terms of how you're going to actually market, right? You can go for problem solution frameworks, objection and proof, use case demonstrations, myth busting versus truth, comparison, differentiation, bundles with outcomes, routines with habits, social proof with belief, find your story, which is going to make a connection, okay? Reputation is not bad. It is your branding and it's how you stay top of mind. Again, SMS layering, you can say you're in the bucket, hey, I just want to send 2 emails per week. You're the prime candidate, right, for SMS messaging. Pretty much every e-commerce brand is, but you are. Why? Because let's say you're going to do a Tuesday and a Friday send in terms of your email. How about we send an SMS on a Monday and Wednesday? I've just given you an extra 2 touch points, which is 4 total for that week, right? So you've went from 2 touch points that week to now 4, right? So that's your brand top of mind for even longer. It's extending your customer's lifetime value to you, and it's giving you additional touch points. For people that are a little bit more busier than that, they're sending 3 to 4 per week. Let's say you send on a Monday, a Wednesday, a Friday, maybe a Sunday. You should probably send those SMS as complementary modes, right? In terms of how you're going to fit them in, because if you try and fill them up, they're going to be like a little bit too aggressive, right? You generally don't need 7 touch points per week, right? For most brands, some do, but most do not. So you probably want to use them in a complementary fashion. But for the brands that are undersending a little bit, then why not use them to your advantage, right? So yeah, you can mix and match it, experiment a little bit with it, right? Try it complementary, try it standalone, see what works, okay? Just giving you some ideas. So there it is there, Tuesday and a Friday, Monday and a Thursday, okay? So again, this is how you touch more days without spamming inboxes. It's like the freaking hack of all hacks here, guys, right? Do it, trust me, make more money. It's what we all want, it's what you're here for. So use SMS for urgency, restocks, bestsellers, short direct CTAs, last chance reminders, right? Again, remember, 4 weeks perpetually advanced planning, right? It's why I keep going on and on and on about it. It's really, really important. You'll make more money if you simply do that. So before design, what's the focus of the hero image, right? What proof is required here, right? Social proof UGC, what objection are we going to kill today? What is a single CTA? Is this mobile first? Blah, 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 okay? Pretty emails without intent simply do not convert, okay? They're like honestly just a total waste of time. So honesty and caveats from me to you. This system is built for e-commerce. This is not for SaaS, right? I can make a different video for that. Ultra long lifecycle products and SaaS require different logic. Most of you guys watching, you are repeat purchase. Most brands are also very seasonal, right? And they leverage seasonality based events. You're also lifestyle driven most of the time. This system fits you perfectly, okay? If you fall into those buckets, all right? My final thoughts, this should not feel stressful, right? This should not create internal friction. It's very easy to map this out, right? You just gotta get the initial volley of 2 to 4 weeks advanced planning. After that, it becomes streamlined, becomes easy, becomes repeatable, and then you can start to optimize it, right? For better opens, better clicks, better placed orders, more RPR, right? More revenue per recipient, so on and so forth. Less unsubscribes, less of a spam complaint rate. All right, that's the system. If you've made it this far, you now understand how Klaviyo actually works when it's built properly, not just flows, not just campaigns, but the entire retention engine working together. This is the same framework that's helped our clients drive 60, 70, sometimes even upwards of 75% of their total revenue coming from email and SMS alone. And it's why our average client at Dynamx stays with us north of 18 months in an industry where 6 months is considered good. If you're watching this and thinking, I get it, but I don't have the time to execute it at this level, that's exactly why Dynamx exists. If you want the system built, managed and scaled for you, you can simply book a call using the link below. We'll look at your account, your numbers, and I'll personally tell you very clearly if we're a good fit or not. And if you're implementing this yourself, subscribe to the channel. This is where we break down real accounts, real data, and real strategies with zero fluff. Either way, thanks for watching. Now you can go and build something that's actually going to perform. If you like this content, please like, comment, subscribe, turn your notifications on to be notified first when videos drop. I'll catch you guys all in the next one, okay? Peace.